Yo, 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 what is going on? Rossonari TV live every day, coming to you every day. Um, all right. Let's see. So, I just wanted to do a quick live. Just wanted to talk about this new show that we're going to come up with. It's going to be a fun show. What's up, Tick Size? Good morning. How you doing, Hawk? So there's a new show coming up that is going to start next week, and it's going to be a really fun show. It's going to be another show in which we're going to, involve as many people as possible. We like to involve people in the stream. We like to involve people in the chat. Tick Size, you don't think Tonali is good enough? Huh. Now I remember. But anyway, so this show that is going to be happening is going to be very interesting. It's going to be called the 1v1 show. Rohit Rajiv, we didn't get to hear much of you, so we're probably going to, let me send you a link. What up, friend? What up? Let me put a link. Because I know Rohit wasn't able to say much of what he wanted to say today. I said he's not ready at the moment. Well, yeah, we can argue. We can argue that he's not ready right now. Fine. What's up, Alan? How are you doing, sir? How's it going, my man? But yeah, I want to talk about this new show that we're going to do, and it's going to be a blood sport war zone kind of show. All right, it's called the 1v1 show. Guys, just let me get situated here. It's gonna be called the 1v1 show, and basically, one thing I have to figure out. One of the other reasons why I'm doing this stream is because I have to figure out how to put the voting system live. So, we're going to talk about Milan tonight. I'm going to get Rohit up here in a second if he wants to. Actually, anybody who wants to come up can come up. You know how we are here. This is the Milan Club. All of you guys, as long as you subscribe to this channel, you're part of the Milan Club. Those are the rules. As a matter of fact, let me just get everything going. But the 1v1 show is going to be, I want to make it that you guys decide what the topics are going to be. All right. So, for example, it's going to be on a Tuesday or something like that. I'm going to put up on the community board, hey, the 1v show tomorrow, 12 p.m. Pacific, blah, 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 blah. What's up, Nathan? How you doing, my man? Hello, Roy. I might be able to join and we'll see what happens. And then we're going to pick a topic. I'm going to ask, hey, throw some topics up there. I'm going to choose a bunch of topics. And then when the show happens, it's just going to be 1v1, right? 1v1. You're going to be on one side of the topic, and the other guy is going to be on the other side of the topic. Right? Let's say Tonali. Is Tonali shit? No. So I'm going to be contestant A. Is Tonali not shit? No. So I'm going to be contestant B. Hold on, guys. Give me 1 second here. Let me get this going here. Put the link up here. Private. Where freak is these links? Let's get people up here. Let's start to get people up here, and let's throw some ideas at each other. Hold on, guys. Man, this is like an operation and a half, This is like an operation and a half. There are a lot of things that I wanted to say, unfortunately. Yes, Nathan, exactly. This is a good idea. I think topics should be listed and the contestants should be given a side and debate despite their views. Yes. And one of the things I want to figure out how to do is one of the things I'm going to figure out here on this live tonight is how to put that voting system on the chat. Because I see some channels do that. So I want to see how it's done. Oh, guys, look at this. The notification has finally come out. All right, let's let me put out the link. Let me put up the link. Give me a second. All right. Boom. All right. So I have to figure out how to do this voting system. So I'm going to figure out how to do it right now, because this is going to be, it has to be a good show. It has to be a good show and a blood sport kind of show. I want to see people go at each other's throats, no remorse, no regrets. It has to be one of those kind of shows where people are just going to like, you know, fight till the last drop of blood. But the audience, the chat decides who wins and who doesn't. Mr. Rohit, how are you doing, sir?
I'm fine, Roy. How are you?
I'm doing great.
I was too
Um,
sleepy yesterday night. I couldn't even follow the conversation.
yeah, no, man, I hear you. I mean, it's so late for you. Like, what is it, like 1 o'clock?
I mean, I was a bit extra tired yesterday. I mean, work was a bit long, so I couldn't concentrate. Otherwise, I could have, I could have kind of joined you guys. But I,
Yeah,
I
no.
heard, I heard all of that guy thing from Papito or whoever that was.
Oh my God.
That
You
was
know what? I want him to come back actually, because I actually want to have a conversation with the guy. I want to ask him some things.
no.
I want to know.
I think that was somebody trolling you on purpose.
You know who it sounded like? It sounded like Core, the Bayern Munich fan.
Oh, I mean, I've not heard him before. So, like, I think this was somebody who's just trying to kind of troll you and pull your leg.
Yeah. I think so too. But that voice, I recognized it. I think I recognized it the day before. We had a guy called Core, and he said he was a Bayern Munich fan, and he had that same voice. I wonder if it was him. I wonder if it was him. Yeah, pretty crazy stuff. Pretty crazy stuff. Dirty Marty Marshall Horn says it will be good. This is a Milan lifeline. We love what you do. Thank you, my man. Thank you. Yes. So Rohit, we're going to come up with this show. It's called the 1v1 show. We
Okay.
already have the banner for it. Here I'm gonna put it up in a second. And it's just gonna be a blood sport kind of show. 1v1. Pick a topic like Super League. Yes or no, blah blah blah. Maldini, yes or no?
I really would love to see who says no to Super League after the whole Messi thing
Oh
yesterday.
well, Lawrence is obviously.
Ah, I was having a real active debate with many of those, I mean, fans who were against the Super League on Twitter yesterday, and they
I
could not
saw.
actually give me any kind of points which was valid. So my question, we can use a live example of Inter. So everybody was like, you shouldn't misspend your money. Barcelona yesterday reported, I mean, not reported, they're rumored to have around 500 million losses from
Oof.
last season. That's a
Oh,
half a billion losses, which I think will be a record very soon in Europe. Up until now, the record is 200 million from Roma, the 1920 season. So, like,
wow.
I mean, Inter Milan spent 300 million. They showed ambition. They recruited correctly. They got Lukaku, Barella, Hakimi. I mean, they recruited very properly, and they won the league. But then they couldn't pay it back. And I mean, it's because there's not enough money being pumped into the league, and owners just want to be ambitious and win stuff. I mean, we are not an Atalanta or we're not a Borussia Dort. I mean, I have no offense to for Dortmund fans. I mean, we Inter and Milan have different expectations from Dortmund. So you can't just expect like Atalanta where they just put on their tactics. I mean, they have a system, they have a project, and they finish third, and it's considered a successful season. Whereas in Milan, finishing second, and still people want Pioli out. because they felt that we could have won the Scudetto. So that's the kind
Mm,
of expectations in each fan base. So expecting Milan to be a kind of a Borussia Dortmund or a Atalanta, it's beyond fans who have tasted success like you and me, who have actually seen Milan lift the Champions League and Scudettos. So I think
right.
this, I mean, unless and until some sort of change is brought into the current system, I think people are just, I want to use the word deluding. People are deluding themselves to think that Super League is a bad thing anymore. And the only fans who don't want Super League are English Premier League fans,
Of
and
course.
I mean they already are a Super League, so they
Right.
don't need to have a Super League. So I think that's the only thing for Super League for me. After the whole Messi going to PSG thing, I mean, and I don't know how. I mean, yesterday I heard Antonio saying that Al Khelafi is in the board of FFP.
Yeah.
Actually, there's also one more thing. The Champions League broadcast has been awarded to BT Sport, and BT Sport is owned by Nasser Khelafi himself.
Wow.
So basically, Khelafi is giving UEFA money to give the TV rights to him. So this is in legal terms called a conflict of interest.
This is called crony capitalism.
I mean, actually, even in the current system, if everybody is saying that Super League is capitalism. Can anyone actually tell me which team outside of the 12 big teams in the Super League can actually even has a chance of winning the Champions League in the next 100 years? Can we expect Fiorentina to win a Champions League in the next 50 years?
No.
They'd be lucky. They'd be lucky to be in the Serie A for the next 50 years. The way football is going.
Mm. Yeah, it is true. I honestly think that even though PSG is spending all this money, they're still not going to win it. Like I just don't. You know what they kind of remind me of right now? They kind of remind me of what LeBron did here in the U.S. When he wanted to move away from Cleveland and he joined Miami Heat and he got Wade and Brosh together and he wanted to create this trio of superstars that would guarantee him a Champions League victory. I feel like this is what Messi wants, right? He wants to like force himself into this PSG thing and the money. PSG can afford it, and PSG wants to do that. Just get all these players and create a super league. I do a super team that is going to guarantee championship trophies. I do want to say something.
No, I think, I mean, for the neutral, it's like very enthralling to see Mbappe, Neymar, Messi,
Right.
Donnarumma all together. So I think that's actually a factor.
Yeah, but the one that scares me the most in that team is none of those names that you mentioned. It's actually Verratti. Because that guy can boss a fucking midfield like nobody else. And Paredes is also very good at bossing the midfield. And whoever bosses the midfield has a better chance of winning, right? You know, the teams that have Savi are the ones that are going to win the Champions League. The teams that have Pirlo are the ones that have the Champions League. The one that have Modric are the ones that win the Champions League. In general, right now Verratti's on fire. I'm not being biased because he's Italian, but I think that could be a problem. That could be a problem. Well, we lost Rohit. Yeah, so Verratti is ass. Wow, how is it ass? That's their weakness because he doesn't control the middle, and that's with Verratti. I don't know about that, Nathan. I'm not really sure if I could be very confident in that because if Verratti is anything like we saw this summer, the guy can slow down the game literally at standing pace against top teams. But I still think Milan is a better team than PSG. And I'm not saying this because I'm a Milan fan. I'm saying this because I know this Milan. I know the spirit. I've seen the spirit before. And this is the dragon spirit that Milan has, and these players. The only difference between the players that we have and the players that PSG have is that the players that we have are youngsters that are want to prove to the world that they're the best, and Milan is the perfect platform for them to do it, especially with this spirit. This spirit is a very special spirit. I've seen this spirit before, guys. I'm telling you. I'm not being biased. Listen. Let me be straight with you, all right? Let me be straight with you. The last time I saw this spirit was in 2007. All right? 2008, it wasn't there anymore. 2009, it wasn't there. 10, it wasn't there. 11, it wasn't there. 12, it wasn't there. And after 12, I don't think we ever saw the Champions League again up until now. So this spirit is the spirit that has won us big trophies. I recognize the spirit. I know the spirit really well. And you guys can trust the old guard here when I say this. I watched Pescara all year. That midfield does not control the games like you think. If Milan get a right wing and you go fast center forward with goals in him, we will dominate. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I am so, like, I'm not even, look, I'm not saying this because I'm a Milan fan. I'm not saying it because I'm a Milan fan. I am very honest. I'm very objective about what Milan is, where they are, and what they do. I'm not one of these fans that always thinks Milan is the best and all that crap. Like, I know when Milan is shit, all right? And trust me, ever since 2008, Milan has been shit. Big time shit. Big time shit. Ever since 2008. When we lost to Arsenal in the Champions League. And then, okay, Allegri came back. But that Allegri team that won that Scudetto, that team did not have that, let's call it, dragon spirit. Even that team that had Ibrahimovic, Ronaldinho, Robinho, Beckham, Pato, old Gattuso, end of the career Seedorf, end of the career this, end of the career Maldini. Even that team did not have that dragon spirit that Sacchi's Milan had, Capello's Milan had, and Ancelotti's Milan had. Even though they won the Scudetto and they sucked in Europe, they played shit football, guys. They played terrible football. So I've been waiting for this moment since 2008. Now, I'm not a genius when it comes to math, but if I'm not mistaken, 2008 all the way up to 2020, that's 12 years. Guys, 12 years of waiting. And now I see it. I finally see it. I feel it. It's back. That dragon spirit is back. That il diavolo rossonero is back. Roy, if Milan makes it out of the group, we will go far. Roy, let's not get ahead of ourselves. We made a big step forward last year. This year, we need to consolidate and try to improve again. Next year, we should look to challenge titles. All right, let me respond to this one. Yeah, if Milan makes it out of the group stage, we'll go far. Okay, so one thing I do want to say, and I want to be realistic about the Champions League. Champions League is a kind of tournament where anything can happen, right? Like, look at Holland in the Euros, right? Holland had a team that could have gone far, but what happened? Delete does a crazy handball. 1 second out of 90 minutes just destroyed that whole team's tournament. So things like that can happen, It doesn't have to be exactly like that, but it can be similar to that. It can be like a bad pass, a bad back pass, right? Or a moment of magic from the other team, even though the other team probably doesn't deserve it. Kind of like Manchester United. You know, when we played against Manchester United, those two those two legs. So what happened? So we had the Kessie's goal that probably should have been a goal, but then the second game we were missing key players. We still played well, and the only thing that separated us from Manchester United was a moment of magic from Pogba. Um, Now this year, the team is trying to set up itself in such a way that when we do miss key players, those we have backups. At least that's the intention. The calcio mercato is not over yet, so we will see if they are to do that. You know, they want a third striker, they want a cam, they want a right winger, they want another midfielder, they want another right back. I mean, in theory, there's still five players that Milan is waiting to consolidate in the team, right? Milan is still looking for five more players. That's a lot, guys. That's a lot. And because Italy, it's the land of the cheap, and everybody is going to do their way. Even Galliani was the same. Those last 2 or 3 days of August of the Calcio Mercato, where everybody is kind of rushing and everybody's just throwing out ideas, that's when most of it is going to happen. So everything that we're going to see is going to happen at the end because I mean, think about it. If you're a club and you are wanting to sell, why would you sell? You know, if you are, let's say, Dalot, right? So Manchester United, let's say Milan wants to get Dalot. Manchester United is like, okay, you know what? No, we want this. We want Dalot to go our way. But then at the last day of the mercato, they're like, okay, we don't need Dalot. Okay, fine, we'll give it to you. All right, blah blah blah. We'll do this, do that, do that. We'll get this other guy from Spain, and we'll cut. You know, this is how it goes. The last day of the mercato is always like this. I mean, come on, guys. I remember sometimes at the last days of that mercato, we would get huge players come to AC Milan. So Milan still has to cover five positions. Hold on, I think Rohit is back. Yo, what's up? Are you back?
Yeah. Are you talking about market opportunities?
Yes, sir.
So, yeah, a perfect opportunity for us right now is, I don't know if we can afford him, but Pep Guardiola has publicly said that Bernardo Silva is up for sale.
Who?
So, if Bernardo Silva, Manchester City.
Bernardo Silva.
So if we are actually, I mean, he's the perfect number 10 for us. He has that kind of vision and pace, and he can dribble past, and he's used to playing in Pep system, and he can press. So
Okay.
he's
So
kind
that's
of that. That's the
yeah,
kind
that's
of a perfect market opportunity that is coming up. And
exactly.
I don't know what is Manchester City's plan. I mean, they actually don't need money. I mean, Abu Dhabi has a lot of money, so I mean, maybe they're open to giving us giving him to us on a loan.
Exactly. So these kind of opportunities are going to come. They're going to come a bit towards the end of the mercato, where you have a coach that says, "Look, we don't need this player. Nobody wants to get it. All right, fine. We'll just push him away. We'll just give him over. We'll just." But right now, because there's still time, they're just waiting for, let's say, better opportunities to get rid of the players that they don't want.
I can give an example of market opportunity with our own with Milan itself.
Mhm.
So I remember that in 2017 when we had the Chinese takeover and Mirabelli Fesone was signing virtually every player that was linked to us.
Yeah.
So we had signed Musakio as a center back, and we had signed I think Hakan as well. So
Mm.
we were only left with signing a forward and maybe a winger. But that was the time when Bonucci's whole issue at Juventus flared up. So
Right.
we already had a center back. We were under Montella. We were planning to continue that 4-3-3 that we had played in the previous season. But what happened was that Bonucci was not was not a player that we could pass on. It was an excellent market opportunity, getting one of the best center backs in the world for like 40 million. He had the experience. He was a leader. So we we couldn't pass it on, but I think that signing Bonucci destroyed our market as well because we needed an attacker. Our defense was quite good enough at that point.
Right.
So I think that is an example of a market opportunity.
Yeah, and these are going to come. Look, as I said before, Milan are looking for 5 players: a midfielder, a cam, a right winger, a third striker, and the deputy right back. It's going to
I
happen,
think
guys.
I think that the third striker or maybe even the defensive midfielder is going to get pushed for January
It is possible. It is possible.
because
Um,
already we have like Giroud and Leao and Ibrahimovic. So I think we would save some money for January and then maybe look to do what we did last season, try and get somebody like Super Mario or even a striker on loan next season. I think
yes,
that's what we may do,
I would
even for a
not
defensive midfielder.
I would not exclude it to happen already this summer transfer. But obviously, next summer the winter, they have to get players because some players are going to be leaving. So they could leave it for that. But most of our schedule is going to be busy now. Like the schedule is going to be busy now for Serie A, Coppa Italia. Actually, when does the Coppa Italia start?
Usually it starts in January.
The Coppa Italia starts in January, really?
Yeah, it starts in January. All Coppa Italia start in January. I mean, especially for a team like us, we don't have to play the initial rounds, so it will start in January.
Mm, gotcha. Yeah, well, listen, this is what they're saying. They need 5 players, whether they get them all now or the transfer or the. Hey, we got Antonio here. What's up?
How's it going, guys? Hope you guys are having a good evening or good morning, wherever you are.
I'm having.
Antonio, did you discuss yesterday about the Real Madrid news?
What are you talking about? Kessie?
I mean, I don't know. I didn't read about the Kessie thing. There's going to be a market summit between Milan and Real
Yes.
Madrid
Yes.
in the
I
next
talked
2 3
about.
days.
I
I
talked about.
couldn't. Yeah, I couldn't follow you guys yesterday. So
I did say that. Yeah, they're gonna meet with Real Madrid on Sunday to discuss potential signings and different swaps. But another piece of news is there are some reports from Spain that are confirming that Real Madrid still are interested in Kessie.
Of
So
course, they are.
yeah, be careful.
Kessie is the best midfielder in the universe, and Real Madrid was always the best players in the universe. So, of course, I mean, I think we already knew that Real Madrid was going to go for Kessie, but we just have to, and also PSG. Those 2 teams there are teams that we really got to watch out for. I have a feeling that we shouldn't really worry too much about Kessie right now. I don't see him leave. I think that would be quite drastic if he leaves. That would literally revolutionize the whole squad. So I don't think that's
pers-
something that it's too much of a
per-
problem.
personally, I think all of this is just bullshit rumors made up by the Spanish press, made up by Perez to keep the fans on their toes because there's a lot of bullshit rumors about Mbappe going as well, which may happen. But as of now, what I came to know is that Real Madrid's financial situation is not that great. They haven't signed a single player since 2019. So I mean, signing Kessie, we would at least expect 60 or 70 million for Kessie,
I
and
mean,
there's
that
also
would be
his
cheap.
that I mean he only has 1 year on his contract, and there's also the issue of him asking for like 6 to 7 million net to Real Madrid, which I think again they cannot give. I mean, considering they've already spent a lot of money. I mean, they had to let their best player go for free, Sergio Ramos, and they signed David Alaba for huge wages. I think that's just a bullshit, lazy rumor made up by all of these
It could be a
fake.
rumor, but I am pretty positive that there's a lot of clubs calling in Milan asking about Kessie. I mean, whether or not it's going to happen or it can happen, that's why I'm not too worried about it. But you'd have to imagine, Rohit, that these clubs are interested in a player like Kessie. Like, who wouldn't be interested in a player like Kessie? I mean, just asking, right? you would have to imagine that people have to be inquiring about Kessie, Theo Hernandez, and some of our younger stars. We're always going to be surrounded by sharks. That's just the world of football. Whether or not it happens, I don't think it's going to happen, though. I think we can sleep well at night and know that Kessie is not going anywhere.
Yeah. It just reminded me. So when we were in the Europa League, and especially when you play in Europe, you get a lot more attention. But all the English fans are talking about how Kessie's because they actually rate him highly, and they were all talking about how he's physical and how and especially teams like Manchester United who are lacking good defensive midfielders. They're always looking for as Kessie is an option. But
man, the Man U fans, after watching him play against us, the channels that we engaged with, they all love the guy.
Yep. Yeah, they need
Antonio. Antonio, is Pepito your friend?
Who's that?
Pepito.
Which name?
Papito.
No.
All right. Just wondering.
He better not be a friend. You heard that last night?
What happened?
Oh boy.
Who is Papito? What? Wait, are you talking about the guy who joined the stream? That was said that you have a weird voice or whatever, Roy?
Yeah,
he said that I made him wet. I
don't know that guy. I don't know.
I want him to come back actually because I want to ask him what gets wet. I mean, are you a man or are you a girl?
That was the point. He was just pretending like he was not a man. So there you go.
Quite interesting.
That was pretty crazy.
Easeborn is here, guys. Easeborn is here. Hey, look at these. I wanted to respond to these things right here. There was one here which so I think I responded to that one. Tick size. Yeah, we need to consolidate we need to consolidate that top 4 spot. But I feel like this team is ready to kick ass in the Champions League. Do you guys listen? Do you guys not feel that? Are you guys not sensing that, or am I just being crazy? I don't think I'm being crazy.
I'll give you an answer. I'll let Rohit go first, but I have a
you go first. You go first.
So okay, my philosophy is right now what Nathan said in the chat. I honestly think that we have a good base. Our back 4, midfield is good, especially Benacer has to come back to playing at his full level. And Magnan's a great goalie, so we have a good back 4. But we need, I'm not going to say we're going to go far in the Champions League unless we sign some attacking players, because our front 4, I mean, Giroud was a good signing, but especially in that 3, the left wing, right wing, and Cam, something has to change because we need more goals, and we need to really improve our offense for us to be a really, really good team. So I still think we have some more improvement, but it can happen.
But let me ask you, even though it hasn't happened yet, it's we know it's gonna happen.
Well,
right?
Well, we were hoping for or at least I know me and you were hoping for Berardi, and some other players, but now it's looking like we're going to for Ilicic and some players that are risky, so we don't know how much we're going to improve. And there's not really any confirmation on attacking midfielders. So I don't know what's going to happen with this August Mercato.
I have this sensation that no matter who's going to join the squad is going to be super duper competitive. And we're going to be a pain in the butt of many teams. And we're going to make a lot of ripples in the water. This team is hungry. This team is all youngsters, talented, they're hungry. And again, they have a spirit that I haven't seen since 2007.
Also,
2007.
Yeah, just to add, I still think we need to sell Krunic and Castillejo because they just pain me to watch. Like they're not. Obviously, we don't have many world-class players, but they're not even like what a couple tiers below that. They just frustrate me. And I mean, look, I get having Krunic on the bench because he can play multiple positions, but I think you can maybe it would make sense to try to offload him or something just to take a gamble at someone who could be much better than him.
I think you have an obsession on hating Krunic.
I don't. Okay, that was just after. This is recently. All right, not like I haven't always hated Krunic. It's just I don't think he's going to be improving from what he is right now. I just don't see him improving. It's just frustrating. And same for Castillejo because, I mean, you saw what he did. Like he can't shoot. We at least if you're open, test the goalkeeper. It's so frustrating.
So look, I commentated that game, and when you do commentary, you're watching every single moment. You're watching everything. You're not missing anything because that's what you have to do when you comment. Castillejo had a fantastic game. Apart from that one moment, which was a decisive moment, and I don't blame you for judging him based on that moment. And from the fact that when it comes to offensive opportunities, assists, goals, he doesn't offer much. He's more like a traditional winger than an attacking winger. Fucking Lucas, that is funny shit. That's exactly what I wanted to ask. But aside from that moment, Castillejo, man, his technique, his ability to weave around players, pass the ball, play filter, tuck in, not lose the ball.
Okay. I mean,
it was excellent, guys. That's high level shit.
Roy, I can tell you right now, I'm not saying he's bad at dribbling or anything, but if you can get a player that does this, that is just as good at dribbling, but also gets assists and scores goals. You can get much better players than Castillejo. And at this point, considering that we can't rely on just one person or one striker to create all by himself, we need our back three to be able to contribute as well. We had, out of the top teams, we had I think either lowest or second lowest in the top 5 goals scored. So we need to honestly improve that department.
I'm not arguing that because math is not an opinion and stats are stats. But I just have this feeling. It's like sometimes I just see it and I know it. I know when Italy's going to kick ass. I know when Milan is going to kick ass. I haven't seen this Milan in a long time. Rohit, what do you think?
Yeah, so let me start off with the UEFA Champions League thing. So I think that for me, AC Milan in Champions League is like the famous scientist experimentation called the Schrodinger's cat. It's like there was a experiment called experiment of a cat done by a scientist called Schrodinger, where he kept a cat in a closed box with poison inside it, and it was only until that you open the box after 2 days that you understand whether the cat is dead or alive. So just like that, I think that it's for me, AC Milan has to play in the Champions League for me to have an accurate understanding as to how well we have advanced and how well we are advanced to play in the Champions League, because very few players of this team has actually played in the Champions League. But that doesn't mean that you don't have the metal to play in the Champions League. So for me, I'm reserving my judgment until we play in the maybe 1, 2 to 3 games in the Champions League, and I hope we do play the best teams, PSG, Manchester City, or whoever it is, so that we can understand where we actually lack as a team and build towards it. Because this team is actually being built on a solid base, and unlike the Chinese, we didn't just go for the jugular and try to win it within one big shot, which is a bit more riskier.
Guys, sorry, before you guys keep on going, who the fuck disliked this video? If you're still here, show your face. I'm gonna pin the fucking link here and show your fucking face. How dare you fucking dislike an AC Milan video? How dare you dislike an AC Milan video? Who the fuck disliked this video? Who was it?
Okay. I just
Yeah, Antonio, please.
Yeah. What is
Yeah,
it?
please go on. Please go on.
Oh,
I mean,
okay,
please go on.
Yeah. So just a comment. I definitely agree with.
Found it, guys. I found it. All right.
What is it?
No, guys.
Okay.
Yeah, keep on going. Keep on going.
So I agree 100% that we do need to like see where we stand. And I think that since we're the fourth pot team, we're gonna definitely see where we stand in the group stage because there's gonna be big teams in our group. But I don't necessarily agree that I want PSG like in Man City in the group, just because I think that the farther we go, the more we can learn. I think starting off with a team that's a bit more like beatable in the group stage would. I mean, personally, I would prefer to see us go as far as possible.
Well, Antonio, are you showing fear?
Okay, Roy, they are. Listen. I was fine with. I wasn't even like deep down. Before today, I was honestly like fine with playing PSG, and I was like, okay, I think we still have a chance to beat them. But now they have Messi, and I respect Messi so much. Like that's a big improvement. They have a front three of Messi, Neymar, and Mbappe. Like, I mean, that's dangerous. I would just prefer to avoid that team. Like, let's be honest. I'm just saying they're the strongest team.
But that's the team that is. If you play them, that's the team that is going to make you better.
Plus, I don't want to play them. Just have if they beat us, Donnarumma's gonna look like this like super whatever just because he, just to get back at his old team. That would make me so mad. But if we beat him, that would be amazing, obviously. So.
Yeah, PSG does not scare me one bit, bro. They do not scare me.
Roy, but you respect Messi, though.
Of course, I respect PSG. I respect Matters, of course, but they don't scare me. Like, I think we have better team spirit than them. We have better chemistry. We're hungrier than them.
I agree. I agree 100% about like chemistry because we haven't seen PSG play as a team, and also Messi hasn't. It's not a done deal yet, but it's basically a done deal, very close. But,
one of the family members of the Qatari ownership just confirmed that Messi is coming.
Okay, so I guess it is. But to be honest, I haven't checked like in the past couple hours. But so there's Messi, and I respect Messi. I think he's the best player in the world. I know Lucas is probably going to say that Ronaldo is right now, but I think Messi is the best player.
I don't think he's the best player
in the world right now. Who do you think is better?
The Messi?
Yeah.
Offensively?
I mean, Messi's probably the Ballon d'Or favorite. Maybe Lewandowski scored 41 goals. But Messi, like, he still had a great season and he won the Copa America, so he had a good season. But he's still very good. I think he's the best player. But regardless, we have to see how they play together. So that's what you were saying. So anything can happen. Like, they may not be able to click, but I still doubt that they won't be a good team overall because if you have Messi, of course, in the attack.
They're going to kick ass. There's absolutely no doubt about that. They're going to kick ass. And Messi, Mbappe, and what's the other guy's name?
Neymar.
I mean, they're going to Calcio Champagne. They're going to, yeah, of course.
I think just to say their lineup, it's going to be Donnarumma and Navas on the bench, Hakimi, Marquinhos, Ramos, and Bernat or another player. And then their midfield is Verratti, Wijnaldum, and Paredes, and their attack is Neymar, Mbappe, and Messi. So
the only two players that worry me in that PSG team are Verratti and Donnarumma. Everybody else, nah.
Yo, Roy.
Why are you scared of a goalkeeper, Roy?
Because he's the Messi of goalkeepers. Yeah, what's up? Hey, Lucas.
I just wanted to say something. I'm coming.
Yeah.
And Roy, Can you like change like your voice pitch, because like your voice is like kind of like making me wet, bro. Oh my god! What the fuck is going on?
Yo,
I just realized he said, "Yo, Roy, can you change your voice, bitch?" Like that's what it sounds like he's saying, even though you said pitch. Yeah, actually, I thinking about that, I wish I would have kept my guy on and asked him the question that I put the poll. Did you guys see
Roy,
the poll?
no, you did the right thing. Bro.
Oh my days, bro. I can't stop laughing.
Listen, Roy, you did the right thing. You got to kick him out right away. I guess we're becoming too famous now.
No, you should have kept him, bro. Should have
just-
kept him. He made a stream, bro. He made a stream funny. Let's be honest.
Well, yeah, but I mean, eventually it was just gonna get out of hand. But also, Eastbourne, the answer, I'm pretty sure, Eastbourne's question is, you can go back on YouTube and rewatch the stream because it uploaded. So he just went back into the stream and found it. But yeah, but Roy, and then just a quick point. I love how you say Donnarumma is the Messi of goalkeepers, but you're not scared of the actual Messi.
No, because Messi, the Messi that is today's Messi, is not a dangerous player anymore. He's
Roy,
not.
that is so false. That is so false. I can't disagree with
it's
you
pretty
more.
true. It's pretty true. He's just not very dangerous.
Hey, Roy, we took on Messi's prime Barcelona and beat them 2-0. What makes PSG that difficult?
Right.
Huh?
Exactly. We had Montolivo on the field. We had
Montari,
Bonera.
Montolivo, Zapata.
Right. Exactly.
You guys are crazy.
Nah, I'm just kidding. I think PSG are a great team. And maybe they may thrash us 7-1 or something, but still, for me, Milan making the Champions League is really important. And like I said, it'll give us a fair idea as to how great we are. I mean, how good we are. But I hope even if we don't win against these big boys, we finish third and go to the Europa League.
Yeah.
You want to go? I don't want to go. No, I don't want the Europa League.
Why I say Europa League is because I don't want us to end up in pot 4 again, because if we do have a run in Europa League and let's say make it to the semi-finals or the finals, that would improve our rankings and it would improve our chances of being in a pot 3 or a pot 2.
And also, I think it's a very winnable competition if we're still a good team. And if we win, we're guaranteed Champions League. And it's also, I know most other people in this channel, like I know Liard for a fact, they say that the Europa League doesn't count, but it's still a European trophy. And I still respect it as a trophy. So
it's one of the trophies that's missing from our cabinet, from ours and Real Madrid's actually.
Yeah, yeah, what's up?
Last one.
Can I say something real quick? Yeah, let Papito talk.
Oh my god.
First of all,
I just muted Lucas. Lucas, I don't want to hear that shit again.
Yo, Roy, why? Why not?
I actually want him to come back. I want him to get back on the stream, and I actually want to talk to the guy. I want to ask him some questions.
Oh my days. That made my day.
Hey guys, I figured out how to put the poll on the chat. So the vote. The question is: can a biological male get a WAP? So
Roy,
far,
you're gonna get some people pissed off. It's you know that, right?
I don't care. So far, 38% have said yes, 62% have said no. If you want to know, so far, no is the answer, is winning.
Okay, guys, can we get back to the discussion? So wait, okay. All right, so to talk about PSG. A bit,
hold on. I want to ask Lucas. Lucas, are there any teams you're scared of in the Europe Champions League? For real?
Yeah. Man City and just Man City.
Why Man City, not PSG?
PSG are bottlers. They're frauds. They always bottle. So I'm not scared of them.
The only reason why I'm scared of them now a bit is because they have like proven winners like Messi, and Ramos, like and even Donnarumma because he just won the Euros. And of course they've had them before, like, but these are like leaders. Ramos and Messi especially, they're big. Like everyone respects those two players. So I mean, they definitely improved.
Guys, Man City is a team that worries me the least. Worries me the least.
Roy, I have a question to Lucas. Lucas, what's your local club? Is it Porto or Sporting or Benfica?
I don't support any Portuguese clubs.
Okay.
Why?
I don't feel like it.
I mean, I personally believe that if you have one, you should support one team, anyways. So,
Yeah.
I mean, if you like, I think like if you're a Milan fan, you should. I mean, I guess if you have a
Do you
local,
support any American teams, like any
No.
MLS teams?
I don't watch MLS. It's horrible. But I
No.
mean, I think so. In Italy, I know like for a fact that so like because of the different like Serie B, C, D, and etc. Like I will have like some local teams where my family is from in Italy that like we generally support but aren't that good anyways, and they'll never make it to Serie A at least anytime soon. So there's no point, and it's fine to support them kind of. But yeah, I don't really watch them. The only team I really follow is Milan.
Yeah, me too.
What did you say? Genoa? Your family is from Genoa, Liguria?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I never actually told you, but they're from like Abruzzo, so it's like central.
Oh,
Italy.
okay, yeah, I know Abruzzo, yeah.
If you know Pescara.
Aquila, Pescara, yeah, I know Pescara.
Yeah, that they're my family supports them. They are like they still remember when Verratti, Mobile, and Insigne all played for Pescara, so that was crazy.
Yeah.
Does Pescara have any history?
I don't for winning anything. No, I think they made the Serie A with those three players, and they became popular, and then they just were instantly sold all three of them, and yeah, they're back in Serie A.
Didn't Massara play for Pescara?
Like the Milan management, right?
Yeah, our manager Massara and Allegri were teammates at Pescara.
Ah, okay.
And I there was a match. We won 4-3, and Massara scored 2 goals against us, I believe.
Wow.
I saw. And Allegri was the one who assisted him.
Yo,
Yeah, I
Roy.
didn't know that.
Roy.
Allegri and who? Sorry, yeah, Luke.
Massara, the sporting director.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
And his opponent was Maldini.
Wow. Hey, what's up, Lucas?
I was going to ask you when I'm going to become a Blue Knight.
Oh, you want to become a Blue Knight, huh?
What is that?
I know I'm going to become a Blue Knight. I just want to know when.
You're maybe 4th in line.
What?
What is that?
Yeah, 4th.
Roy, 1 minute. I just wanted to answer this guy. Where does Rohit live? I'm from Kerala.
What part of
Udidanshu was
India is
asking.
that?
Pardon?
Where is that in India? Like
Kerala is south. South of
Okay.
India.
Oh, cool.
I go to an Indian school actually.
Wait, guys, what is this Blue Knight stuff? What are we talking about?
You don't know what the Blue Knight?
No,
The knighthood of the Blue Reg? You don't know what it is?
no. What is this?
It is the great and the great title of being a chat mod.
Ah, oh, okay. So Easeborn is a mod. Oh, I just noticed that. Okay.
Yeah, he's born the very first Rossonari TV subscriber to become a chat mod.
How do you become a chat mod?
I choose him.
Okay. And wait,
I-
but what what are the responsibilities? You just have to like block people that are being crazy, or
no, it's just a recognition of being a good guy, I guess. So
Roy,
Lucas,
I just want to say you should mod just like you know how today in the podcast you said like the people that have like been consistent, and in the future if the channel grows then we can get like priorities. That'd be cool.
yes, I'm thinking about that. Because eventually, I mean, I don't know when. Hopefully sooner rather than later, something is going to happen, and we're going to get a lot of subs. And
Yes.
when I do these open line discussions, I can't. I'm just gonna kind of just mod the people that I think should be part of open line discussions.
Yeah, Roy, I think in the Champions League, if you guys do watch-alongs or like discussions with other like YouTubers, then or like with their fans, we can that would be so good, because if we already get like 30 viewers on the stream, it'll probably come up if you put a good title on YouTube for people, so that we can just grow our viewers.
We
like
had
that.
like 82 viewers against Valencia. That was like
Oh,
peak.
really?
Yeah. I think we picked like 100 live against
Wow.
Valencia.
Oh
That
wait,
was
guys,
against
we have.
Valencia.
Yeah.
Wow. But yeah, Roy,
Yes.
oh,
Yeah.
yeah, go ahead. Oh, I just wanted to say, like, definitely be careful so we don't have anybody else coming in that's like crazy.
Like Papito.
Yeah.
I don't mind another Papito, honestly.
But no, I'd keep it professional. Let's be honest.
Yeah, so we're going to stream the game of the Real Madrid. We're going to stream these two next games against Real Madrid and Panathinaikos, because we saw other Milan channels do it, so why the fuck shouldn't we do it? And the way we set it up is that in order to be in the chat, you got to be a sub. Is that what you were asking, Lucas?
I don't think I asked that.
You asked something here.
No, yeah, I asked when I was going to be a Blue Knight. That's what I asked.
You want to be a Blue Knight, huh?
No, I said when will I be a Blue Knight. I already know I'm going to be a Blue Knight. I just want to know when I'm going to be a Blue Knight.
I already know who's going to be next. I already know who the
Who?
next person is going to be.
Yeah.
I can't say.
It can't be Rohit because it's from Sempre Milan. You know?
What does Sempre Milan have to do with me?
I think in the future, Sempre Milan and Rossonari TV are going to clash. This is my
Yeah.
prediction.
Clash of the Titans.
Yeah.
Wait, Roy, is there actually like a list that you can like for like to get moderated? How does that work?
No, it's in my head. It's in my mind. I
Okay,
know
put
who
me
the
on
next.
that list then. I don't know.
I know who the next mod is going to be. Probably this week.
Okay, just put me on the list though.
Okay, fine.
And then
About copyright infringement, I don't know, because these are friendlies, and I don't think they really give a shit about the friendlies. It's like the Serie A games that you're going to get copyright. It's the Champions League game; those are pointless.
so you want to stream the actual game?
Yeah.
You think that it's okay?
Yeah, like one guy had like 26K against Valencia.
Oh wow. Yeah,
And he only had like 6K subscribers.
Yeah, since it's a friendly, I think we maybe try it. Maybe if we can get viewers that we can interact with the chat. I don't know. And then, but for the future, you shouldn't, because
No.
yeah.
It's pointless.
But anyways, should we get back into like I thought we were having a good discussion about PSG. So
I did want to say this before we get into the PSG, and also Udit had something to say about PSG. Lucas, Eastbourne says that you can become a Blue Knight only when you turn 20. Are you okay with that?
That'll be like in 2 years, and no way I'm going to wait 2 years for that.
If it's from YouTube, there's no problem. All right. Okay, so going back to PSG. If PSG managed to sign Messi, they would have had the best transfer market a club has ever had. Imagine signing Messi, Ramos, Donna, and Wijnaldum for free. Damn.
I have a difference of opinion regarding that. I think the best transfer market I have seen in my lifetime was when Real Madrid signed Kaká, Ronaldo, Benzema all in one transfer window.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, like, okay, was it a very good transfer window? Of course. But it's not like it was hard for them to do because they can just pay all these players whatever wages they want. Like, so, I mean, I don't really see the point in, like, having a discussion about how good PSG is, because what type of special skill does it take? It's the skill is money. That's the skill. I mean, you can just buy all these players, pay them exactly what they want, just outcompete every other team. Wijnaldum was going to join Barcelona, and PSG hijacked the deal. Like, it's Donnarumma could have stayed, but because of teams like PSG that can pay exactly what they want, then he took forever, and Milan eventually decided to move on. So it's just I don't like this at all, to be honest with you. But it's whatever. If they lose the Champions League this year, it's a huge embarrassment.
For
So,
me,
I can't wait for it.
what irks me the most is that PSG get to spend all of this money when we can't. I mean, it's not that Elliot is poor and begging for money on the streets, but then you have this ludicrous rule of FFP where we're not allowed to spend, and PSG can spend. I mean, the FFP clearly states that you can only spend what you earn, and then League One has nearly 400 to 500 million still to receive from TV rights from the last two seasons, and yet you have PSG earning 700 million in a season. I mean, where does all that money come from? Does PSG have some sort of money making machine in their club right there? I mean, it's all financial doping going on right there, and it's all cheating. And I mean, at least when Real Madrid or when AC Milan used to spend in the 80s and the 90s, it was an open market. Anybody could sign players without any sort of restrictions. But right now, only PSG and City can spend because UEFA has kind of tailored their FFP rule to suit these clubs.
Yeah,
Corruption. What's up, Nathan? How you doing, my man?
I'm doing good. And yourself?
Excellent, excellent.
um
Nathan, did you vote on the poll?
Yeah, I put no.
Okay.
so I just a comment. First, I think PSG have their money making machine now, and his name is Messi, because with all of that all of their the revenue that he creates. But yeah, I also wanted to say that Joel's comment is exactly how I feel about PSG.
Why
but,
Gijo vote?
You know what? Okay, fine. Yeah, I said PSG. I'm not gonna be like that on Gijo because he's an Italian player and I support Italy, so I respect him.
He's a Milanista.
Not anymore. Did you see? I mean, he literally said in his interview with PSG that he supported PSG when he was younger. Like that.
No, he didn't say that. Don't.
I mean, he said no. He said something. He said that when I was younger, I always watched their games and stuff. I don't know if he said that he was a fan, like a PSG fan, but he said that he like loved the team in his interview. And I was laughing because if you actually do like the math, when he was growing up, PSG was pretty much like they were. I think the only way you would know PSG is because Ronaldinho went to play
I was
there.
about to say the same thing. The only reason why would be because of Ronaldinho.
Man,
Yeah.
There was even a
he's
there was even a Portuguese player called Pauletta. I think Lucas would know. There was a player called Pauletta who played for PSG, and he was their top scorer until Zlatan overtook him. Pauletta made PSG a bit famous, but they were a provincial club until all of this money came.
Yeah, man. But I kind of feel the same way about Giroud when he speaks about Milan. To me, it felt like he was bullshit.
Well,
Actually, Giroud was a big fan of Shevchenko since a long time, and
How do you know?
he mentioned it in interviews even before, like 3 years back, even before he signed for AC Milan, and he always used to say, even when he was in Arsenal and Montpellier, that he wanted to sign for AC Milan and play for the club that Shevchenko played for, because he's a big Shevchenko fan.
He did say he was friends with Shevchenko, but he spoke to Shevchenko. And
No, I always knew that he was a big fan of Shevchenko. Even Edin Dzeko was a big fan of Shevchenko, he would have easily accepted Milan, but we didn't have the kind of money to sign either Giroud or Shevchenko those days. Not Shevchenko, I mean Dzeko.
Basically, the differences between Gigio and Ramos and Giroud is that Giroud actually is somewhat believable, considering that Milan is a big team and big history. So it's believable that a striker would look up to Shevchenko. Also, I saw a comment that said, asked if Rohit could speak about Kessie, Real Madrid, but I can speak about what we know. And so basically, like, for the past year, I would say, more like half a year, there have been some reports, especially from Spain, that say that Real Madrid is interested in Kessie. They're also interested in Barella from Inter, like two midfielders.
wow.
And there's nothing serious about them, actually. There's like been no personal terms or like any contacts made. It's just an interest for him. But so like Roy said, we shouldn't be worried. But I mean, unless Real Madrid randomly want to like pay a big transfer fee for him, that's the only way that we'd ever talk
to be fair, I think even Roy would agree with me. I don't see why Real Madrid wants Kessie in the first place. I don't think he suits that system right now. I mean, they already have Kessie. They already have Casemiro, Modric, and Toni Kroos, and Modric is.
Casemiro is not very good, and Toni Kroos is getting older.
I think
Casemiro
is also getting older.
But still, I mean, Kessie does not suit the. I mean, Kessie is not a replacement for a Casemiro or for Kroos until he changes his style of play, which I think would be a little bit difficult for him because he's not used to playing in a three-man midfield.
In my opinion, Kessie could go in any team and be a starter. My opinion.
Guys,
I might be wrong. I might be right.
But guys, since Ancelotti is there, are we sure he's going to play a three-man midfield?
Oh, that's why they fucking want him, because Ancelotti is there.
Well, Roy, they've been linked with him for longer than Ancelotti's been there. But yeah, it's a possibility. But are we sure Ancelotti will play a three-man midfield? Because with Everton, at least, he was playing a 4-2-3-1 a lot of the time. I think he was changing maybe formations.
I forgot Ancelotti was at Real Madrid. Real Madrid is going to kick ass. Are you guys kidding me? Ancelotti at Real Madrid?
If he wants to play a 4-2-3-1, then that's a reason for liking Kessie. But I still think Kessie could maybe adapt to a three-man midfield. But I guess, so we don't really know that yet.
So, Rohit, you think Kessie couldn't be a Mezzala?
I mean, he can play a Mezzala in a 4-2-3-1. I think his qualities best suit something of a Mezzala with a bit of a B2B role, but he's not good. He's not great in the final third. I remember when he was played in a three-man midfield, people used to throw insults at him because he used to miss the easiest of chances and his shooting technique was really, really poor. But Pioli kind of redefined his role and gave him more defensive duties, and kind of he has to cover for the left side of defense, and he has to press and he has to initiate the press, which is more in his area. Even at Atalanta, he was not a kind of a Mezzala. He was not an 8 over there. So I think Kessie does not suit a three-man midfield, which is why whenever somebody in Twitter or any social media throws a 4-3-1-2 formation, I say we don't have the players. Tonali could play as a regista, but neither Benacer nor Kessie can actually play that mixed role of 8 or 10.
Benacer for sure. I don't think he could do that role, the 8 or maybe no, not even that. Yeah, Benacer definitely. Kessie, I don't know.
Kessie, no, I've seen him play under Montella and Gattuso. He was really struggling to play that role. He used to go wide and try to put crosses in, and then he would put in a very bad cross, and people in San Siro would start whistling and booing at him.
Yeah, but those coaches also were trying to make Kessie into what Prince Boateng was for us. And even when we first got Kessie and I saw him trying to do these things, I kept saying to myself, this guy is a defensive mid, and the first thing he needs to worry about is just winning the ball and then giving it to a creative person. And with him trying to get goals and stuff, he's taken away from his actual qualities. And once he reverted to just, starting off as a ball winner, then he can work on like the offensive side.
I think that under Montella and Gattuso, our team was actually really bad. If you consider the team that started for us in like 2018-19, I think right now only Calabria and Kessie is left. Rest all have been changed. I mean, we can count even Romagnoli as well. Only three players are left from that team, and we have changed it. We have changed around eight players from that team right now. I think that's how we can say that the team has improved.
So guys, I have like two different topics that I think would be good discussion topics. The first one is, I'm just gonna briefly say it, and if you guys want to comment, that'd be cool. But I just saw Eastbourne's comment, and it says that this is true. Like, there are reports that now PSG are trying to get Pogba.
All right, hold on. If that happens, then at that point PSG is unbeatable.
Oh, speaking of that, like Roy, when I was saying that PSG's midfield is ass, I wasn't speaking directly that Verratti is ass. That midfield as a collective is pure garbage. They do not control the game.
I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree.
Wait, guys,
that's why I'm not scared of them.
Wait, guys,
that's
listen.
the only thing. If you can control the midfield against PSG, you have more than a shot at beating them.
Who beat PSG this last Champions League?
Manchester City. But guys, hold on. Can I?
Go ahead, Anthony.
I was just gonna finish. So right, they signed Wijnaldum already, who is actually he's older, but he's still very good. And that's already an improvement. And so if you look at their lineup right now with Messi and Wijnaldum, their only two main positions that are weak are their left back. And when I say weak, I mean world class, top tier. But their only two positions that are weak are the left back, which is why they're targeting Theo Hernandez, and one midfield position, arguably two if you don't trust Wijnaldum. But so they have Paredes, who's good, but he's not really the most reliable, and so therefore getting Pogba would just make them insane. But you guys realize, if they get Pogba, and if they somehow want to keep going after Theo they could do something. They could basically just have an entire 11 of just world-class players. This could be something insane.
You're forgetting Di Maria.
Right. And now he's going to be on the bench because
they should put him in midfield. Di Maria is one of the best ball carriers that I've seen.
Yeah, but he's more of a forward winger type player. I don't really.
I know, but that midfield struggles. You might as well put him there.
I mean, I'm thinking more of Verratti, Wijnaldum, definitely starters, and I guess to see what else is their midfield. But Paredes does play a lot of the games, and Pochettino does like him. But yeah,
that's crazy. That's what Leonardo wants. He wants Hakimi on one side. He wants Theo Hernandez on the other side. He's got his Sergio Ramos and whoever Kipembe, right? And who's the other guy?
So he wants Pogba in the midfield. And then their defenders are Sergio Ramos, Marquinhos, and they have Kimpembe on the bench. They have two world-class goalkeepers. They have a front three of Neymar, Messi, and Mbappe. Di Maria on the bench. Icardi.
Oh,
is
this
not-
team. If they don't play with three in the back, this team. If Theo Hernandez would be in that team, if they don't play with three in the back, this team would lose against big teams easily.
Or really? You
Yeah.
think that they have to play three at the back?
Oh yeah, for sure. Because if you get Hakimi and Theo Hernandez, you're pretty much defending with two people. Your counterattacks, unless they win the ball there, but neither Neymar is good at winning the ball. Messi does not win the ball. Mbappe doesn't win the ball. So you're only relying on your midfielders and your two central defenders. That's it. And who are those midfielders?
That's why I said Di Maria has to start, because Di Maria and Mbappe are the only ones that are not lazy in that offense. Messi walks 95% of the game, but Messi in that 5% can destroy you. Neymar is just another flashy player who, he can do damage, but you can mark Neymar out of the game. Like, that's all I'm saying. Like, I watched PSG all last year, and even in the games where like they won by like a good margin, you didn't sit there and think, man, they just won this game from top to bottom. Like, not one of their games ever made me feel that way.
Well, I'm
and they
still
lost
scared,
the-
like I said, because they just signed Messi and a bunch more players, and they're a better team now, and you can't dispute that. Also, there is news that they're looking for Camavinga, and I just saw a comment that's talking about their midfield and like adding Pogba. Imagine adding Camavinga to the midfield. If you guys don't know, I know most of you guys probably know who he is, but young French midfielder who plays for Rennes, very young, physical, defensive type midfielder.
He's basically another Kessie. He's basically another Kessie.
Yeah, and so Manchester United are interested in him, but if recent reports are saying that he prefers PSG, and this is what's going to happen now. Everyone's just going to prefer PSG. Look at the team that they're building.
Yeah.
And
That's
look
right.
and they can still pay the
And
players whatever wages they want.
and the most important point of all, the agent of Pogba is Raiola, and Raiola just took his best client to that club, and he already has a unholy union with Leonardo. So he's gonna take his client there again. He's gonna make a big fuss, and he's gonna throw chairs in United's office, and he's gonna take Pogba to PSG.
He's going to take a lot of players to PSG.
Yeah.
PSG will be good, but they're not. I still don't think they're good unless the teams get drastically weaker. Like Real Madrid had Galacticos for a very long time, and they had won the Champions League up until just a few years ago. And that's only because
we beat the Galacticos.
And that's only because everyone else got weaker. All the teams got weaker, to be honest. So
Roy,
unless PSG,
I would like to support Nathan's point. Personally, I think Manchester City is a better team than PSG. On paper, yes, PSG has all the stars, but I think Manchester City is a better team, a better system, and they have carefully assembled their system over 3 to 4 years, while just PSG are just going for the best names in the market.
Yeah, that's a good point. I kind of just want to say that now I'm starting to maybe agree with Roy about like the back three formation. If I'm thinking but the thing is, I think Pochettino plays with a back four, so I don't think it's gonna happen. But yeah, if I was to play with this team, I would do a 3-4-3, to be honest, or 3-4-2-1, or some sort of 3-4-1-2, whatever. But I would just have Kimpembe, Ramos, and Marquinhos in the back, and then have left wing. We're not going to say Theo because he's our player, and recently there hasn't been any pursuits. But whoever they get, Hakimi, and maybe if they get a midfield of Verratti and Pogba as a midfield duo, that'd be great. And then if they have Neymar, Messi, and Mbappe in the front three, like.
But if you get Verratti, Wijnaldum, look, can we say that Verratti is Italy's best midfielder?
Jorginho maybe.
I'd
you can
prefer
argue.
Barella.
You guys, all right.
I would say Jorginho had a better Euro. But
Would you say Wijnaldum is Holland's best midfielder?
Yeah,
Midfielder?
well, De Jong is really good also, and so is So what's Van de Beek had a poor season because Man United like barely played him, but right now I would say recently, because based on like Euro performances, I'd say Wijnaldum is right now performing the best, but maybe you could argue other players, but yeah, Wijnaldum is really good.
And what about Paredes? Do you think he's Argentina's best midfielder?
I mean, they have DePaul and other players who recently have been better than him, so I don't know about that. But yeah.
Well, look,
we play a 3-4-3-2.
If you get all these players together, it doesn't necessarily mean they're going to win. All right, it really doesn't necessarily.
I think there's also one big point that we are missing here. I think that this is also a publicity stunt for next year's World Cup, which is incidentally in Qatar again. So I think the Qatari owners just want to get a lot of publicity and a lot of kind of, maybe in case they win the Champions League, get a lot of people talking about them, and maybe try and get a lot of people to come and visit them for the World Cup, which is in 2022 as well.
You know,
I
when
think
that
Slash is such a hater, bro. He always puts some hate comments. I don't know why.
I was going to maybe transition this to Milan and say I have another thing, but I kind of like this discussion that we're having. What do you guys? So if you guys
that's a
wanted
good
to
question.
share,
This is a good question. Yeah. Go ahead, Anton.
if you guys wanted to share like what you think Milan's best formation would be based on the players that we have, would you stick with this one, or would anyone like to change it? Like, I'm just curious.
I would love to change it. Love to.
Yeah, me too.
I personally think we could definitely play a 3-4-3. And I think we would get the best out of our players because we could still play Kessie and we could still play Benasser in the center. We would free Theo Hernandez to roam up and down the field. And we would put less stress on Salamakers, allowing us to get the best from him. And having a front three of Rebic, Zlatan, and Leao would.
But Rebic and Leao play in the same position, though.
You said what? No, Leao or Rebic can play on the left or right.
Oh my days.
Man, Leao on the right still.
Oh my days. Nathan, it's too early in the morning to talk about this, bro. It's too early in the morning to be dumb.
I'm trying to tell you that they can easily play that. Or 3-5-2. They can.
What about a 3-4-1-2?
That's what I'm saying.
Who's
They
our
can
number
easily
10?
play that.
Diaz?
Yeah, Diaz.
I just wanted to say we already play a 3-4-2-1 in transition.
Exactly.
I don't know why we should change something that already works for us. And for me, like I would like to quote Arrigo Sacchi, formations don't matter for me. For me, formations is just about structure.
I gotta disagree with that because
I disagree with Saki too.
I 100% disagree.
Oh, I never thought I'd hear Roy say something like that.
I mean, I can give a good example.
Tick size. Hold on. Tick size. Get on the chat and get on a duel with Lucas, and then we'll put a poll and we'll see who wins the duel.
Yeah, so I was gonna say that Klopp and even Zidane and Pep Guardiola, they all play a 4-3-3 formation, but their tactics are completely different from each other.
So that's for me, not the formation.
So what does I mean? Why do you want to change something that already works?
Because our offense lacked the goals in the second half of the season.
That's, I mean, are you discounting the fact that we had 60 injuries last season?
I don't care.
Wow, 16? Is that true?
60.
What?
and we missed our stars. I mean, our star striker for like 60% of the season.
Are
We
you
Would
saying
change.
we also
our
scored
players?
more goals with our star striker not on the field.
That's because
I-
our backup players were good enough. But
So okay, but it doesn't matter. We still scored more goals
but
without
but I,
Zlatan.
I have a question. Would changing the formation like to 3-4-3 or 4-2-3-1 or 4-5-2 or whatever it is make Krunic and Samu Casleo a better player?
Hell no.
No,
So obviously the answer is
Yeah.
the
you
4-2-3-1
always
doesn't either. The
uh,
4-2-3-1 doesn't work with Krunic or Castelleo either.
so that's the point of the transfer window. We need to get better players, and getting better players would actually make us play better football. It's the
Yeah.
formation. The formation is not what matters for us. It is, as of now, for us right now, it is how we actually build to the system. If we are going to change something that Pioli and all the other players are used to, it's going to create utter confusion like what happened in 2017.
I'll say
We
this:
changed.
a 3-4-3 will dominate a 4-2-3-1. It will dominate a 4-2-3-1 easy. A 3-5-2 also dominates a 4-2-3-1.
It depends on the players, Nathan. It really does.
Our B team, our second side team beat Verona with which had a 3-4-3, 3-4-2-1 with a 4-2-3-1. It does not. I mean, for me, it does not matter what formation you play unless you have the best players. The only job of the coach for me is to find a system that fits all of his players, and I mean that's what Pioli is doing right now. He has a system that works all of the players, but with people like Krunic or Samu Castillejo or even an inconsistent Leao or an inconsistent Rebic, we cannot expect too much of them. And then you also have the injuries factor where every game we had a different level, so it affects the team chemistry as well.
You just brought up a good
Guys.
point. You brought up a good point. You said Rebic and Leao are both inconsistent, and with that inconsistency, that means along with Salamakers on the right, who wasn't offering anything because he simply is not athletic enough to get up there to help. This is not his fault. It's just how it is. If you played with a 3-5-2 combination or a 3-4-3, you would at least give yourself more of a dynamic option up front. You would create more chances with more creative players.
And I mean, just changing the formation would it make Salamakers, let's say, a kind of a Mohamed Salah there?
Salamakers, I like 3-4-3. If you switch to a 3-4-3, Salamakers would have less of an offensive struggle because he would not be required to create or score, which means we could utilize his high energy. We would be able to use his high energy
Nathan.
to get to a certain point in the field where he can cover the defense in the middle, but he wouldn't have to worry about that final third, which is where he struggles the most. Leao and Rebic, clearly Leao and Rebic are best when they're closest to goal.
Guys,
I mean, is that
Again,
not a fact?
but then again, in a 4-2-3-1, Salamakers does not. I mean, he knows. I mean, Pioli knows that he's offensively not good enough, so he has him play
relieve
infield.
him from that burden.
Yeah, just let me finish, please. So Salamakers come infield, and that's when he's actually making space for Calabria to cross. And Calabria is a creative outlet on the right wing, not Salamakers. And even if we do play him in a 3-5-2, I still think that he's not going to be a better player. He's not going. I mean, maybe it could kind of hide mask his qualities. But I think for a better system, for a more dynamic system, I still think that we need better players, better than Salamakers, which is what we are actually trying to do.
I
Somebody
agree.
like Josh.
Yo, Roy,
guys, can
I agree.
Yeah. What's up,
and
Lucas?
since we are having a debate right now, can we
Yeah.
do a test run on the 1v1?
Okay, yeah, good idea.
Sure.
Right
All right,
now.
guys. Hey, guys, let's do this, guys. We have a poll. You can read it. 3 more votes to 20, and then we'll end the poll. Come on, guys, vote. 3 more votes. 3 more votes.
Can I just comment on what Rohit said? So with this discussion, I'm sure that Rohit actually just left, but with this discussion,
He's on the phone. He's on the phone.
okay. I'm sure that everyone here agrees that we need to to get better players, especially in our attacking department. Like I'm sure everyone agrees, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I mean, I'm sure Nathan said he does, and I think
Yeah.
Roy also said it earlier. But
Wait, hold on. What, Antonio? Sorry, guys.
Do you
By the
guys-
way, guys, look at that. 17 people voted. 52% no. 47% said yes.
Okay, Roy. Do you agree that we need to get better offensive signings?
Do I agree with you? Yes, of course, man. Always,
Okay.
always, every year.
All right. So with that aside, which is what Rohit was saying, we still need better players, but there is a player, at least one, that I think would improve with a change of formation, and I think Leao is that player. And I think that if we played any formation like a 4-4-2 or a 3-5-2 with two strikers, I think that's when Leao plays best.
Yeah, he's a support striker.
Yeah, so I think that would really improve him. But we have to see. I don't like. Okay, would
That's what I'm
I feel
saying.
more comfortable? Like, can we really play a 4-4-2 with Ibra and Giroud as the two?
Hell no.
Exactly.
No.
I'm against that because they're too old to always be the
They're-
starting strikers. But can we play a 4-4-2 with Giroud and Leao and Ibra and Leao? Yes, I think so.
Well, who do we play on the right side? In a 4-4-2, those wingers are up and down the whole game.
No, they're no wingers. They're right mids and left mids.
Bro, they're on the wing, bro. They're on the wing.
No,
Unless you're
they cut in
playing a
central.
Yeah, can
That's why. That's why we
Wait,
want.
Rohit,
That's
did
why
you
we
hear what I
want
just said?
Ilicic. That's
Yes,
why we
I did hear you. So
Wahi, please, you have talked a lot. Let me say something at least. The reason why we're trying to get Ilicic is because we need him to play as a right mid who can cut in and score. Exactly what Castillo couldn't do against Valencia. That's why we want Ilicic as a right mid, not a right winger.
bro,
Yeah.
you got to remember the problem with Milan is we have no counterattack on the right side. Ilicic is slow as fuck.
Yes, he's not going to be a winger.
Wait, hold
not-
on,
yeah, he's
hold
not going
on, hold on. Ilicic is not slow. Come on,
Bro, he's slow.
Ilicic is not fast.
Yeah,
Come
and
yeah, so
I
let
don't want
let
Ilicic. By the way, I don't want
Okay.
Ilicic. I think there are better options than Ilicic.
so
that's not
I actually have middle ground. He's not the fastest player, neither is he the slowest player. For me, what matters is how fast he is with the ball, and he can actually beat defenders. I mean, he can beat defenders and he can create space. So I think that's what important he's
Right.
good in 1v1s and he can even take his man on. That is something that is what we want from our right wing. And to kind of say what Nathan was saying, our system is designed to be a bit lopsided towards the left because Pioli actually wants to play a kind of out of shape three at the back to prevent counter attacks. Either for example the two CB split wide and Tonali or Benacer, whoever plays, comes into the middle and we have a three at the back. Or depending on what team it is, then the two CBs. I mean, either Care would act as the centre back and Tomori would act as the left centre back, and Calabria would act as a right centre back, and Theo Hernandez would push forward. So we are kind of lopsided towards the left. Even I could even see that against Nice and Nice and Valencia.
We've been that way for a while.
And about the 4-4-2, we do play a 4-4-2. We at times I've seen us playing a diamond 4-4-2 with kind of Rebic pushing up. I remember that we played a 4-4-2 against Juventus when we won 4-4-2 that particular match, and there was even an instance of a kind of very public instance of a 4-4-2 when we defeated Crotone 4-0 at the San Siro. I even had a screenshot showing that it was a 4-4-2.
Okay.
And Yeah, please go on.
I was just all right. Let me try to clarify what I was trying to say. So, I understand that like our structure, like so we say we have a 4-2-3-1, and we can change it during the game, right? So I understand what
Yeah.
you're saying, but what I'm trying to say is if we start, let's just say we declare it as a 4-4-2, and we've never seen. I mean, maybe in the past, I don't know if you have like seen Ibra and Leao play up together in a 4-4-2, but I would like to see Leao and either Ibra and Giroud as like both up top and more of like a traditional 4-4-2 and have both of
That
those
would be a
players
traditional
playing.
4-4-2.
That's what I mean. Like, so, like, I understand that the structure can change, but like, if you say you're playing a 4-4-2 and you have Leao and or Giroud in the lineup together, both up there, then I'm kind of like, then that's kind of different. So, like, do you understand what I'm saying, or?
Like,
Yes.
I mean, for me, when two number nines play together,
Hello?
Well, okay, so far, 5 people have voted who won the debate between Rohit and Nathan. We will end the poll in 10 or 5 minutes, and let's see who is winning. I know who is
I didn't
winning.
even realize
Roy.
there was a debate between the both of
Roy,
them.
so we're talking. So we were saying that when we're on offense, we're lopsided, and with tail going up, we go basically into a 3-back. Why don't we just play as a 3-back? Because we already know Theo has the stamina and the speed to get up and down. So why not just play a 3-back?
No, I agree.
So I can answer that question with a simple example. Let's go back to the derby, 2-1, we won 2-1. So it was a particular attack from Inter Milan, and I think Perisic lost the ball, and Hakimi was way too forward. So Hakan easily switched play, and that put Leao on a 1v1 with D'Ambrosio. And D'Ambrosio is not the fastest player, and Leao actually beat D'Ambrosio, and then it kind of prompted the whole defense to come out of their positions, and that kind of created a space between the left back and the left wing back, and Ibrahimovic easily darted into that space, and all Leao had to do was cross the ball in, and Ibrahimovic could just score the goal. I mean, when you're playing a left wing, when you're playing a 3-3 at the back, it exposes your team to a lot of counterattacks, especially for a player like Theo, who has a lot of attack mindedness. He just keeps going forward. So, I mean, the left center back and our the center back, the center of the three would need to have a lot of pace. And who in our team other than Kieran Tomori has pace? If you're going to say Romagnoli, I think there is enough evidence.
I would just play Calabria. Play Calabria in the back 3 with them.
Calabria would easily get outmuscled. Calabria would easily get outmuscled.
You don't necessarily have to be big. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that either. Like,
I think
if you had Calabria, Tomori, and Cajer, those are our 3 best defenders.
I mean, that kind of instance did come up against Atalanta in a match. I think we drew 1-1. That is in the 1920 season, where Zapata just buzzed past Calabria, and he just pushed past Calabria and scored a goal.
Those are instances, bro.
Those are instances. I'm not saying that Theo is not going to he's not going to come back. Theo has the speed to come back and make it a 4-back when defending.
He needs the discipline to do it more than the.
Let me put up another example. We were trailing 2-1 to Juventus at the San Siro, 2 goals from Chiesa, and Theo Hernandez. Pioli had also had to play for a draw or a win. So Pioli pushed Theo Hernandez higher up, and they defended well. Juventus defended well against us, broke our attack, and just countered through Kulusevski. and Theo Hernandez could not run back. He was not even in the picture, and the ball progressed so quickly that it put Kulusevski on a 1v1 with Romagnoli, and Romagnoli was easily outpaced and beaten in that 1-1, and Weston McKennie scored the goal. And even against Napoli, there was an instance where Napoli just broke down our attack and put a Politano versus Romagnoli 1v1, and Romagnoli was again not even in the picture, and Kier had to come across and save us. So I think if you're going to play a three at the back, we need the kind of defenders, we need that kind of a team. I would say that Calabria is more fit as a wing back rather than playing as a centre back, especially when you need a physicality to play a three at the back.
But he already plays three at the back. Once Theo goes up, he's already back in the three.
I like
that is only in a transition. That is only in a transition. When you're playing a set three at the back. For example, my favorite three at the back team is two favorite three at the back teams. One is Inter Milan and one is Leipzig. So Leipzig, they have Klosterman, Upamecano, and Konate. All three of them are 35 kilometers plus teams, and they're all 6 feet above. They're all very physically enhanced. If you're taking Inter Milan as well, Skriniar, Bastoni, and De Vrij, all three of them are very physically enhanced, and they are extremely good to play three at the back. And also playing a three at the back would create another problem of creativity from midfield. So if you're suggesting, let's say, a 3-4-3 with our current team, Kessie and Benassa does not they do not offer anything from any sort of creativity from the midfield, and creativity again would fall on the 4 players at the front, 3 players at the front, and left wing back of Theo Hernandez. So it actually does not solve any creativity issues.
I kind of agree. Also, I know that Leipzig also have Willy Orban and Mukiele, and they're all physically very strong. So I would agree that I think I'm understanding that what Rohit's saying, because if let's say we were playing a back three with Calabria, and if we're set up to defend, and it's not in the transition, like having Calabria in the back three in the transition is good because his pace, and he's actually a good defender against fast players. He's quick enough to defend, and he doesn't really get exposed too much. But then if you're in the box defending when a team is like set up and established, it may not be the best considering his height against other maybe other strikers that are larger than him. So I don't know if it would work, but listen, at the end of the season,
hold on.
Just last point. At the end of the season, we were playing this transition, and it was working. So I guess we don't like. I totally would like to see. I'm okay with Pioli continuing, like, to change to shift his players around to try to to solve tactical issues. But we'll see, because there are possibilities to playing with other formations, in my opinion.
I want to say something. Hold on, my friend. I just want to say something. I like what Pioli is doing. Same thing Mancini is doing, which is this transition three, and the third is a dynamic hybrid fullback center back. If we were to do a three in the back, pure three in the back, I mean, we have 3 perfect defenders to do that. Perfect. It couldn't be any more perfect. You got Romagnoli on the left, you got Chiara in the middle, and you got Tomori on the right. It couldn't be any more perfect than that. Chiara, being a very technical player that knows how to distribute, also has the long ball. Tomori, your fast player that can cut diagonally and cover for the players that maybe are being caught. Then Romagnoli, also very good with his feet, can distribute, and he's a left-footed center back. So, hold on. If we were to play with the 3 in the back, we have the players. And then I wouldn't even think of Theo Hernandez and Calabria as – you can literally put them as the two wing backs. But our current system with Theo Hernandez that doubles up as a winger, and then Calabria now starts to tuck in, and then we kind of transmutate in this 3 in the back, because the reason why we have done this is because we were suffering a lot from counterattacks on those wings, right? That's why we did this, to avoid these counterattacks. And it started against Juventus to cover Chiesa. So Calabria was sacrificed. I like this system, to be honest with you. I don't think we should change it.
Yeah.
I don't think that Romagnoli can play a 3 at the back. I mean, he's not quick enough. And I mean, even against Nice, I saw him getting outpaced 2 times by Amina Guri. I mean, instead of coming and closing the defender down, I mean, closing the attacker down, he was just having his hand.
Bonucci is the slowest defender in the world, and that's his specialty, playing 3 in the back.
Rohit, this is the other thing too. You're forgetting in a 3-back formation, we shouldn't be if your team has gotten broken down to the point where you're relying on your 3 defenders, you've already messed up. The whole point of playing that 3-back is because your team is from the forwards to the midfields are so hard to break down. You're winning the ball back that your defenders are almost doing nothing all game. Like
I can so not agree with that. I mean, even playing 3 at the back. I mean, how many teams do get broken
guys,
down?
Vote.
Look. You can look at how I was speaking about Verona. They play a 3-4-2-1. I mean, we were easily breaking them down. And if it was not for, I mean, if we were better finishers, we could have actually even finished that game 6-0 as well.
What's the formation we struggle against the most?
That way, if you're looking, I think it's still, again, you could come back to my point about discounting the 60 injuries that come. But at the end,
what's the hardest formation that we play against?
You're saying a 3-5-2 is what we are the hardest formation.
That is the hardest formation, even at full strength. That formation gives us the most trouble. And until this year, we've pretty much lost to that formation every single time against a real team.
We beat Torino playing a 3-5-2.
Torino is not a real team. I'm talking about a team that we actually consider as a difficult, as an actual, like, threatening team.
That can be any team. That can be any team with any formation. Any team with any formation. That can be any team with any formation.
I'm talking
Spezia
about
defeated us. Spezia defeated us 3-0. Spezia defeated us 2-0 with a 4-3-3.
Guys, 5 more minutes left. Vote.
Roy, question. Or is this just the Nathan versus Rohit debate? I'm confused.
I'm confused too.
And also, where is the poll?
It's in the chat.
I don't.
Yeah. Let's move on to the next. I mean, you guys finish.
Is it just them two?
Right? Yeah. It should be more.
Oh, because I wanted to comment as well, but I wasn't sure.
Okay. I'm gonna be silent. I'm gonna be silent.
Anybody can comment.
I just wanted to comment.
So far, only 8 votes. Come on, guys. Vote. 5 more minutes. Vote.
Right.
Okay.
The poll is not visible.
But because it wasn't visible for me. But anyways, so just to comment on what Roy said about Romagnoli. So I have 2 problems with that.
All right, here we go.
Playing a back 3 with Romagnoli, Chiara, and Tomori. Number 1 is I agree with Rohit about Romagnoli's pace. I think that's a problem. I think if you have Chiara, and Tomori, ideally, I would have another player that's maybe not as fast as Tomori, but is way quicker than Romagnoli. I'm not saying Romagnoli is a bad defender. I'm just saying that's what I would prefer. The second thing is, if you look at our depth of our center backs right now, our only quick center back, maybe we have Kalulu still, but we don't know what's going to happen with him. But let's say Kalulu isn't securely in our in our team. If Tomori, God forbid, were to get injured or whatever, we would have no quick. I mean, we have Chiara who's quick enough, but no one who's really like an actual fast center back. That's a problem, in my opinion. We need to strengthen our team, in that sense, if we were to have, if we were to rely on a back 3,
You're
we
also
need more depth and diversity for center backs in that situation.
you're forgetting.
We have Kalulu and
Italy,
Gabia.
Italy played.
Gabi's not a
it
quick center back.
Was it the 2012 Euros? I can't remember which Euros it was, but
3-5-2.
Italy played a 3-back in that tournament.
Yeah.
And in fact, Spain were lucky in that first game. I think we tied 1-1, and that's when we played the 3-back.
Giaccherini was the wingback.
And our center backs those three were certainly not the fastest.
Who was it? It was Chiellini, Bonucci. Who was the third one?
Daniel De Rossi.
Yes, De Rossi. De Rossi was in the middle, and Bonucci was on the right. Rohit is an encyclopedia.
Those three are not the fastest, but their positioning is phenomenal. As defenders, they're phenomenal.
I agree with that.
And remember in the finals when we played Spain, in the finals, we switched back to the normal formation, and we got demolished. We got killed.
Guys,
I
I
would like to say something. So Conte is a big advocate of the three at the back formation. So where did it get him in the Champions League this season? Last season.
His first time with Inter in a fairly difficult group.
Second time.
That happens.
And his record with Chelsea and Juventus, they couldn't even get past Galatasaray when they were with Juventus.
Okay, but we haven't even gotten to the Champions League until this year.
Yeah, but I think the point that Rohit is making is, when you're on the European stage, when there's not against those teams like in the Serie A that just park the bus and play defensive. In the European stage, I'm
gonna push back too.
When you play,
Atalanta.
guys, why are you?
Hold on, let him tell you.
Cut me off. Like in the European stage, playing good football gets you it's a positive. Obviously, it's random at times, but that's a good step for success. Also, I just to answer this comment about we have Kalulu and Gabia. Kalulu, of course, he's really fast, and I said that, but we don't know what's going to happen with him. But Gabia, I don't consider to be a fast center back. If you look at the goal that Politano scored against us when Gabia was playing, and we lost that game to Napoli and at San Siro. Like if I know Politano was pretty quick, but Gabia didn't get back and cover him enough in time, and that I don't consider Gabia to be a fast center back. So that's just my opinion.
Okay, so look, I want to push back on two things. First of all, the three in the back thing, it is true that it's a little bit uncommon, like three pure backs, right? But we did see Italy have three in the back, pretty much not pure three in the back, but a hybrid three in the back. Win the Euros, England played with three in the back. So two teams in the final played with three in the back. But with Conte,
Roy,
hold on, let me finish. Hold on, let me finish. Right. With what I'm going to push back in Conte's problem is not the three in the back. Conte's problem is that he doesn't give his teams enough freedom to create. He wants everything programmed, planned. That's his problem. And one more thing. Romagnoli is Italy's third best defender. If you're Italy's third best defender, you're probably in the world. You're definitely in the top 7 minimum.
And number 4, Atalanta has done great in the last 2 Champions Leagues.
Chelsea won the Champions League with the 3-back.
So I have 4 points to say. One, it does not matter what formation you play. It's the quality of the players that you have. I mean, Verona played a 3-4-2, and I mean, they did not even make it into the Champions League spots because the quality of players, what Atalanta have and what Verona have, are two different things. And second thing, I mean, formations are it's just to fit 11 players into a team. So, I mean, Nathan was speaking about Chelsea winning with 3 at the back. I can just say Bayern Munich won a sextuple with the 4-2-3-1, which is what we are playing to say. So, I mean, that system suits their players the best. For us, what suits us the best? We have been playing a 4-2-3-1 since 1.5 seasons, since a long time. So I think now again changing the system would confuse our players, and then it would mean that we start from scratch. And I don't know why we have to do that. Third point is, and Roy, I know you're not gonna like this.
All right, go for it.
Romagnoli was not even selected in
Here
the
we
30-man
go.
squad.
Here we go.
Romagnoli was not even selected in the 30-man squad of Italy. 30-man squad.
Yo, Roy,
But that's a
can we have
Romagnoli is not the
one
third best
single
center back in Italy,
topic to debate about? Because I think we're debating about like 5 or 6 different topics.
okay,
just
fine.
having
so
Listen,
like
listen.
big debate about
Romagnoli had
formations.
a very shitty last of no one. Of course, he didn't make the top 30 team because he never played in this last month. But before that, he played for 3 years in a row, proven to be one of the best in the world.
I don't think he ever proved he was one of the best in the whole world. He was a good defender.
He's not even the best in Serie A.
Yeah, he was never the best in Serie A.
If you're one of the best in Serie A, you're one of the best in the world.
He's not even
Roy,
top 5 of Serie A.
Roy, but here we go again.
What?
Like we're too focused on like these like traditions. Like look, Roy doesn't. You said you don't watch the other leagues too much, but I can guarantee you there have been better defenders than Romagnoli in the past.
No.
I mean, I can name 5 better defenders.
Wait, actually, Rohit.
Than Romagnoli.
All right, I'm gonna end, guys. I'm gonna end this. We only had 8 people vote. Let's see what the scores were. Rohit 62%, Nathan 37%. Wow.
Guys. Rohit, just before, I don't think it's even worth going to this discussion.
Nathan, you got to fight back now.
Because me and Saif.
No, go ahead.
Me and Saif, we were on this stream. I don't know if you were like tuned in, but we were trying to explain this to Roy. Like we were naming a bunch of defenders, and Roy said that and we were trying to say like we had this huge debate about who had a better 2020-2021 season. I said who was better, Ruben Diaz or I think Chiellini or Bonucci, I think, and Roy says Bonucci. So we can't really have it. So we tried having this discussion with.
So let me actually make it let me get it Italianized. I can name 5 better Italian defenders: Bonucci,
Right.
Chiellini, Acerbi, Mancini, and Toloi. Rafael Toloi.
No way.
I don't agree with Toloi and Acerbi. You can add Bastoni and someone else to that.
Oh yeah, Bastoni. Yeah, sorry. Even Bastoni is also there. 6 better defenders than them. I'm not putting it in any. I mean, I watch Atlanta a lot. Toloi is a really very versatile defender. He can play center back.
Was he the guy that got destroyed by Chiesa in the Coppa Italia final?
Chiesa is actually a good player. He's not a chump.
Okay.
He's a good player.
Chiesa is going to win the 3 Ballon d'Ors in the next 5 years.
Chiesa is actually one of the best.
No, I like Chiesa, but Rohit is saying that Toloi is better than Romagnoli, which I don't agree with.
Romagnoli got destroyed by Lapadula. The only thing that saved Romagnoli was the Donnarumma. I can even show you that video as well.
Rohit, but these are like instants, like moments, because I mean, then you can say, that one game Messi missed a penalty. Therefore, etc.
No,
Roy.
You have to look at the whole body of work.
When you're making a mistake, I can understand. 1 mistake, 2 mistakes, fine. But when you're making the same mistakes for like 1.5 seasons now,
Mistake?
I think, yeah. So like, let me get to this instant. Yeah, please go on. Please go on.
When you were talking about the mistakes that Romagnoli makes, I think it was you in the past who said that one of like his defending style, a lot of times in a 1-on-1, he sits back and with his hands behind his back and he waits for the defender
that's because he doesn't want to get penalties.
Yeah, he has to because if he goes
no. If you're a good defender,
guys, let him finish.
Listen.
Let him finish.
You can look. All right, listen. I'm not saying that with your hands behind your back all the is bad, but the way he does it when he's face to face, he does like when you're in the area. It's fine, and everyone's close together. Fine, you can put your hands behind your back. You don't want like the ball to deflect anywhere. But when he doesn't when a defender is going straight at him, and he just keeps backing up with his hands behind his back. No, that's not the way. Like the way he doesn't. No, that's not the way.
Can I say something? I'm going to say something.
And also, I've also cited this example many times. Just watch the Juventus game.
I want to push back.
Okay, I'll give you another example. I'll give you a better example. Do you remember the game?
Right, let me push back and then go ahead. Listen, Antonio and many other people are suffering from this. We got to put Romagnoli's head on a pike in front of the Duomo syndrome. If Romagnoli didn't do that and he got himself a penalty because he didn't put his hands on the back, you'd be talking about how shitty he is because he didn't put his hands in the back.
Roy, let me push back before you go. But
yeah, please.
Okay, Roy. I'm gonna try to explain this as clear as possible. Before last season, Romagnoli was better, and I didn't have a problem with him.
He was the third best defender in Italy.
I don't agree with that, but I don't have a problem with that, but I'm just judging him off of what I saw this year. The situations that he was in where he was putting his hands behind his back in his defending style, it wasn't even like a serious threat of him getting a penalty because you have to, I have to show you the situation, but it's when it's other defenders, like, okay, we all praise Tomori and Kjaer. What do Tomori and Kjaer do when they're one-on-one with a defender? Like Kjaer was one-on-one with Ronaldo against Juventus, and by the way, he needs to get more credit for that because he shut Ronaldo down, especially in the first game.
I've seen Romagnoli shut Ronaldo down too, by the way. Anyway,
if you watch if you watch the first game, Kjaer was taking Ronaldo one-on-one. He was going up to the midfield to press Ronaldo when he was getting the ball. But anyways, what do Kjaer and Tomori do that are so successful? And Tomori does it a bit more. Besides being aggressive, they stick to their man one-on-one.
Tomori can do it. He can do it.
Kjaer does it too. If you watch the goal that Chiesa scored against, the first one, Romagnoli was on Dybala. He gave him space, and Dybala then could turn into a back flick.
Okay, but did you see what Dybala had to do to get around Romagnoli? He had to fucking pull a rabbit out of his ass.
No, he did not. He did one touch. He did a one-touch flick because Romagnoli wasn't tied up on him.
That one-touch flick was super high-level quality football.
Yeah, but if he was, you're missing my point. If that was another defender, that wouldn't have happened. You put a wall. No, Roy.
If it was the guy that I liked, it wouldn't have happened. That's what you're saying.
Okay.
If you put an aggressive defender, sorry, Roy can go. I'm just trying to explain this. If you put a defender that's pressing, if you put a guy behind Dybala and you go up tight on him, he doesn't have room to do a back flick. He doesn't have the room to do a pass because you need to be close to your man. You can't just sit back and watch him. And I've noticed that too many times with Romagnoli.
I'm not
saying he's a bad defender, but that's something that makes him not as good as the other defenders that I'm watching.
You're nitpicking, but anyway, keep on going.
No. There's a good point on what was said was with Tomori and Kjaer. When it comes to skillful players and you're a physical person, you have to get in their back pocket, essentially. You need to wear their shorts because a skillful player is usually not very strong, so you need to be physical with them. And then when it comes to players who are fast, you're not supposed to be up on them because a one touch or a give and go or a little flick, and he's going to burn you with pace. And Romagnoli struggles when it comes to deciding what to do in those certain situations. And a perfect example of that is like when he's up against Lukaku. Lukaku's fast as hell. He's not very skillful. Lukaku's just going to hold the ball and pass it off and sprint. So why the hell would you stand right next to him knowing that he's going to beat you for pace? So when it comes to those sorts of decision making,
hey guys,
he gets stuck in two minds. He gets stuck in two minds.
Hello?
Okay, Rohit, I think wanted to talk about it, but
Yeah, so I mean let me start all the way back from Gattuso's time. So when we played a 4-3-3 when we were under Gattuso, and we had Ricardo Rodriguez as the left back, who is very a defensive left back, and he's completely different from Theo Hernandez, who actually likes to go bomb forward a lot. So Romagnoli was getting covered a lot from that side. And then there is also the factor of Bakayoko and Kessie acting as two defensive midfielders. And then again, Romagnoli was getting covered a lot by Bakayoko as well, who is a very good ball winner. So there was a lot of there was a lot of protection for Romagnoli, and let me also say that back then there was they were playing a very deep line, which was like they were literally parking the bus. So all Romagnoli had to do was anticipate who would come into the box and then try and make a tackle or dispossess him. So that for a defender is much easier. But now with Pioli coming up, I think that a high line kind of exposed him a lot. It exposed his space. And I would like to add to Antonio's point. So there was this goal that uh, Red Star Belgrade, Crvena Zvezda, scored against us in the San Siro.
Yes.
He was again having his hands behind his back, and he was giving space to the attacker to. I mean, I think the attacker was a guy called Ben. He was giving space to Ben to shoot. I mean, the modern day defenders' main job is to close down the spaces. You're not gonna be a Maldini and tackle him down and like a hero and win the ball. I mean, those days are well gone. You're not going to be a Nesta or a Maldini, because Maldini and Nesta comes once in a generation. So Romagnoli, his main job is just close down those spaces. But he knows that if he goes 1v1 against these guys, he's going to get beaten, and then it's going to be even against Lukaku in the third goal that Inter scored against us. He was doing the same thing of putting his hands behind his back and just backing off and giving Lukaku space to shoot. So this thing actually kind of makes me really feel that he's not the kind of defender that we want, and that is why Mancini didn't even select him for the 30-man squad, because Mancini wanted to play a high press, high line kind of system where the defenders had to track back a lot, and even a 36-year-old Chiellini and a 34-year-old Bonucci was much better suited to the Mancini system than a Romagnoli. It's
Yeah.
Sorry, guys, I missed everything you guys said, but
Oh
I'm pretty
my
sure if you talk shit about Romagnoli, you were wrong.
No,
So
Roy,
there it goes.
Roy. So basically, Rohit just kind of like built. He agrees with me, and he basically just built on and gave even more examples of, and he cited great examples actually of
Listen,
of Romagnoli
I'm
doing
sorry.
the same exact thing.
I'm sorry, guys, but you are judging players out of instances. Like it's like
Okay.
out of 90 minutes, you're looking at what happened in a span of 2 seconds.
Roy,
It's like that's not how you judge players, guys.
Two points. Number one, I'm going to reiterate. Romagnoli is a good defender.
No, great
think-
defender.
All right, I think my opinion is that you're overrating him, and I don't think he's.
I don't overrate. I do not overrate anybody when it comes to that.
Obviously, we disagree. My second point is for a defender. Okay, yes, he's very good in the air, and he's a solid center back. But as a defender, you get judged for like a goal is an instance in a game, and when you blatantly play bad defense and let them score a goal, then yes, you're going to be judged for that. Like,
Okay.
And
All right, guys.
Roy,
so
Roy, if I tag you in a tweet, can you show it on the screen?
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
guys,
so-
let me ask you a question. Give me the name of one defender, okay? I'm going to ask you a question, all right? And I want to see what you guys are going to answer, because this is going to be a very important question.
I know what you're
And I'm going to ask you.
Go ahead.
Okay, what am I going to ask?
You're going to ask, is there any defender who's never made a blatant mistake or something like that?
Give me the name of one defender that has never made a mistake that has led to a goal.
Okay, obviously.
I-
Look, I can even name you Tomori. Okay, if we look at Tomori,
Oh my God.
No. I'm saying he made mistakes.
Antonio,
Of course he did.
Antonio, just I'll answer his question.
Okay.
Okay, do defenders make mistakes? Yes, that's how opposition score goals. But the question is, how silly are those mistakes, and how many times is he repeating those mistakes? A player like Van Dijk does not repeat these mistakes every time and against average players. I mean, he really has to get beaten by someone
And
to
Romagnoli is
get.
better than Van Dijk.
Roy, for sure, Romagnoli made a lot of the same mistakes over and over and over again, and a bunch of mistakes led to either dangerous free kicks or repeated penalty calls against Milan.
Guys, I think
Nah,
Roy,
you guys are nitpicking.
I
You
think
guys are
Roy
just
is
hating.
Roy is literally just trying to get like views. Honestly, like I don't think he's actually being serious.
You guys are just hating on poor old
Okay.
Romagnoli.
Anyways,
You're hating on our captain, guys. Come on.
Roy,
anyways, Rohit-
can you? I mean, I've tagged you in a tweet. Can you show that tweet on the screen?
Yeah, let me get it.
Anyways, Rohit also. Rohit, is it the Red Star one?
No, this is the one against Bologna. Just
Oh
watch
my
it.
God! Who the hell did Roy? Did you do this? Did you?
Yeah.
Did you? Roy, you did this.
Yes.
Show it on the screen, please.
Oh my God, Roy! You actually produced this video.
Yes.
Mamma mia, Rohit.
I,
Alright, hold on.
I actually got a lot of hate and even racist comments for doing all of this stuff.
Racist? Why
Yeah.
racist?
Because
Wait,
there
can
are a
you
lot of
please put this
people
on?
who don't want to say the obvious that our captain isn't good enough because he's the captain.
I'm so happy that Rohit agrees because I've been like me and my friends that I talk to have been saying the same types of things about him. I'm not saying he's a bad defender. I just don't think that he's as good as everyone says he is. Like I think, and because he keeps making clear mistakes, the same ones. So I'm just happy that Rohit also agrees because like there's clear examples of this, and it just frustrates.
Guys, this is nitpicking at a serious level of
How many
serious
times?
level.
Let's count. All right, wait. Can you pull the video up? Because
Yeah, hold on.
I'm curious. I'm curious. But
and this is from a game where we won 5-1. Rohit, all right, hold on.
We won 5-1 not because of Romagnoli, because of somebody else.
Oh my God, Rohit, you have serious hate for Romagnoli. All right, hold on. I'm gonna share this.
If it keeps happening over, like you can count way
This
more
this
mistakes.
this is from the 1920 season, by the way. This is from the 1920 season, by the way.
Yeah.
So
I
it was
knew-
against Bologna.
Yeah, I knew that
Yeah.
because of the score line, because I remember that game. I think Tomiyasu scored.
Guys, this is some serious heat for over Romagnoli.
Are you able to do a full
Which-
screen?
Yeah. Which one? Which bit?
Just go down below. Go down below.
This
Yeah.
one. All right.
Yeah. 5-1 Bologna. Yeah, please.
This is a great video.
This is just exaggerated. All right, let's see. Okay.
Look.
All right, I'm pausing the screen. Hold on, let me get this out of the way. Romagnoli hesitates. Oh my God. Yeah, so you're reading his mind. Romagnoli hesitates to dive into a challenge. What about this guy here? Why don't you surround Look at this. I already see a fault in your reasoning here, Rohit. There's a guy on the ground not covered.
Roy. I mean, why is it that everyone expects other people to do Romagnoli's job?
Who is that guy on the ground? Is taking a nap.
That guy on the ground doesn't matter, Roy. It's
What do you mean it doesn't matter?
because he's not involved in
There's
the
gonna be
play.
He should be
circumstances where
he's the
Romagnoli has
winger.
to cover for
He
for
should
not
be the
playing.
winger.
Can you just forward the video of
Hold
it?
on, wait, guys,
Hold on.
one
Let me
point,
read it. I want to read it. I want to see what Rohit analyzed. Romagnoli hesitates to dive into a challenge, keeping in mind Orsolini's pace and impacts off. If Sansone gets to the end of the ball, that's a goal. Okay, I bet that Rohit has a poster of Romagnoli in which he practices darts on
Guys,
it at this
wait,
point.
Roy, before you keep going, just take a look at I think that is Kjaer. But take a look at Kjaer and his position with
No,
his
Kjaer's in the
defense.
middle.
Yeah, I know.
Kjaer's
But
in the
look,
middle.
I know, right? But look at how close he is to the other forward.
All right. Let's keep on going. Let's see what. Let's see this.
Please. This is not the incident that I actually wanted to show. But please just forward it a bit.
Yep. Okay.
Okay, now just keep moving. No, keep moving. Yeah. This one.
All right. So with Theo occupied by Orsolini, Theo is right here. Right.
No. That's not Theo.
Who's
I think Theo is actually out of the picture. He's
okay.
not in
Theo's
the-
out of the picture. A huge gap is created. This space right here in the left.
That's called a half space.
Okay. Bologna right back Tamiyasu attacks the space. Romagnoli chooses to sit back instead of covering the space. All right, let's see.
Now watch. Now watch again.
Instead
See,
of coming,
this is the Antonio. See this.
Yep, this is beautiful.
Reminds you of something.
This is so.
Reminds you of something.
This is perfect, Rohit.
this is nitpicking at a level that I've never
Roy,
seen.
it's not
But,
nitpicking if it happens all the time and it leads. to
Antonio,
goals.
you said that Romagnoli defended with his hands in the back. I don't see that.
Okay, no, I said two things. He defends with, so he either defends with his hands in the back, and he also gives backs off, and he keeps backing off and giving people space. And we've cited now like at least five or more examples of this happening. And you maybe missed some because you were out, but we have enough examples where, and these are we're talking about just straight up goals being created. We're not just talking about like close opportunities.
All right,
This is-
let's see what happens. Let's see what happens.
Can you forward?
Okay.
I see.
Oh shit!
Look
Nice
at that
goal.
shit. Look at his defense. Look, he just gives up. Do you see that?
No, he did the right thing there.
All
Are
my
you
days,
insane?
bro. All my days, bro. All my days. Right.
Why would it? Why would it?
Guys,
You're
hold
winning.
on, hold on, guys.
You're
Roy,
winning.
guys, 1
guys,
minute.
we just
Roy,
caught
I
Roy
tagged you in one
4K.
more tweet. I've tagged you
Hold
in one more
on. Let
tweet.
me answer. Why you're winning 5-0, right?
This
No, we were not winning 5-0
This was
at the
2-0.
point of
This
the
was
game.
2-0, by the way.
Okay,
And
okay,
it became
fine,
2-1.
Fine. You're winning 2-0.
Wait, can
Why?
you play the video without like stopping it? Like play the whole video.
Hold up. Let me say this.
without stopping it, so we
Let
can
me
see
say this.
how he actually is.
I'll do it. But let me say this. Why risk a penalty or a foul or a yellow card when 9 out of 10 times the player's going to miss the shot? He just got unlucky.
Roy, that was just some of the dumbest reasons.
No. Look at it.
Roy, I've tagged you in another tweet. Can you just take it?
And
Can you just
so,
bring it up?
excuse me. And also here, you see this, guys. You're not. How come you guys are not noticing how the other striker is pulling Kjaer out of position, giving Tomayasu
Right, but
the space?
Romagnoli was covering Tomiyasu.
Because the other defender's not named Romagnoli. That's why.
Because Kjaer was on him. Romagnoli just gives up on the play. What are you?
This is it. I mean, Roy is defending Romagnoli better than Romagnoli is defending Milan right now. With all these tackles are better.
Listen.
Bro, he just caught Roy in 4K, and there's literally nothing.
Roy, but I've tagged you in one more tweet. Can you just show
Okay,
that? Can you just show that?
I'll do it. But guys, these are instances that, I mean, I've seen Maldini score an own goal against Atalanta a long time ago. Does that make him a bad defender, Maldini?
No, Roy. Okay, two things. Number one, just before I answer that, by the way, find yourself another channel on YouTube that like does in-depth tactical analysis of a player. I think this is actually really interesting.
No, and okay, until you finish, and then I want to say
and
something.
the second thing is, I need to see the own goal, but there's a difference between being unlucky in an instance and like having the ball like deflect back into your goal or something. That's different
Guys.
from you continuously mismarking, not knowing how to cover a man on defense.
This Tomayasu defender guy, he would have bet $1 million that he would never scored this goal. Come on,
Guys, please, can you please get the next video? I'll
get it. But this
the
guy
next video is
Tomayasu.
my most incriminating evidence. Please.
All right, I'll get it. But this guy Tomayasu, he could have taken the shot 100 times and only once it would have came. All right.
Okay.
Romagnoli did the right thing
can you-
not to concede a silly foul yellow card. And then he
Can
took the
you-
chance. And look at
Okay.
Kjaer. Look at Kjaer being caught. Look at Kjaer.
Okay,
Kjaer was
can you-
following his man like a defender.
Look at that.
should.
Look at
Kjaer
that
was
space,
doing his
Kjaer.
job.
Why do you need to
Guys,
follow the
guys,
defender if he's
guys.
going to an offside position? This is
You're
Kjaer's
forgetting one
fault.
other thing.
This
You're
is
forgetting
Kjaer's
one
fault.
other thing. Looking at Romagnoli, yeah, anyone can get beat left or right. That's what I was trying to tell you to go rewind the play back, because you remember Romagnoli's running one way. Yeah, he didn't press him right away, but his momentum also is he can't just stop on a dime. So he was already cutting left, and Romagnoli
Nathan.
was wait. I'm not
You
done.
see, no,
I'm not
Nathan
done.
said
I'm not
something
done.
very correct. Actually, Nathan is 100% right.
I'm not done. Look where I think that's Benasser to the left of him. I can't tell. I know that's Kessie, but there is no one like. If you look at the right back, he's where he's supposed to be. But our two CDMs should be covering better as well. They're just doing nothing. In fact, they don't even know where the person is behind them.
Okay, I think we all agree here.
Why is it that Romagnoli always needs to be defended? I mean, needs other people to defend him.
Look, I'm not
Nathan.
defending Romagnoli.
Can Roy just take up the next?
I will.
tweet
I just
tagged?
want to say this. I will argue that this goal is actually because of everybody else, not Romagnoli.
Okay, guys, I'm going to say this. I agree with Nathan that Benasser especially should have done more. But at the same time, if you watch the clip, I know that there's momentum, but Romagnoli he gives up on the play. You can't just give up on, and he just stops and stands still. You have to at least try to show that you're going towards him to try to get a block in. There's like no effort whatsoever. And there's also a problem with how he was marking him before that. You said that he was affected by the momentum change. There wouldn't have been a momentum change if he had gotten up on him before, instead of letting him go all the way to the top of the box, because he didn't go up and press him instantly. But anyways, yeah, show the next clip.
All right, is it against Napoli?
Yeah, Napoli game.
All right, okay. Let me get it. Wow, guys, the hatred for Romagnoli is incredible. Incredible.
I mean, bro, he just caught you. Like, he just caught.
Caught me what? Guys, I can show you a 15-minute highlight reel of Romagnoli kicking ass.
Roy,
that's
you always say you hate highlights because they're like not accurate. So
I mean, this is a highlight reel for Napolitano, for Tomayasu, sure. Okay, let's see this one. I want to ask a question to Rohit. How long did you spend to do this?
I mean, this was a match tactical analysis, not a individual analysis. But if I actually wanted, I have all of the evidence. And this goal, this instance was in November, and this is the same thing that happened when Lukaku beat Romagnoli and created the chance for Lautaro in February. So just this is a actual precursor to what happened.
All right, let's check
February.
it out. Let's see it.
So this is a counter attack.
Okay. So first mistake I see here is that Kessie, I think. Kessie doesn't cover the ball well. Look at here.
Okay.
He gives him
Wait, guys, can I say one thing before you keep
First
going?
mistake.
Of course.
Yeah.
Okay, in these clips, when there's football is a team sport, right? In these clips, you're always going to find something wrong that maybe other players are doing. But we're talking about the one-on-one defending aspect of a defender. Defenders are supposed to be able to make up for other people's mistakes in the moment, and they're supposed to cover their man one-on-one and try to prevent a goal. Tomori and that's why Tomori and Kjaer they've been
making excuses for the ones that you like.
No. You know what? Romagnoli has done it too, where he has made recovery tackles, of course. But if in these clips you have to focus on the one-on-one instance.
I'm watching the whole thing. Thank you. But anyway, let's see.
You're just making excuses for something.
Because that one-on-one happens due to a sequence of situations.
Yeah, I know,
that
but Roy,
lead to,
but you can only judge a player for his part in the play. So judge
how
Romagnoli.
about we judge Napolitano for doing a good play?
Wait. Just play the video, please.
Let's play. All right. So Kessie got beat right there. Okay, wait. Hold on. Hold the phone. Are you guys serious? Napolitano is running in a straight line while Romagnoli is doing a U. Nobody can catch up to a player like Napolitano, not even if it's Tomori.
Roy, but this is. But you remember what I said before?
Guys, look at me.
Right.
Napolitano could do a 100-meter sprinter. Look at how he runs, guys.
But Roy, this is what I was saying before. When you're up against a player who will blitz you every single time, you're not going to be that close to him. You should never ever be that close to him. These guys play against each other every year. Romagnoli should know he's going to get beat for pace, so he should already be further back.
But Nathan, look at how many seconds all of this happens.
It doesn't matter how many seconds. He can see.
One,
he can see the play.
2, 3.
Roy, why would he do that, Roy? He knows he's not.
What is he supposed to do?
He needs to go back. Roy,
go back how? Where?
Roy, you just said he made a U run.
Nathan, look at his body. He is facing the goal while Napolitano is already 100% running towards the upper goal.
Just click play, and I'll show you what I'm talking about.
There.
Right now, he is running to the ball. He should not be running to the ball. His angle.
Where should he be running?
No.
He should be running back.
Should be running backwards.
Backwards?
It should be running towards his own goal in a slightly less angle than what the hell he's doing right now. Yes, that's how it is.
Yeah, because he misjudged the situation. If the guy's faster,
Okay.
If everyone is praising Romagnoli's, this mistakes happen to other people too. But if we're talking about this,
thank you.
I'm going to be honest.
Thank you.
But I do want to point out that I think personally, Roy, I've seen this happen a bit more with him. But anyways,
can I ask you guys? I want to ask you guys something. Do you guys take pleasure in hating on Romagnoli?
No, but it's just Roy. Honestly, if I'm going to be honest, the reason why I'm like kind of being like passionate about this is because I've noticed like it's just been super frustrating to watch us concede these goals, and we talked about them before. We can talk about like the examples again, but and I've always been thinking these things, and now that Rohit is agreeing and is also showing evidence, it's like it's good.
This is
that
someone
not actually like understands what I'm saying.
This is not evidence. Okay, let's see the whole thing. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens.
This is the same thing Lukaku did to.
Bro, I'm telling you, Roy, that angle he ran to meet him is not the angle that you run in when the player's faster than you, because that is what happens. You get blitzed every time. If he would have angled his run,
this didn't even lead to a goal.
It doesn't matter. If that situation should never have happened.
You know why?
Nathan,
to a goal because
Nathan, this is one moment.
Made up.
This is one moment out of 90 minutes. How many other players made mistakes during this game?
That's actually not one moment. That's actually the first moment. There are more moments.
He made a mistake in the Mertens goal.
I mean, even Andre Petagna beat him. So
how many players make mistakes?
But this is what it's not. I'm going to say it like this: it's not the mistakes that we're talking about. It's the attributes he has. He doesn't have the same things that Cahier and Tomori has.
Well, I mean, okay.
No,
I'm
he's better.
slightly
He's
disagree
way
with you
better.
because I do think he does make some
guys, I have one more thing to say. If you're done watching this video, I have tagged one more video with Tomori doing the same thing. So if Roy can show that, then it would clear it up.
Here we go. Now he wants to show me the video where Tomori catches up with the player. We know Tomori is fast. We know that. Let's see.
And that's one of the things I keep saying. Speed kills not just on offense, but in defense as well. If you have the speed to recover, you can take chances.
Listen. And the reason why I think Kjaer...
And people are liking these tweets that you're sending. This is bad propaganda towards our players.
Listen,
What-
guys, and I think also the thing that what makes Kjaer so like good and what I think makes him a bit better than Romagnoli is he knows
I don't see
he
it.
knows how to approach and play against someone who's fast.
Oh my god!
If the forward has his back, rarely you see Kjaer getting beat, like letting himself get beat by a pacey player.
I saw Kjaer score an own goal in the semifinal. By the way.
Oh my god, dude!
Oh.
I've already like acknowledged the fact that okay, individual own goal deflection mistakes are different from pure one-on-one defensive mistakes as a center back. Like it's just okay. There's not
What
even
is
a
it?
point in going into that. But anyways,
Rohit, where is it? I don't see it.
if you watch Kjaer against like top strikers, if a striker is playing back to goal, Kjaer goes up on them and he presses them and doesn't let them turn. If Kjaer is out of position and he's going up against someone faster, he backs up like what Nathan was saying. So it depends. It's how you read the situation, and that's what I think makes him better, personally.
Rohit, I don't see the tag. Guys, I'm going to end this poll, and it's really embarrassing that all our AC Milan fans hate Romagnoli so much. Look at the results.
It's not that we hate him.
We don't hate.
It's that
Look
we
at that.
have better defenders.
Is Romagnoli the third best? He clearly is. Is Romagnoli the third best Italian defender? 75% said no.
Gabbia is better than Romagnoli.
75%.
I would play
guys.
Gabbia over Romagnoli too.
That is a shame.
I would play
75%.
Gabbia over Romagnoli too.
Yeah, Gabbia is better
Guys,
than Romagnoli.
if you guys were in my squad, you'd be doing laps and push-ups right now.
Hey, remember Gabbia was part of that long unbeaten run until he got injured. So let's not forget Gabbia is
Okay.
about life.
I don't usually I don't really talk about my dad too much, but so my dad is born and raised in Italy, and he played soccer all of his life there, and he knows a good
Football.
amount, right. He knows a good amount about like and he played a midfield position. He was a regista. He knows a good amount about football, and in his opinion, and I don't agree necessarily. I still think that Chiara Tomori was really good, but he always has like these weird takes, and he in his mind, Gabbia and Chiara, like in the first part of the season, that was his favorite defensive pairing.
Me too.
I don't know. Like I guess if I remember, like both
Well,
of them
it
were in
worked.
the air.
They won a lot of games. Well, Gabbia is very technical.
Gabbia is very good positionally, and he's a lot stronger than I thought he would be. Like just from TV, you wouldn't think he would be able to do the things that he's done. But Gabbia
And technically, he's good.
He's shown for many games that he can definitely start.
But he's also good technically with the ball.
Yeah.
He's very good.
He has a lot of potential.
Guys, he's a star of under 21s. Gabbia, our Gabbia. Rohit, are you still with us? Where's this video that
Yeah.
you wanted to show me?
Yeah. With you guys, yeah. Tell me, please.
Did you send this link? Did you tag me in the video?
Wait, I'll give you the link. I'll give you the link in the private chat.
Guys, can we all agree that you guys have an extreme hatred for Romagnoli?
No, that's not true.
Not that extreme.
I don't hate him. I said he's a good player.
What about the goals that Tomori caused?
I know, and I was telling you, I'll be the first one to admit against Sassuolo and Lazio, he had poor.
And Manchester United.
No.
Yes.
I think that was, and you're not gonna like this. That was partially a goalkeeping mistake.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was, because Gigio misread. He mistimed it, and he went out early, and he exposed the back, and that's No.
Before the ball went to Gigio, Kessie made the first mistake. Then Tomori made the next mistake. And then Romagnoli, and then
the pass was a perfect pass, and I think
can Roy, can you just pick up show the video on the screen? I mean, it actually would show you what is the actual meaning of tracking back, which is something that Romagnoli cannot do.
Mamma mia, the anti-Romagnoli propaganda tonight.
Rohit,
is
do you
crazy.
agree that the goal that Amad Diallo scored against us in the first leg of the Europa League, whose fault was it more? Was it our midfield for letting Bruno Fernandes make the assist? Was it Donnarumma for coming out for mistiming it, or was it Tomori for the
I
marking?
blame Dalot. I blame Dalot and Tomori on that goal more than Donnarumma's.
Oh, I actually
Dalot?
blame Donnarumma, to be honest.
Why Dalot? How was Dalot involved in that?
Dalot was the one marking Diallo.
Oh, yeah. You're right. Look, the first mistake was Kessie did not press Bernard wherever that player was, and then Dalot didn't chase. Tomori out of position. Tomori did that. Do you remember Tomori? He first turned to the right, then to the left, all confused. If Romagnoli was there, that wouldn't have been a goal, guys.
I mean, I don't think you can say that definitively.
All right.
And by the way,
Let's
I
watch
think
this
I'm
one.
going to admit that Romagnoli is better. I would say in defensively, he's better in the air. I think Tomori has more potential to be a better goal scorer than him off of set pieces, because his vertical is amazing. But as of now, Romagnoli is more experienced, so he'll be better at positioning.
And he's only 26, guys. Only 26. Okay, first of all, I want to say something. Rohit, did you make this?
Yes.
Why didn't you also talk about how Tonali tracks back?
The subject matter is of Tomori, so why should I talk about Tonali?
Right. I have a
Because
question.
Tonali was also key in this play.
Right, I have a question.
Yes.
If Tomori was Italian, will he be better than Romagnoli?
Not yet.
Tomori Pomodori. It's already Italian.
Okay.
If Tomori was Italian, not yet. Because there are other Italians that are not better than Romagnoli.
Oh my god. Roy, also in these videos you have this habit of pulling every single other player in to try to cover the mistakes or the subject of the video. Why are you
Okay,
trying
first
to
of all,
cloud
first
everything?
of all, you got to appreciate this through ball here, which is brilliant by Mkhitaryan. Look at that through ball. Look at the space that he has. Barely any space there. Who is that? Your favorite defender, Kjaer. He gets caught, but no, he doesn't get any shtick because his name is not Romagnoli. Thank you. I win.
No, you don't win. First of all, there's a difference between how close Kjaer was and how close that Romagnoli usually is. And also, Kjaer was making an effort to go out instead of just waiting all the way back. Also, you said it yourself. That was a great through ball on Mkhitaryan. He put it between two defenders.
Okay, here we go. Let's
But
see.
whatever. I mean, yeah, it wasn't the perfect defending, obviously.
Oh my God! It was a nutmeg. It was a nutmeg. It was a nutmeg, guys. Why don't you put in his head on a pike?
Because
Was it
that
nutmeg?
was just, you know how many players get nutmegged? It's all about timing. And players
Sure,
that
and
are,
some players get outpaced. Some players get nutmeg. Some players get outpaced.
yeah, but he's the difference is Kjaer is engaging him. And
Finally,
he's engaging.
Bravo,
him.
Mike. Roy has a thing for Italians.
Roy literally.
Hey, I support the Italian national team. Of course, I support Italians. Yeah, what? I just want to say something. That if this player here that gets nutmegged, his name was Romagnoli, Antonio would have created a production showing us how bad he was. But because it's Kjaer,
Nutmegs.
But nutmegs have nothing to do with your positional sense
hey,
or your
it's got
decision.
it's got to do with your focus.
No, it doesn't.
Get it?
No, it doesn't, because you have to
it does.
shuffle your legs. You have
But
to shuffle your legs.
you got to see where the ball is going.
Guys, can we just watch Rohit's video, please?
No, it's not the same thing.
All right, here we go. So he gets nutmegged. I think he does. Okay, so beautiful cut back from Tomori. Very nice. Beautiful sliding tackle. Out outbalances Mr. Pellegrini. But the real star of this is the Italian, thank you, Tonali.
And it wasn't even a nutmeg. He
Lucas
just passed it beyond
Thomas.
his first foot.
And Rohit doesn't even show it. Amazing. Amazing.
Guys, Roy, wait, hold on. Actually, Roy, so do you agree? So do you disagree with Pioli's decision to start Chiara and Tomori at the end of the season?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
You disagree with that decision?
No, I agree with it.
So then what's your argument? But you're saying you're acting like Romagnoli's better than like both.
No, I acknowledge that Romagnoli lost form, and he played a shitload of games. He won a lot of games. It's just normal that after a while you're going to lose form. And at that point, if you have a player that is very inspired, like Tomori, and you have another player that is very also in a good run of form, like Jair, if you're a good coach, you're going to go with those two defenders. And it was clear that at that point, Romagnoli lost form. So I have no problem with that. I agreed with his decision.
So, okay, let me ask you this. To start this season, who should be in the first game? Who should be the starting back four?
I don't know. We have to see. Right now, I don't know.
Okay. I wouldn't change anything personally, but.
Well, how do you know? What if Romagnoli's playing better than one of those two players?
Well, okay, so right now we've seen Romagnoli and Tomori, and Chiara isn't back with he hasn't trained yet, or played a game yet, because he just finished. He had a great tournament with Denmark, are we honestly? I don't.
Is this Rohit? Do you have another one?
I don't see how you could bench Tomori and Chiara.
Well, it depends. You got to see if Romagnoli is good, is in a good form. Then it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard if you have all three defenders that are in good shape. It's not an easy decision because look, I'm telling you something, guys, right away. And coaches and professional football players do not think this way. They do not put people's head on pikes.
Dude, oh my gosh.
So who would you pick, Roy? Who would you pick out of all of our defenders to start? Who
right now?
Who would you have? Yeah.
Right now?
Yeah.
Based on the two games that we saw, based on the
fully fit. No, I'm saying fully fit.
Fully fit.
If Chiara was an option as well.
Yeah, if we had a full team to pick from, 100% fit, everyone's in form, who are you picking?
I mean, that's a tough question to answer. It's like asking, if you have Stam, Nesta, and Maldini all fully fit.
Yeah, but
I guess you rotate. You rotate.
No. Who would you pick?
If we're all three of them fit are great defenders. It's not an easy question to answer.
Yeah, but you've been a coach. I've done a little coaching. We both understand the difficulties of picking from a fully fit team.
That's why I can't answer, because if I'm in a situation like that, I have to see them at training. And you see at training who is better. And then you go with that. So I don't see them at training, so I can't answer that question.
Nathan.
Yeah.
Can you please stop with this narrative of you being a coach? Because, that's just cap.
Lucas, that was a discussion from last time, and I'm pretty sure
No.
So we're gonna move on from that.
You said you were the assistant of the coach, not the coach.
Roy, didn't we already discuss that Lucas has no clue about tactics and formations?
What do you mean?
That a 4-4-2 is the same thing as a 4-4-1-1.
I think that we should have a Nathan versus Lucas debate.
Yeah, right now I'm down. A test run.
You want 2 L's, Lucas? You want
a test run? A test run right now.
Roy, can you
a
make
test
a poll?
run right now.
Roy, can you make a poll about this debate that we just had about Romagnoli?
We already did.
Okay. What should the poll be?
I think we should move on because so there was me, Rohit, and I don't know if Nathan was on our side or
Nathan, where do you stand on the Romagnoli debate? Are you Romagnoli is a great defender, or are you on their side? Romagnoli is the worst piece of shit human being in the history of the world.
You know what? Hold on, guys. Let me make a scale of where everyone is. Okay, I think Rohit is a bit like more extreme than I am. Like I think Rohit said that he's not like he shouldn't be our captain. He's not at that level yet. I'm not that far. I still think that he's a good defender. That's my position. But I think that he's worse than Kieran Tomori.
He's worse.
And he frustrates me. Yeah.
He's worst.
Yeah. Worse.
That's a big word. Big word.
He's worse than them.
All right. This is.
And then there's Roy, who's on the complete opposite side, who's praising Romagnoli as like
one of the best Italian defenders. Yes.
And when you say the Italian defenders, does that automatically mean like one of the best in the world, right?
Yeah. Yes. Correct.
So he's better than Ruben Diaz, Van Dijk. He's better than
maybe not Van Dijk. Okay, fine. I submit. Maybe not better than Van Dijk. I would say Bonucci, Chiellini, Van Dijk, then maybe Romagnoli.
I mean, I still can't take you seriously after after the season that Romagnoli just had, and the season that these players have had. It's just you can't even compare them.
No, but people have bad seasons, guys. It's normal.
Okay, we just do this. Let's.
Eastbourne wants a 1v1 Lucas against Nathan. So what is the debate?
I don't know. Roy, you are the main guy. You should bring up a debate.
I know something that they both disagree on. They both.
All right, let's make it a whole thing. I think Rohit right now is working, so it's
but guys, they disagree with Hauge about Hauge. I know for a fact they do.
Okay, I'm down with that.
I know that Nathan. I'm pretty sure Nathan likes Hauge or believes that he should have stayed.
Yeah, Roy, set up the stage, please. The Kuvasod stage, the one that you're planning.
All right. So the debate right now is Nathan versus Lucas. Is Hauge a player that Milan should have sold? Why, when, and where?
Wait, Nathan.
Yo, guys, I just wanted to add something. Yeah, please don't kind of personally insult each other. I think a debate is healthy as long as a lot of good points are there. But just don't
I disagree with Rohit.
You're right. And when I mean by a debate is like one person has like 1 minute or like 2 minutes to give all his points, then the other person.
And then we have a rebuttal period where you can go back.
You can insult each other as much as you want.
And the chat gets to vote. That's how I see the debate.
No. I'm joking. Of course, I'm joking. Do not insult each other. Just have a good
professional.
All right. So sorry, Lucas. What were you saying?
So I was saying my view of a debate is like one person gets like a minute or two to talk about his points on why this and that, and then I get my chance to speak about my points on why this and that. Then you set up the poll for the chat to vote.
All right, so I'm going to include Antonio and Rohit. Are you working right now? Are you able to participate?
I'd rather just listen, to be honest, because I'm not really even sure what my opinion is on this, because I'm kind of in between.
Okay, so I'm just going to put.
I can be involved, but not to a great extent. So you guys carry on, and I'll just kind of add on to whose points are there, which I can agree with.
Okay, fine. I'm going to put all four of you guys' names. I'm going to moderate, so I'm not going to put my name, but it's going to be Nathan.
Roy, don't put my name, honestly.
Why not?
Really, I prefer you, because I don't think I'm going to be like taking a side.
All right, fine. I'm going to put Lucas, Nathan, and Rohit. And I'll put my name then, if you're not going to put your name.
Okay, yeah, I got you.
You guys better vote for me, guys. Come on. If you want that blue knighthood mod, vote for me.
I'm already voting for you right now, Roy. Got you.
All right. So the question is Hauge a player Milan should have sold? Why? He's being sold.
Okay, wait, guys. So we should establish who's going first. Should we set a timer or something? Like, what are we
Yeah,
doing?
a timer, a timer.
I got it.
Lucas can go first. Lucas can go first.
But Roy, I'm confused. I thought this was going to be a 1v1.
I think.
All right, you want it to be 1v1?
Yeah.
All right, let's do 1v1. No problem. Nathan, are you cool with that?
Yeah, I'm fine.
All right, guys, let's do this. Is Hauge a player Milan should have? And then you guys can expand the conversation. All right. And Lucas, you start first.
No. Let Nathan start, please.
All right, let's do this.
Okay.
Nathan, you want to start first?
I mean, if he wants me to.
All right, fine.
So no interrupting, and there. After Lucas goes, Nathan will respond, and then Lucas will respond to Nathan.
You're right. Wait, before we start, I think you should have made the poll after the points are made, because like people are just going to vote on who they like more.
Well, they're already starting to vote here, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, then. Nathan, you can go on.
Okay. So the reason why Hauge should not have been sold is simply because his goal per minute ratio is better than it's better than what Hakan's, it's better than freaking Salamakers, it's better than Castelleo. The goals he scored were not just tap-in goals. They weren't just fluke goals. He dribbled past at least 3 players and put his goals in the back of the net. He's also shown that he's good with one-on-ones against the goalie. And when we've put him in and we desperately needed a goal, he's scored for us. And with a fraction of the minutes played as well. And when you have players like Krunic and players like freaking Castelleo come into the game and routinely provide nothing, that's just insane. And the fact that Hauge was only tried on the left when you have Krunic playing on the left and the middle, and you have Mete playing as a cam as well, like that's an insult. That's an insult, especially when Hauge has shown that he can play across those 3. He's done it. He's done it before. And he did it to AC Milan. And he dominated AC Milan in both games. And that includes Kessie. So none of that makes sense to sell a player who can perform like that. Meanwhile, we're keeping players who haven't performed with us for years. So yeah, that's my take.
Okay, guys. Before Lucas goes, I'm gonna probably head out of the live because it's getting really late over where I'm at, and I'm just gonna follow along in the chat and vote. So thanks for having me. Also, Roy, did you set a timer for that or no?
No, that's fine. That was good. That was a good time.
Okay, if Lucas is like, I guess we shouldn't make it too long. But
that's fine.
Nathan was a good time. All right, see you guys.
All right, later, Antonio. Bye.
Oh, and one last point. Hauge actually came back and defended and helped in defense as well. So it's not like he's just only offensive minded. He did come back and help in defense and put in work on the defensive shift. So there's just no reason. There's no reason why you would get rid of a player like that.
Okay, are you done?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, all those points are weak. I think I'm going to win this debate easily. And first of all, we didn't play Bodo Glimt twice. We played them once, and we won 3-2. You talk about Hauge being this influential defense against Sassuolo. He literally ducked away from a free kick, and Sassuolo had a last-minute goal and to almost equalize, but they couldn't equalize. And most of his goals were in the Europa League, and yes, he scored some fantastic goals, but he only had moments. He never had like 30 or 40 minutes of brilliance. He just had just this one moment where he could do a foot style skill, get past the defender and score. That's his style. And plus he struggled with the physicality of Milan, of the European League,
Hold on.
of
I'm
the
sorry to cut
Serie.
you off, but your mic's
When
kind of like
when
scratchy. I'm not gonna like stop
when
you, but like, your mic's scratchy.
oh sorry, but you can still hear me, right?
Yeah, yeah. Say something.
Hello.
Okay, yeah. I think that sounds better.
Okay. When I was talking about he lacks physicality, and Hauge literally looks like a 15-year-old boy playing playing along man right there, and he's 22 years old. The guy gave us 12 million, eight and 8 million in like, oh, I forgot the word to use, but we got 12 million for him, which is a good price. I don't think he's going to level up. I think he's going to fall at Frankfurt, and we sold him before his price tag further down. And what else? There anything to say about Hauge? Nah, yeah. Leao, Maldini, Rebic, all these guys are way better than him, and I think they all deserve to stay in Milan longer than him. That's it.
Okay.
That's it.
Rebut.
In terms of physicality, you can't
Guys,
really
blood sport.
you can't
Okay,
use
okay.
physicality as an excuse because I mean we have Diaz who is as light as paper,
While
and
Diaz is way more talented than Hauge, and Diaz can hold up the ball way better than Hauge.
yeah,
Hauge had the chances. Hauge purely gave Hauge a lot of chances against teams like Parma, Sassuolo, Cagliari during November, December, and January, and he failed, especially in that Juve game where he was invincible against Juve and against Torino, and Daniel Maldini had to come on for him in like the 60th or 70th minute. That's that for me is terrible. And purely during a press conference after a game in the Europa League was talking about Haugen. He was like, he's too predictable. He only cuts in and shoots. He has to
so does
change it.
Messi,
Well, Messi does that more perfectly.
and so
Messi
does
does that
Robin.
perfectly. Messi does that perfectly. Hauge has never scored a killer. He's never scored a killer. And before you
Uh,
talk about the Bodo Glimt versus
That is
Milan
not
game,
true. That is not true,
no
yeah,
Lucas.
yeah,
no one knew no one knew who Hauge was.
yeah,
No
because you
one
don't
knew
watch other leagues.
no one knew who Hauge was. No one watches the Norwegian league.
Okay,
So Kessie and Benacer didn't know who Hauge was. They
and they
didn't
did
think he
after
was
that
good.
game.
They underrated him. If they knew that Hauge had a bit of talent, they would have stopped him easily. Easily, all right? Easily.
Hmm. If you can't figure out a player in 90 minutes, then that says something about you.
Against Milan, he only had like two moments of brilliance, and those were the goal, was the assist to the first goal and the second goal. And the second goal he literally had free space. So that tells you about our team and a lack of knowledge of the Norwegian league.
Right. I don't know what to tell you, man.
He's
The
finished.
the
He's finished,
things
guys.
you
Guys,
say, the
vote for me,
things you
bro.
say are just
Vote for me. He's finished.
the
He's
things you say
finished.
are just incredible. You brought up Leao, but Leao hasn't improved in 2 years. So that
Well,
and then we
Leao
give no and that's
Leao was already playing at Spartan. He was
and
already
Leao
starting
was
at
a 30
Spartan.
million player that we
He
bought from
was
Leo.
already he was
Leao was a
already
30
starting
million
at
player that
Leo.
we bought from
He was
Leo.
already
One
starting
at
at
a time.
Leo.
One at a time.
So Leao had two. He was already starting for two great clubs before coming to Milan.
And still
Hauge was playing in a Norwegian league for Bondo Glimt, a league that doesn't even give you a chance to qualify for the Champions League. Like, come on.
And Hage's still overall goals between both teams is still greater.
Because he played in the Norwegian League.
Okay, and Leao plays for Milan, a Milan team that was scoring goals, except for him,
Yes,
who only had
yes,
6
but
goals in two years back to back. He only had 6 goals, and we paid 30 million for him.
it's because in his
That's 2 years. Hauge was only given us a small amount of time compared to what Leao was given.
Leao's first season was still in the Banter era. He was coached by Gianpaolo.
He still
Then
scored 6 goals this year. So
then Pioli came on. We still had some banter in Pioli's first months. Then when Ibra came on, that's when we started seeing Leao
Leao
start
had 6 goals this
more,
year. He had 6
more
goals
and more.
last year. He has not improved.
Yes,
simple.
but he improved his assists. He got 2 assists last year, and he got 6 assists this year.
Yeah, because he played more games.
And Leao and Hauge are the same age.
That's a good point because he played more games.
Yeah, he played more games.
Yes,
plain
and he's
simple.
more effective. Do you
Yeah,
think Hauge
because he had.
would have
Do you know
ever
what?
done
Do you know
something?
what consistent? Do you know the difference between match fit and not match
Hauge
fit?
doesn't even start for
Do you understand
Norway.
what
He doesn't
consistency
even
does
play
to a
for
player?
Norway.
Do you
Hauge
understand what
Hauge
consistency does
doesn't
to a
even
player?
play competitive games for Norway.
Do you
Like
understand what
I
consistency
understand
does
that
to a
people
player?
in the chat are Hauge fans and they want Hauge to
Wait a
stay
minute,
and
wait a
all
minute, wait a
that.
minute. You're talking about the
But
national
Guys,
team.
one at a time. One at a time.
Leao for the under 21s was criticized for the national team. So let's not talk about the national
well,
team. because
we're
Leao's-
talking about 2 different national teams.
Oh, okay. So
Portugal's under
now,
two.
okay. So
Portugal's
now,
under 20. Portugal's under 21
so
would
it should be
easily
easier.
beat
So
Norway's
Hauge is
national
competing.
team.
Hauge is competing for the senior national team.
Portugal's under 21 would easily beat Norway's
Hauge
under
is
21.
competing for the senior national team.
Portugal's
Leao's
under
competing for the
21 would
21.
easily beat Norway's national team.
That's ridiculous.
So we can agree that he's just not going to even answer one of my questions, but okay.
Okay.
I have a question. For Nathan.
Yeah.
Why is it that Hauge obviously did not impress in training? Because that has to be the reason why he didn't get many minutes.
So I'll answer. I don't want to say it's indirectly, but whenever you're talking about who impresses in practice, and then for almost the entire year, we all kept saying that Leao is lazy and his mentality is horrible, and that's for 2 years.
I never said Leao's lazy.
No, but that it's the truth though. And then in terms of, we talk about other players like Krunic, Salamakers, Castillejo, Mite, even Hakan. Even though I know you like Hakan, but even Hakan, we talk about players performing in practice but not performing in the game. And then you have another player who, let's say he doesn't perform as well in practice, but when he gets into the game, he scores. And then the coach doesn't even play him after scoring. Roy, you know, as a coach, consistency is everything, especially for forwards. And if a player is not consistent, he's just not going to be as effective. And you need consistent game time. And that's what I was trying to ask.
But as a coach,
and people
hold on. But as a coach, I definitely know that you see who are the better players in training.
But would you, Roy, if a player showed that he can play good during the games and he scores, would you not want to continue his continue to put up his confidence? I'm not saying to start him, but would you not want to make his confidence better by playing him more and more?
It depends on the situation.
I just wanted to talk about something.
This is when we were not scoring goals.
Nathan, you had your chances, bro. I just want to talk about something in the chat. People are saying under 21s Portugal can be the Norway national team.
Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous.
Look at the people. Look at the
That's
under
maybe the most
21
ridiculous
team.
thing you've ever
Look
seen.
at the under 21 team of Portugal.
They suck.
John Felix is still under 21. Leao is under 21.
No. Who
Dalot
cares?
is under 21.
Who cares? Who cares?
Nuno Mendes, the guy that is linked to Man City for like 70 mil,
Who
is
cares?
still under 21. There's
Who was
a
picked
guy
out
called
as being garbage?
Braganza is under 21.
Who
There's
was
this
picked
guy
out?
that were linked to a Florentino. Luis Florentino is still under 21.
No, answer the
You
question.
have
Answer the question.
you have Wolves talents like Trincao, Pedro Neto, Fabio Silva. You have tons of these guys. Like even I forgot the guy's name, but Portugal's under 21 is stacked, and you guys need to pay more attention to that team, because I
Lucas.
cannot believe that you guys think Norway's national team is better than Portugal's under
answer the
21.
That's the most ridiculous thing I've
Lucas,
heard.
answer
No.
the question,
No.
Lucas. Lucas?
I think
answer the question.
Italy's under 21 team can also be
Lucas,
Norway's.
answer the
Impossible.
question. Was Leao not singled out for having shitty performances for the Portugal under 21? Yes or no?
Well, he scored
Yes
goals
or
in the
no, bro? Just
qualifiers.
answer.
He scored goals in the qualifiers.
Yes or
Scored
no?
goals in
I
the
need you to just
qualifiers.
answer that, bro.
2 more
Answer
minutes,
that.
guys. 2 more minutes, then we're going to close the argument.
Hauge hasn't even scored a goal for Norway.
Bro, Roy, he's not even answering the question.
Hauge hasn't even scored a goal for Norway.
Lucas, answer the question.
Yes, he was
Okay, thank
criticized.
you. That's all. That point made. That's all that needs to be said. So don't
Yes.
talk about the national team.
Yes,
because
but
he's-
Hauge is also Hauge has also been criticized by the Norway national coach
the
too.
senior national
Yes.
coach is not.
Yes.
Roy, come on, Roy. He's
What?
comparing the national team to an under 21 team.
Yeah, that's kind of
Yes.
ridiculous.
No.
Like, come on.
No. Right. Please pull up under 21. Okay.
No.
Okay. Can I share my screen then?
No.
Oh my
Come
God.
on. You cannot compare an under 21 team.
No,
to
you can't, Roy. You can compare, for example, Portugal's on 21 team to like China or like Japan, and also Norway. You can't.
Can I weigh
compare.
in this debate?
Yes,
No.
Rohit.
Oh, okay, fine.
Yeah. So I missed a certain last 3-4 minutes because I was just at work. So for Hauga, so let's start from the beginning. So we initially signed Hauga as a left winger because we counted Leao to be a second striker to Ibrahimovic. So now that we've got Giroud, Hauga has come as a third wheel for our left wing. So I don't think that he has enough quality to beat Leao or Rebic for the starting spot. So that's why I think that we sold him. We made a 300% profit on him, and if that is if we are selling him this season. If we are selling him next season, I hear it's a loan with obligation. It's going to be more than a 300% profit.
Ooh,
So,
nice.
As per the UEFA coefficients, the Norwegian league is ranked at the 20th spot, and Italian league is ranked at the 3rd spot. So
Exactly.
there's a
Yeah,
huge.
but we cannot compare leagues. We cannot compare leagues.
You can't
Yeah,
compare leagues, bro. You can't compare leagues.
You can't, because you got Holland, who played in an inferior league, and Holland's is what, maybe the second best.
No,
natural center forward?
listen. Haaland had to go to Salzburg to find his true potential. He didn't
Is that
find
a
his
weaker
true
league than the
potential at
Italian league?
Malmo.
Is that a weaker league than the Italian league?
Yes.
2 more
Okay.
minutes. We're going to
It's
go.
better, but it's
So
way better than the Norwegian league.
Can I just So the Austrian league is not is not weak compared to the Norwegian league, but I think the huge difference for Haaland and Hauga is that one, Haaland plays in Germany. That's where an attack, it's paradise for an attacker, because the German league pretty much plays every team plays with a high line. But in Serie A, except the Seven Sisters, the other 13 teams like to play a deep block. or park the bus, as in colloquial terms. So for an attacker, it is very difficult to maneuver and make space here. And the second part is Haaland is way better than Hauge. I don't think it's even comparable. I mean, it's even
No, I was playing
nice
the
to
leagues, not the players.
you always have to look at talents as well.
Yes.
Hauge does not
One more
compare to
minute,
Haaland.
last minute,
Okay,
last
and
minute to make your
Rohit, let
points.
me bring this up then. So we're talking about talent. We all agree that Leao had more talent than Cutrone, right? But
Yes.
Cutrone is a better offense on Milan, not anywhere else. I'm talking
Yes,
about on
yes,
Milan. He
but,
was a better offensive threat than Leao.
but aren't we saying that this is going to be Leao's season? This is going to be
I
Leao's
hope
peak
so.
season
I hope so too. I hope
because
so. I would love that.
yes, because he has the talent. Hauge never had the talent.
Okay, and now
We cashed them on him. We got 12
Lucas,
million,
let me
which
ask you
is
this.
useful
Let me ask
for
you this,
another
Lucas.
camp.
If he does not perform again,
Okay,
let's say
guys,
this scores,
just
what
let
will you sell him?
can I finish? Yeah. So, like in sense, does Hauge have talent? I haven't seen anything from Hauge so far, except for those 2 to 3 games in the Europa League. So like, I mean,
This is going to
Hauge
be
does,
the last word.
yeah. So
You, oh
yeah,
my
like, wait, Lucas, wait. So
Oh,
does he have the talent? I cannot say for sure because he's too raw right now. And AC Milan are not a youth development club anymore. We have bigger aims to achieve, and purely does seriously is not a babysitter to keep developing Hauge. I mean, he just plays whoever is the best fit for the 11 that plays. So, if, for example, Romagnoli was the captain of AC Milan, but Tomori came in and he snatched the spot from Romagnoli, and now Kier and Tomori are centre backs. So
okay.
similarly, if Hauge could have actually impressed Pioli, he would have definitely played these games. But
So
for me right now, to actually come in between both of your well said points, I think it's best at the end for both parties, because I think Hauge can be a better player in a more attacking friendly league like Bundesliga, and for AC Milan, we actually get money to redirect into other positions that we more need, rather than a third left winger.
okay.
Rohit,
So
I have a question for you. Sorry, Nathan, let me just ask this
yeah,
question
go
to
ahead.
Rohit. Rohit, so who is right in this conversation? You're not in the middle. You got to pick one. Lucas or Nathan? Nathan is pro. Lucas is against.
I mean, I think Lucas was the one who said Hauge isn't good enough yet. So I
Yes.
think I have to side with Lucas here
exactly. Thank you,
because
Rohit. Rohit is very smart, dude. He's very
because
smart,
because
Rohit.
for me,
Rohit, you are literally a Wikipedia, Rohit. You deserve an award, Rohit.
so
You're so
I mean,
smart.
I cannot. Maybe Hauge is a great player for the future. I was actually even this is a very interesting
Hauge is
thing.
22 years old, by the way.
Okay, but look,
This is a
All
very
right, guys. This is
one
last
minute,
thing because
Nathan.
it's done.
One
It's done. We
but
gotta.
look,
We
but
gotta.
look.
one minute, Nathan. Just give me a second. This is a very interesting debate which came into my own head. So everybody, kind of jokes on Chelsea that they let Kevin De Bruyne and Lukaku go. I mean, two big talents. So this is a debatable point. Everybody can have their own opinions, and this is just stats I pulled up. So since Kevin De Bruyne left for Wolfsburg and later Manchester City, and Lukaku left for other teams, Chelsea have won a Champions League, 2 Premier Leagues, 1 Europa League, and I think 1 or 2 FA Cups. What
Damn.
has Kevin De Bruyne won? 3 or 4 PL titles, and Lukaku just won Scudetto as well. So, in the long run, were Chelsea right to let them go? I mean, because at that point, Chelsea had better players. They had Diego Costa. They had I think Hazard, and they had Oscar. They had Andre Schürrle. I mean, at that point of time, I think they were right because they actually had better players, and they could not wait for a player to say, maybe he is the greatest player in the future. I mean, it's the same case that we did for Locatelli, and we did even for Pessina, because we could not wait for them to
Oh,
maybe. There is no guarantee that
I.
Locatelli would have been a great player with us. So I think that's the same thing we have done with Hauge.
All
Yeah,
right,
Nathan.
guys. Listen, I
So
gotta close the poll. I gotta
Rohit,
close the poll.
okay, can I say something now?
Yeah,
last
please.
thing, guys, and then I gotta
So-
close the poll.
So, you can close the poll. Like this is a general. It's like two things. So
Okay, so let me close the poll first. Let's see who won this debate. So Lucas is saying that Hauge is trash and we need to get rid of him. It's a good thing. We monetized and good for, and Rohit agrees with him, both parties. Nathan said Hauge. There's probably going to be a situation of these players that we're going to regret because he was a really good player that scored goals. Now, 14 people voted. All right, 14 people voted, and this is what they voted.
Bro, this is dumb, bro. Oh my days. Right. This is why I said you should put the
okay.
the
Well,
poll, the poll
so
after
let me
all
say
the
no. Let me
points
say
have been
something because
said.
now. Let me say something because now.
You put the poll. You put the poll in the beginning. In the
No.
beginning of the
Oh, okay,
debate.
Lucas, let me say this.
Let me say
Lucas,
something now.
hold
Let me say
on. Sorry, Nathan. Let me just respond to Lucas, and then you can continue. Lucas, I can see when people vote. People didn't vote all in the beginning. They were voting as the conversation's going. A lot of people actually voted towards the end. I can see when people vote.
Okay.
So now let me say something. Leao, we bought Leao for 30 million. If he only gets 6 goals again this year, again, that's no progress. Do we sell him? Because
Yes.
Hauge we bought for peanuts, and we got goals from a player who, I guess technically for that amount of money, we wouldn't really have expected anything in his first year. But for 30 million, you expect that player to produce way more. So for bang for your buck, Hauge is better.
No, it's not.
Yes, he is.
Can I weigh in here?
Bang for your buck.
Yes.
And
Can I weigh in here? Yeah.
And Leao
So-
has a higher resale value for your information.
First of all, Hauga's goals came against Celtic. Celtic, in terms of their own league, they couldn't even. The Scottish league is not even. I think it's a 10th position in terms of the UEFA league ratings. So they're not a great. The Scottish league is not a great league, and they came second in their own league. They were defeated by their bitter rivals Rangers, and they have something like a Coppa Italia there. They lost to a side which is not even a proper footballing side. Their Coppa, the Scottish Cup, they were not even a proper footballing side. So Celtic actually this season were not a good team, and they were even on the path to Champions League, and they lost to another team, and that's how they ended up in Europa League. So that again, the 2 goals came against Celtic. Then another goal came against Sparta Praha. So Sparta Praha played with their reserve side because the group was pretty much decided up by then, and they were already out of the group stages. We got out by the group stages. So his third goal came against Sparta Praha. Then his 1 goal came against Napoli, and then one goal against Celtic. So these 2 goals were actually good quality goals. I can agree with that. But when he was given the chance against Juventus, against Cagliari, against Torino in the Serie A, and Torino in the he was Torino in the Coppa Italia, he was given 4 starts. He did not do anything much.
so let me ask this: Does
Okay.
does a 30 million player who only scored 4 more goals with more game time during the league, is that substantial?
Okay, so here's my rebuttal towards that. Rafael Leao is not a number 9. Rafael Leao is a left winger or even a second
Okay,
striker.
Hauge played as a left wing as well.
Hauge is a left winger.
Okay.
His main position is a left winger. So Rafael
But
Leao.
just watch Hauge flop and see the reactions of other people in the chat. Especially I can see Mike Astor and Antonio saying Hauge got limited time and he had to score what was in front of him. I have been scouting him the whole season, and I think he's going to flop at Frankfurt. So just
He's
wait
gonna
and see.
you think he's gonna flop? I don't
Yeah.
think he's gonna flop.
So
I think he's
tell me,
gonna flop.
so did Benasser and Kessie perform amazing in their first year at Milan?
No, listen. You can't compare Kessie
Is
and
that
Benassi.
a yes or no?
No,
That's what I know.
you can't compare both of them to
Okay,
to
sounds like a
Hauge.
no. So
Why not?
basically,
Why not?
Because
so basically, you're giving
I haven't finished my point. So you're comparing
Because Kessie and Benassi were playing for great were playing for great leagues already. Were already scouted to be one of the best future players,
so they should have been
and
more comfortable at Milan
and
compared to
they
Hauge.
had they had the pressure to start games for Milan, unlike Hauge, who was the third choice.
He's not
Again.
gonna flop. Right? He's not gonna flop.
The point is, these guys, despite not having the best year, were still given another chance. Hauge, even despite Hauge scoring goals for Milan, it doesn't matter who you play against. I don't care who we play against. You can only score against the teams that are put in front of you. It doesn't matter what league you're from. If Hauge scored 2 goals and Leao only scored 4 more than him, despite costing Milan 30 million, that is not a good return. Plain and simple. Hauge next year could have gotten 6 goals. Then what? And his price still is peanuts compared to Leao.
The problem with Hauge,
the level of progress is not the same, man. The level of progress is not the same.
So you think Hauge is a better player than Leao?
Do I think he's a better?
Excuse me. Actually, Leao actually put better performances against Inter Milan and Roma, and Hauge put performances against Sparta Praha B side. I don't know how that is even remotely comparable.
Because
exactly,
like I said, you can only score against the teams who are put in front of you.
Oh my days! Oh my days!
And Leao actually influenced the game against better oppositions.
He should. If we paid 30 million for a player, that's because we thought that he should be doing something like that.
How can Leao perform when he's played out of position, and especially he's not backed up? I mean, every different game he's backed up by different players, due to constant chopping and changing due to the coach.
Antonio in the chat asks, why do you think he didn't deserve a second chance? No one said he doesn't deserve a second chance.
I'm not saying
we're just saying that his value is going to drop from this summer, so it's better to sell him right now than wait for next season. Because it's going to flop again.
I'm not saying that Hauge should start over Rebic or Leao, but you cannot sit here and tell me that Hauge should not have been given a chance as a cam or as a right winger, because he has shown that he can play those positions.
When did he show that?
When he was on Bodo Glimt.
Oh my days! Oh my days!
Bodo Glimt is in Norway. Come on, man.
It doesn't matter. When you look at a player, you look at the position that player can play, and the positions that he is capable of playing.
The quality of defenses.
When we look at a player, when we look at a player, you look at the positions that they can play. Do we not do that?
Lucas,
Nathan,
Lucas, just a minute. I have a question. Do you think that Pioli does not watch Hauge do in training?
No, I don't, because he puts fucking Krunic and Castillejo in. So
no,
that's
because he has no other options. That's because Hauge does not impress in training. So you're saying Pioli is just sitting at home when they are training? I mean, he watches these players 24/7, 7 days a week.
And yet he still thinks that Krunic and Castillejo are better, and that's all I need to know.
Obviously,
2 players who don't have this.
If you're talented enough, you will start. You have Mbappe starting at 16 for a Monaco side. You have Mbappe starting for PSG at 18 years old. Obviously, Hauge and Mbappe are not comparable. But if you do perform, then obviously you'll get a chance no matter what your age is.
Let me ask you this: if we're losing the game 2-1, who do you put in? Hauge, Krunic, or Castillejo.
Castillo.
A player who doesn't get goals or assists.
Castillejo.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? A player who does not get goals
No.
or assists.
Okay.
And
In
how many
Serie A,
goals and how
okay,
and how
okay,
many goals did
it
and
depends
how
on the
many
match.
goals did
Wahid,
Hauga get for us? And how many goals did Hauga get for us against Lucas 1 minute? How many goals did Hauga get for us against Udinese and Napoli at San Siro when we were losing 1-0?
You're using instances. You're using instances. You can pick
So-
out an instance every single time. No. You can do that every single time. We just talked about Roy. We just went over with Romanoli that people are just picking out instances. You can't do that.
I agree with Nathan on this
Who's a
one.
player that is capable of scoring goals when you put them in the game? Who is the one who is capable of scoring goals? Who is the one capable of assisting goals? That is Hauge. We definitely know it ain't Castillejo. He's shown it every time, and we fucking know it's not Krunic because he's shown it.
So why couldn't Hauga assist or put a goal against
Because
Udinese and Napoli?
Pioli is a limited trainer. That is why.
And how did the limited trainer change Kessie's role and make him a better player? And even Benasser as well. So he's a limited trainer now.
But we already said that those players were good. Oh, so now
Those
they're not
players-
good all of a sudden?
So that's what those players were good, and Pioli found the best role for them. If
No.
Hauga is good enough, why can't he start?
Bruh, when Hauge scored a goal on us, where was he playing?
I mean, my question is, does Pioli have some sort of favoritism for Castillejo and why is Pioli favoring Krunic and Castillejo? Does
Because
Krunic
he's
and Castillejo have some sort of blackmail over him?
Roy, can we move on to the next topic? We're already lost on this one.
Okay, we can move on to the next topic. If you guys want to last word, just finish, conclude it.
No, I don't understand why does Pioli start Krunic and Castillejo?
Because he has favorites, and he is a limited.
Why does he have a
tactician.
favorite? Come on, why does he have a favorite?
Because he's a limited tactical coach. That's fucking why.
Are you telling me Antonio Conte is a worse coach than Gattuso because Antonio Conte couldn't get the best out of Bakayoko, but Gattuso did?
We are talking about AC Milan, are we not?
Yeah, let's switch.
I'm also talking about AC Milan.
But Conte is a better coach than Pioli. To say he's not is ridiculous.
So why did Conte spend 300 million and get better players and put Inter into so much of debt? Why couldn't he just stay
Conte
with
didn't do that. The
Icardi?
owners did.
Why did the owners get better players for him?
What do you mean? Why? Conte won the league, did he not?
How did Conte win the league? With better players, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So why did he spend? He wants better players, right?
That's down to the owners. That's a different topic.
Why does Guardiola get spend like 115 on Jack Grealish and get better players? I mean, why does he spend 100 million? Why does any coach spend money and get better players?
What is the point to this? Because yes, we all want better players, but you can't sit here and tell me that Krunic and Castillejo are better than Hauge.
If Hauge does have the talent, then he would show it. What makes you think he has the talent?
When he dribbles past players, 3 and 4 players, and scores
Celtic players, by the way. Celtic.
Okay.
All right, guys. Let's go to the next subject.
Samu Castillejo scored a goal from distance against Sassuolo, not against Celtic, in his first season. He scored 6 goals in his first season, 6 or 5 against better opposition.
The Celtic game. I said Hauge is good on one-on-one situations. That's the Celtic game.
So why couldn't he dribble past defenders in the games that we actually needed him to dribble past players?
Because player does it every game.
Why couldn't he score a goal against Serie C players?
No player does that every game. No player.
So why? That's the point of consistency. That is the point of consistency. If Krunic and Castillejo can score against Pro Sesto and Modena, why can't Hauge, the great player, do that?
Because no player scores every game. That's why you're using instances.
You just said that Hauge guarantees goals and assists. Because that's why
I never said that. I never said he guarantees goals.
You said that.
I said who's the one who's guaranteed to create goals? Who's the one who's guaranteed to create?
So now you're saying that he can't do it every game. So why should Pioli trust a player who can't do it every game?
So why would Pioli trust two players who've never done it?
At least they can play. At least they can score against Serie C defenders, not a guy who cannot.
Hauge.
Hold on, guys, both. All right, so obviously nobody's going to convince each other. Everybody has their own.
There's plenty of evidence. There's even the management, even a player like Maldini, who has played and seen the best players in the world, is not convinced of Hauge.
We have to. Rohit, I mean, look, okay, this is where I stand on this conversation. Hauge is caged by Leao, Rebic, and that's it. Really.
And Krunic.
No. Leao and Rebic. And they don't, obviously in training something is happening. But nonetheless, the votes were casted and Nathan won.
The votes were the poll was open before the debate.
Exactly.
The poll was open before the debate. The points.
No, I watched the thing.
No. Skillet said that 5 before.
How would Skillet know? He doesn't know. You have to. Only I can see it. Only I can see.
No. Okay. Please don't open the poll before the debate's time.
Okay, I won this.
No. I have to.
Why?
Because it has to be there. I'll keep it going on for longer. Look, I don't think people are voting on who they like best. I think people have their ideas, and more people agree with Nathan that Hauge is a player that we might regret, like Locatelli, like all these other players that we regret. So more people think that way, and then some people, like Rohit and Lucas, think that it's the right thing to sell him. He apparently didn't do enough. And that's fine. That's fine if you think that.
And Roy, they still didn't answer my question. I said if Leao doesn't perform again this season, do you sell him? Yes or no?
I would sell him this season as well if we get a good offer.
But we can't. I don't think it's going to happen. We'll give him another season.
Just
because nobody has the money.
And Rohit, I know you would agree that even if we can sell him now, sell him, or next year sell him. This is for Lucas.
I regret Locatelli. Locatelli is an Italian. I regret it.
Will you agree to sell Leao if he does not perform again this year?
Okay, I'm going to answer that. No.
Of course. I would sell him if he doesn't perform after the season, but not during the season.
No. I mean like after the full season, not like halfway or anything like that.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
Roy, can we please move on to the next topic?
All right, guys. Last topic. What topic do we want to do? What topic, guys? Give us ideas. Something that obviously people one group has to disagree with it, and another one has to agree with it.
Nathan, give an idea.
We already talked about defenders. We already talked about Hauge. Shit. We can talk about. We'll talk about Rebic. Let's talk about
Rebic.
That's just Paul. That's blasphemy, Paul. That's blasphemy.
I don't think Rebic is good enough for Milan. That's what I think.
Oh shit! All right, so you don't think he's good enough, Nathan?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Fuck, I don't think he's good enough either.
Okay,
I agree with those. I agree with both of them. I don't think Rebic.
All right, so then there's no discussion.
Okay, shit. I thought someone might disagree.
Yilin Brand.
All right, come on, chat. Give us ideas here.
Julian Brandt from Dortmund.
Would you want to?
I don't think Brandt is good for Milan.
And you want to know why I think he is?
Oh, Bronze.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I think Julian Brand's good enough because one, he plays.
No,
Wait,
let's
wait.
not do that.
Is
Let's
is
not
that a
do that.
topic?
Let's
Is
not
that
do
a
that.
topic?
No.
Let's talk about Pioli.
Pioli? Okay.
All right. Well, hold on, because if all of you guys agree, then what's the point? Let's see what these guys say.
No, we definitely won't agree with Pioli.
What's your position on Pioli, Lucas?
I think he's a great coach for Milan.
He's a great coach.
Yeah.
All right, Nathan.
I don't think he's a good coach for Milan.
Guys, we have someone else in. Yared.
Hello.
Hello, Yared.
Yeah. So, So my question is, what makes a great coach? What makes a coach great?
Hold on.
Wait. Hold on.
Rohit, what is your opinion? Your overall opinion on?
Yeah, I'll come to that. This is my
But no,
question.
but say it so I can put it up.
Okay, I don't think Pioli is a great coach. I mean, I haven't seen enough evidence for it, but I think, I don't think
this is a
we
good
can
one.
judge Pioli.
All right, and Yared, are you with us? Are you Pepito?
I say Pioli is a middle coach. He will take a team to a Champions League place or a Europa League place. But he's not a coach that will make you win Champions League, win the Serie A. He's not that coach.
Lucas,
He's
you
more
think
a
he's a
coach
great
that
coach? Right?
build the team.
Yeah, I think he's a great coach.
All right,
A big coach.
Okay. I have a question. Okay, I have two answers to this. One, what makes a great coach? The
Yo,
answer to that.
Rahi, we're not even into the debate.
The philosophy, the team.
Okay. Let me answer that with our own history. AC Milan never had a world-class coach. All coaches became world-class in AC Milan. Nerio Rocco was managing Padova and Trieste before he came to AC Milan, and he got Rivera, Altafini, Cesare Maldini, Pivatelli, Dino Sani, etc., etc. Then you got Arrigo Sacchi. Arrigo Sacchi was a shoe salesman before he became the coach at Parma, and then he became a coach at Milan. And now he's the grandfather of all pressing tactics in football. So his philosophy became great because he got Van Basten, Gullit, Maldini, Baresi, Rijkaard, Costacota, Tassotti. Then you have Capello. Capello never had a great job. I mean, never had a proper job before AC Milan, and Capello took over from Sacchi, and he had Savicevic when Marco Van Basten retired. And then you have Carlo Ancelotti. Carlo Ancelotti was a failure at Juventus. He was also a mid-level coach.
Okay, I'm going to get in this one. I can only put guys. I can only have 4. All right. So Yared, you can have your opinions, but I'm only going to put 4 since Yared, you are on the side of Nathan and Rohit. I'm going to come in as the person that is on the side of Lucas. All right.
Okay. So let me take 2 modern coaches.
Yeah.
Klopp got his team relegated before he got the Dortmund job, and with the pro scouting team at Dortmund headed by Sven Mislintat, he got good players and he was able to. He was able to be a great coach. Even at Liverpool, he got Van Dijk and he got Alisson, he got Coutinho, he got all of those players, and he was able to be great. And Pep Guardiola, he didn't even have a job before Barcelona, but then he had the greatest players at Barcelona, and he became the greatest coach at Barcelona. Same thing I can say for Zidane. So for me, any coach can have any philosophy, but what matters for me is the players, how good the players are. If you are having great players, you can play any system, you can play any formation, you can play any tactics. And this is not my words, this is from Allegri. If you're having intelligent players, you can play any system. It doesn't matter if this is the words of Allegri. This is not my words. I mean, this is from somebody who actually has coached. In the big stages.
Okay,
I
can I
mean,
say
this
something?
I didn't mean this as a personal insult. I'm sorry. I
Okay.
mean, this is not from me. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it as a personal insult. So
He
this is
meant
from
it.
somebody
He
who is.
meant it.
I didn't mean it. I'm actually really sorry. I didn't mean it. So
What did you
like
say?
I said, Allegri is a coach, and that I'm not a coach. And this is from the things I said is from Allegri's personal.
Yeah. What's
I
wrong
didn't
with
mean
that?
that as an insult. So Allegri is somebody who has actually won stuff. Even Arrigo Sacchi himself has said that it is only because of Berlusconi's signings that he became a great coach. So has Pioli got great players? He got a 39-year-old Ibrahimovic who was injured for 58% of the
Too
season.
late. He's born too late.
Yeah, and then he had 60 injuries this season. Something even Klopp faced. And Klopp lost 7 matches in a row last season. He had to literally play Fabinho and Henderson as his centre back pairing for one game. So I mean, coaches are limited to as to how much a good a player is. If the player is talented enough, he can bring the best out of the player. But if a player is not talented enough, then that player will automatically get thrown out of the team. Whether it is Conte, whether it is Pep, whether it is Arrigo Sacchi, whether it is Sir Alex Ferguson, whoever it is. So this is my side of the debate.
Okay, Rohit. So, what makes a good coach? It it really a lot of it depends on what the team is trying to do. AC Milan is trying to do this youth revolution, and Pioli is not a coach that is particularly good with developing rough players into great players.
So
Number two,
yeah, please.
number two, um, I don't know if you agreed with what Allegri had said, but um, Mourinho at Real Madrid wasn't. No. I'll use Rafa Benitez. Rafa Benitez was not good at Real Madrid despite having Galacticos players. And those players are all intelligent and they sucked. Pioli has a history of taking over teams who needed help and either getting them into the top half or qualifying for the Champions League. But the problem is he starts to fall off, and his fall offs aren't gradual; they're drastic. And just evidence of that is when Zlatan got injured, we really struggled, and that right there says that Zlatan was more important than Pioli. And when Zlatan did get hurt, we still played the same tactic despite not having a Zlatan type player. And that right there told me that Pioli was very limited tactically whenever he doesn't have a full team. Because if you don't have the players to play that system, you need to find a system that suits the players that are available to you. And he drastically struggled with that. And our point drop off is evidence of that.
Okay, so can I rebut?
Yeah, go ahead.
No. Others haven't gone yet.
Yeah, please, Lucas. Stage is yours.
I think Pioli is a great coach. Nathan was talking about how he's limited tactically after the Benevento game. He changed his formation to a suitable formation, and if you look through Europe, when managers lose their star players, they start to have bad moments, bad games. It's not just purely. We all said that if Lukaku was injured, Inter would have never won the Scudetto. So why are you judging purely for losing points when Ibrahimovic was injured? Exactly exactly the same thing when um uh, uh, what example? Yeah. When Benzema wasn't playing for Real Madrid, they couldn't score goals because Benzema is the only way that they can score goals are Real Madrid. So the fact that Pioli was still able to finish second without Ibrahimovic for most of the season, that is impressive. And with the squad that he's getting after the summer, I am sure he's going to fight for trophies this season. Damn, I'm tired.
All right, let me say mine. All right. So I think that Pioli is a great coach because he was able to captivate what Milan is about. Playing good football, positive football, playing possession football, attacking football. And the way he was able to build a chemistry around the team. Nobody in the team has made any noise really with Pioli. It was if you want to say people made noise, mostly with the management, but not with Pioli. From a technical perspective, Pioli is the only coach in these last 12 years that has been able to, well, a little bit more, less than 12 years, that has been able to get Milan in that top 4 spot with a team that on paper is arguably worse than teams we've had in the past. So Pioli's ability to put a team together, train a team, give everybody an idea of what they're supposed to do, to me tells me that he is a great coach. Now, consistency also determines whether a coach is great. Right now, Pioli has been a coach for 2 years so far.
1.5. Oh, I guess you could say 1.5. Because remember, Gianpaolo was...
Right. Consistency, though, is on his side because his objective was to make the Europa League first. He did it. His next objective was to make the Champions League, and he did it. Second place. So to me, Pioli is a great coach for AC Milan in this mode.
Okay.
Can I just say something?
Yes.
I think because Milan come in first, I think most of the part is because of Ibra. Because you see Pioli in the beginning, when we don't sign Ibra in the January window, we lost many important points before the January. But when we signed Ibrahimovic, you see that winning mentality. Then we start winning the big games against Juventus, against Roma, against Inter. Before we went against Inter in September, I think 2-1. We don't have a win against Inter in 4 years. So I think
Yes.
Ibra, he gave us the winner mentality. So I don't think it's just Pioli's because of Pioli we come in 4th place. I think most of the part is of Ibrahimovic.
Okay, I want to rebut. I want to
I just want
rebut.
to say something. Van Dijk. When Liverpool didn't have Van Dijk, they used to concede a lot of goals. When Van Dijk came on and came in the squad, they started to get more clean sheets and became more stable defensively. So every team needs a player that can change the team for the better. It's not just the coach that does it. It's also the player. It's also the players. The clubs need the right players to come in and help the club to move to a higher standard. So Ibrahimovic coming in, it wasn't the only reason we reached top 4. It's because of Pioli as well.
Well, yeah,
guys, I want to rebut Yared because the Ibrahimovic has got nothing to do with Pioli. I mean, Pioli said Ibrahimovic is more a product of the management that went after Ibrahimovic. They are the ones that make the final decision. Then it's up to Pioli on how to manage Ibrahimovic. And the way Pioli managed Ibrahimovic has been excellent so far. Actually, not that great, but it's been good. I think he's done a good job. All right,
Right. It was Zlatan brought in that winning mentality that wasn't there until he got there. And
that's why you need big players.
On top of that, Gattuso was only 1 point away. Richards made a good point. Gattuso was only 1 point away with the inferior squad, And then on top of that, like I said before, Pioli was 11 points ahead of Inter Milan. And then at one point, we dropped out of the top 4.
That doesn't matter.
It does matter because,
It doesn't.
again,
It doesn't matter because we
it does.
finished
It
second.
does. It does
It doesn't.
because
It doesn't.
Yep.
it
That's
does.
exactly.
What is
plus
this?
plus
Listen. No. I let y'all say it. I let y'all
back
say
in the
it. Let me
Gattuso
finish.
days.
Let me finish. It does matter because that falls in line with Pioli's track record of he always starts high and then he drops off. Yes, everyone has injuries. And Roy, remember, we can't just keep using excuses after excuses after excuses. At the end of the day, everyone has injuries. Everyone has to be able to cope with it. And we almost didn't make the top 4.
What track record does Arrigo Sacchi have?
I'm not talking about Sachi. I'm talking about Pioli.
Oh,
Pioli's track record.
what track record does Zidane have? Did Zidane have? Or what record did Carlo Ancelotti have before joining AC Milan? He was a serial loser at Juventus. They kicked him out.
Pioli has actually been on other top teams besides Milan, and he
just managed Frank de Boer left Inter. Other than that, he has no top teams.
And he started off good with them, and then drastically dropped off.
The team had to be rejuvenated under Spalletti with a lot of changes. They added Milan Skriniar, they added Rafinha, and they even defeated Atlanta 7-0 under Pioli.
It still doesn't change the fact that Pioli.
Okay, I would like to add a point. All of our big losses this season, that is 3-0 to Lille, 3-0 to Inter, Pescara 2-0, all of them came with Ibrahimovic on the pitch. So I don't understand this winning mentality and how Pioli is the culprit.
Because Milan were in a horrible state mentally until Zlatan came with a winning mentality.
So you're telling me
you're finished. You go buried.
So are you telling me Care did not have an impact? Care also had an impact. Care,
okay. That's a winning mentality.
In January,
already a good defender. Pioli didn't make Care a good defender. So that's the players, not Pioli.
So what about Guardiola signing Laporte and Ruben Diaz? They were already good players. So is Guardiola a bad coach?
No, Guardiola that's like a different situation because he's only ever coached teams who are at the top. So
why is he always going to top teams? Why can't he manage a Brescia and make them better?
Because he started off with Barcelona, who had a super team. So of course he's going to look better than what he is.
Okay, so take Jose Mourinho for example. Jose Mourinho managed a treble-winning Inter squad with better players, and now he lost his job at Tottenham. What's the difference? Better players?
Wait, say that again.
I mean, Mourinho won the treble with Inter Milan with so much better players. So where did his tactics and his experience and his winning mentality go with Tottenham?
Because Tottenham is more of an attack-minded team. Inter Milan actually has defensive players that can actually defend. And Mourinho,
he signed those defensive players.
I understand that, but Mourinho needs players that actually can defend. You get players who you think are going to do the job, but if they don't do the job,
so you agree Mourinho needed the players. So why isn't that standard applicable to Pioli? Why isn't he needing better players? Why is Care and Ibrahimovic needed coming in? That is what improved our squad.
Because Mourinho actually had a winning track record. Pioli,
he didn't start off winning. He went to Porto. He got a good squad there. He won. Then he came to Chelsea. Then he came to Then he came to Inter Milan. Then he went to Manchester United. Then he went to Real Madrid. He didn't just start off being a winner right from the day he started coaching. He had to get better players.
Wait, hold on. So now you're defending Pioli? I thought you were like against Pioli.
No, I was pro Rangnick. I'm not gonna lie for that. But what Maldini and Pioli is doing is very similar to what Rangnick planned for AC Milan, which I was
And
very sure of.
do you think that what he's doing
Yo,
makes him great?
Roy, I have to go to bed. It's 7. It's 8 a.m. here, and
No.
I haven't slept yet.
Lucas, you can
Wow,
stay up. You
Lucas
can
just
stay up,
stayed up.
Lucas. I've been up for literally 24 hours.
All right,
you can
guys.
stay
So
up
so
too.
so so Yared
I don't
now
have
is
coffee.
Lucas. In the
I don't
poll,
have coffee.
Yared becomes Lucas.
What
All
to
right,
say?
Lucas.
Can
So-
you
Have a
say
great
it
night,
again?
Lucas. Thank you.
Thank you, Roy. Well,
Great.
will you be streaming today?
Probably tonight.
Okay.
Yeah, if we're streaming, just obviously come on,
Yeah,
come on
yeah.
this stream.
Thank you.
All right, hey Lucas, thank you so much, my man. Thank you.
Okay. Pioli, despite doing good with other teams, how come he didn't get to go on to other teams that are in the Champions League like Mourinho did?
I have a question for you, Nathan.
Yeah.
Pioli's objective was to make the Champions League, not to win the Scudetto, because nobody even believed that. Even
Yes.
Ibra said it just because he needs to maintain his image, but his objective was to reach the Champions League, and he achieved it in flying colors. Because
He
at
did
the end
not
of the
achieve
day,
it in flying colors, Roy.
At the end of the
He
day-
almost bottled it. He almost bottled it.
but he did.
I mean, there is a very good reason called injuries. I mean, if a player is not available for selection, I mean, I don't know if Pioli has a magic wand.
I understand there's injuries. Inter Milan had injuries and COVID at the beginning of the year, and they came back and
They
finished.
didn't have injuries to their two main players. That is Hakimi and Lukaku.
They still had COVID and other stuff too as well.
That was only for 6 weeks. I mean, this was literally the whole season.
Yeah, but you can't use it. Everyone has injuries and stuff like that.
No,
And-
I
and-
mean,
and
no
wait,
other
wait,
team.
wait,
Wait,
you
no
just-
other team suffered
And
60
you know
injuries
what?
last season.
You know what? This brings me to my next point. So you know that our players were getting hurt, players were playing too much, and yet we go into January, and as the coach of a team who is struggling in certain positions, we go into January and we don't get a right winger or a center forward when those are the two positions that we desperately needed. As a coach, you need to have the balls to tell the management this needs to happen. Now, I'm glad we got Tomori. That was a great signing. But when it comes to offensive signings, Pioli and the rest of the people there have no clue what they're doing.
Well, I wouldn't say that. That's
I would say
Oh,
too
that is
I
unbelievable.
would
I
say
mean,
that.
we have no money to spend. I mean, no
We
other
don't
team.
have to spend money. We already know that Milan is a loan with option to buy team, right? We are loan with option to buy team.
So we're not allowed to spend. That's. I mean, there
where's
are
the loan?
rules.
But we can still loan. We went and got Mandzukic as a
That was
coach. As
that
a
was
coach,
that was a
Free
gamble.
transfer.
as a coach, you should say, "Fuck that." We can go loan a better player who's
No?
actually been playing.
And then
Yes, he
I want to
can.
say something. I want to say something about that because out of experience, there are different kinds of coaches, and
Yeah. Pioli's a
but-
yes man. He's a yes man.
exactly. You got yes men, and then you
And
got
that's
people
not
that
a
like to
coach that
push.
Milan needs. Milan needs a coach with character. And
Right
if you're just
now,
a yes man,
Hold on.
yes man, then that's a mid-table mentality. You're just
Hold on.
so
glad
wait.
Hold on.
Can I say if
Yeah.
Pioli did challenge the management, what you think he would have got Haaland?
he would have just gotten
Mbappe?
fired.
we don't need a Holland. We need a player
Yeah,
that's gonna
dude,
fit
the
our
other
system.
team needs to agree to the transfer. Why would they transfer a player when the other team does not have money to buy another player?
Oh my god. Do you know there are so many other players that
I mean, okay, I agree there are players, but why would I mean there was only one money transfer which happened. I mean, there was only one transfer that happened about 20 million. That was a player from Ajax. Rest, I mean, Inter Milan, Juventus, no other team actually signed any player. They were all quiet. They did not even sign a single player on a loan. So what makes you think in a pandemic hit situation, even for a loan with option to buy, even for a loan you need to pay money. What good would happen if Pioli threw his toys out of the pram and cried for a striker?
I want to heavily disagree with Nathan on this one, because right now Milan having a yes man is the best thing.
I don't agree with this yes man thing, but Pioli is actually understanding our situation because
but that's exactly what I mean. A person that understands the situation and is not going to impose.
We cannot spend. I mean, this is my whole problem with FFP. We cannot spend even though we have money to spend because of certain rules. So what's the point of crying and just like Conte did, crying and threatening to leave and all those kind of stuff? It's going to affect the whole club.
That's why I agree. That's why I think Milan is not in the position to have that kind of coach right now.
And also we were linked to Douglas Costa. Douglas Costa was taking 12 million salary a year.
We don't need to get a Douglas Costa. You guys are thinking that I'm saying that Pioli should have went out and got some established person. We didn't need that.
But Pioli doesn't do that, Nathan. That's not Pioli's job to do that.
Pioli is the coach. He needs to let them know, hey, we don't need to get a Holland or a Douglas Costa or anyone like that. We need to get a player who has played consistently, or not like starting every game, but a player who has at least played. We went and got Mandzukic, who did not play and is injury prone.
But you blame that on Pioli? Why do you blame that on Pioli?
Because the coach should have vehemently he should have came out and said this is not the right way.
But don't you think that they show him the situation and all the variables and why they chose Mandzukic?
If Zlatan is injured, you don't get a player who's also injury prone and has not played. We already discussed that consistency for a forward is the most important thing. And if you're out for like 10 months, you are nothing.
But then,
I have a question.
You blame the management, not.
I'll give you an example. Okay, so let's say there's a father and a son. So the son wants a BMW Lamborghini car, but the father cannot afford one. No matter how much times the son cried, can the father afford that Lamborghini car?
But we don't need a Lamborghini. We just need something that's reliable.
But we don't ask for a Lamborghini. We ask for a decent car.
Exactly.
We actually did sign that kind of a car in Mandzukic, but
no, we didn't. What the fuck, we didn't. If you
can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Stand for signing Mandzukic. We can sign the Milan with option to buy. That PSV player, Milan.
PSV, yeah.
Yeah. Can I ask you something?
Daniel Milan.
Yeah.
Daniel Milan went to Dortmund for 35 million, and and his agent is Raiola.
He go for 30, not 35.
30 million. He signed for 30 million. And why should a team sell their best player in middle of the season to somebody else for a loan?
No, I'll agree that Milan would have been almost
so many times.
But Milan would have been almost impossible. But we could have gone for someone like Tabby Abraham, who was getting no time at Chelsea.
Tammy Abraham was the starting striker under Lampard.
Tabby Abraham, he was getting almost no game time. He was getting barely any game time. Barely any game time. I was watching Chelsea. He was barely getting any game time. There's no reason. It would have been better
first question.
Colombo back from loan. It would have been better to keep Colombo.
First question. Why would Chelsea agree to why would Chelsea agree to a transfer to Tammy Abraham?
Because Abraham wasn't getting any game time.
So maybe if Giroud got injured, who's going to play the number 9 role for them?
But why does this matter if he got the second place anyway? Why does all of this matter?
Because if we were having these injury problems,
He,
we could have at
he's
least
unhappy
loaned
because
players. We went from being 11 points ahead of Inter to them being 11 to 12 points ahead of us at the end of the year.
so that's my point. How can you
Nathan.
deal with a team that has so many injuries?
You get
Nathan,
reinforcements in January. You can loan players.
I'm gonna say something.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say something controversial. All right. So don't be too angry at me. Even if we didn't get all those injuries, we still wouldn't have won this with it.
I'm
It's
gonna have
debatable.
to disagree with
It's
that.
debatable.
I'd have
It's
to
debatable.
disagree with that because when we had
Inter was way more equipped to win this with it.
no.
Come on, guys.
I'd have to
Come on.
disagree with that, and the reason why I'm disagreeing with that is because the players who were getting injured when we were playing them, and again, this comes down to Pioli because he has zero rotational skills when players are healthy. These players aren't used to playing with each other in the game. Practice is completely different. In the game, they are not used to playing with each other.
Who had the better
I mean,
team of paper?
you can only rotate if you have better player. I mean, you have equally good players on the bench, Nathan.
Yeah, but you can rotate better than what Pioli has.
You cannot rotate and then expect him to win. And if you don't win, then everybody would say he's not tactically equipped enough.
But that's the thing. You say.
So dude, are you telling me with tactics you can make Samu Castillo as a better player?
Again, that comes down to them going out and getting a player.
He didn't get Castillo though. But listen,
getting 1 minute. Right? Getting a player is down to Maldini and Massara and also Gassili's financial input. Pioli throwing his toys out of the pram is not going to do anything. We still don't have money. Tammy Abraham, Chelsea should have to. Chelsea didn't need Tomori. He was the 4th or 5th choice, so they threw him out. But Tammy Abraham was 2nd choice. He was literally behind Giroud. There are no strikers like Tammy Abraham at Chelsea.
But oh my God, if you watch Chelsea, you would see that they rarely played with a target forward like that.
I think. Sorry, guys. I think it's ridiculous to judge Pioli over something that decisions that the management is paid to do. Pioli is not paid to make those decisions. Pioli is paid to put a team together, create an idea of game, tactics, formations, manage the players, manage their minutes, etc., etc. That is what he's paid to do. And at that, he achieved his objective, making him a great coach right now.
And if he finished outside of let's say he finished in 5th place, just like Gattuso, you would not have the same thought process.
Yeah, I would think he should be fired if he would finish 5th.
Okay, then we barely scraped into the Champions League. Barely scraped in is still scraping in, but we barely fucking scraped in.
That doesn't matter.
It does because
dude, I still haven't got a clear answer. How does a coach cope with 60 injuries in a team? I mean, even the greatest tactical manager of our current time, Klopp, couldn't cope with 60 injuries to his team.
Yeah, 16 injuries that happened over the course of the year. We didn't have
6-0.
Okay, do we have?
He had to play a Henderson and Fabinho as the centre backs of his side.
Did we have 60 players injured at one time? No.
We had 60.
Players, we had players.
We had to play Samu Castillo as a false 9 against Manchester United. Come on, man.
But why? Why would we do that when we have players that we can actually play? We have players that can play.
Leao was injured. Ibrahimovic was injured. Who else should? Rebic was injured.
You play Colombo then. You play Colombo or you play Robo. You play a player who can play forward. That's why they have positions.
No, Colombo was out on loan.
Exactly. You bring him back from loan because we don't have any player for that position.
No, you can't do that. The mistake was shit at
Cremonese. Colombo was shit at Cremonese. He was shit in the Serie B team.
So you brought up.
So you're just making up names just for the sake of it.
So you brought up that we had to play Castillejo as a false 9, right?
Okay. Yes.
That system didn't work, right?
He
So
did
why-
pretty good actually as a false
So
nine.
what system can play without three? I mean,
that's
without
the
three
job of the
choice
coach.
strikers.
And if the coach can't figure it out,
I mean,
Hold on.
you're just
Hold
you're
on,
just
guys. That game, his only other option to play as a false nine was either to put Çalhanoğlu as a false nine or Brahim Diaz as a false nine. So at that point, he probably thought Brahim Diaz did not have the personality to do it, the experience.
Brahim Diaz was injured that game.
Oh, okay, so there you go.
Brahim Diaz was
No,
injured.
he
Rebic
was
was
not
injured.
injured.
He was injured. Ibrahimovic
Not Ibrahim.
Ibrahimovic was injured. He came on in the 70th.
No. I said Brahim Diaz.
Diaz was injured.
Ibrahim Diaz was not injured.
Brahim Diaz was injured that game. I remember it. Samu Kaslevo, Hakan, and I don't remember who started. I think Krunic started on the left wing. Right wing was Salamakers. We had Mete and Kessie in the center.
Where was Hauge?
Hauge was not in the team. He was kept out of the 22-man squad.
He
So
was
why
kicked.
would you
He
want-
was kicked out from the.
You cannot
Europa
change
League,
your 23-man squad after you name it
Right.
once.
So why the fuck would the coach even think to not take Hauge?
Because the Hauge didn't fucking prove himself. I mean, he needs to prove himself. If he's that good, no. If he's that good, why can't he prove himself?
So
If he's
in
that
your
good,
mind-
why
I have
can't
a
he?
question for Nathan.
In
I have
your
a question for Nathan. I have a question for
Yeah,
Nathan.
I mean, I can understand that he does not rate purely because he did not play Hauge. But
No,
if Hauge
I
is
don't
that
rate purely
great,
because
if
he's not a
Hauge
good
is that great, why can't he play? Why can't he prove himself to the coach?
So has Krunic proven himself to you?
Let's not get back
Yes.
into that.
Has to
Yes, I mean, Krunic actually plays multiple positions. Hauge cannot even play the
And
left
does he
wing
play them
properly.
good?
He plays.
Hold on,
He
hold on.
runs a lot. He actually runs a lot.
He runs a
Hauge-
lot. So if you run a lot, that means you're a great player.
Oh, Hauge!
Hold on. Hey, guys.
Hauge couldn't even score against Juventus and Cagliari. What a great player!
Hauge has
Right.
more goals.
I have a
than
question for
Krunic.
Nathan.
Hauge
I have
has
a
more
question
goals
for
than
Nathan.
Salamakers.
Hold on, guys.
I mean,
we
he scored.
Hauge
He
has
scored
more
against some.
goals than Castellano.
Guys.
He
We
scored
already
against some weak
studied
ass
that.
teams. That's a great thing.
And
Nathan,
Hauge
I have a
has more
question.
goals than all four of them.
Nathan.
Oh
Nathan,
yeah,
I have
that's a great thing. Yeah,
guys,
that's
stop.
a great thing. I
have
hope
a
he does
question
it
for
for
Nathan.
Frankfurt as well.
Guys, I have a question for Nathan. Nathan, in the 400 sprint in the Olympics, right? Italy won the gold medal, and the guy literally won it by a nose. But at the end of the day, he got the gold. They got the gold medal. So it doesn't really matter whether it's by a nose or by a mile or by a yard. At the end of the day, what matters is what happens after you cross that finish line. That's what matters. And Pioli finished crossed that finish line in second position, making him.
I said that Pioli, I was happy that we finished wherever you did, but again, how we finished is a big deal because it supports Pioli's.
Actually, you're wrong. You're wrong.
You're just contradicting yourself.
No,
we finished in a great way. Beating Juventus.
Yes, we finished. We finished because we in a great way by beating Atalanta and whatnot. I'm talking
Juventus,
about
Atalanta, Torino.
I'm talking about it supports the facts that Pioli starts high and then drops off because we shouldn't have been in that situation. We should not have been in the situation where it comes down to the last game. We should have clinched second place. Like 3 or 4
and
games.
How does a coach control what happens in the center of the pitch? He has. I mean, like it's the players making the mistake. He can just shout and scream. That's all he can do. So how can he control what a player does on the pitch?
By playing them in their right position.
Okay, so Hauge played in the right position. Why wasn't he good enough?
When Hauge scored, why didn't
And
he
by
get the
and you just said Leao was not giving the right return on investment. And when I said he was out of position, you said that does not matter. Why? Why is that?
Because number one,
And also, sorry, third question. I said that Samu Castillo was played out of position due to injuries. So you did not give me an answer as to what is the correct formation to play without a striker.
I'd have to look at the team. I'd have to look at the team and the players available, and I could come up with a better situation than Pioli did. As for Hauge,
Okay.
yeah, I can. It'd be easy. As for
Really?
Hauge,
So you have Samu Castillo. So you have Krunic. You have Hauge. You have you don't have Hauge. You have Hakan. You have Kessie, Mete. You have you don't have Theo Hernandez. You have Dalot. You have Kier Tomori, and I don't remember who played right back that particular match. I think Kalulu played right back at that particular match. What system can you come up with?
and which game is this?
Manchester United second leg.
Okay.
But excuse me, guys. You cannot judge a coach based on one game. It's his objective, the season objective. That's what determines whether or not a coach does a good job.
He's just pissed that Hauge doesn't play.
Judging from how Pioli drops off in performances with his teams, it is not a good sign.
Dude, you are not the person you are in your past. I've amply proven it.
Okay.
Even our great coaches is not what I mean. Did Pioli have a team in the past? Did he have a great team with Inter Milan? Did he have a great team with Fiorentina? Did he have a great team with Parma? Did he have a great team with Bologna? No, even none of his teams can even scale up to what we are right now.
Okay,
and he achieved his objective with 60 injuries in his team. So what are you complaining about?
Look, Diaz was not injured in that Manchester United game.
Second leg.
He wasn't. He wasn't.
He was not injured.
He was not. Okay. So if he was not, hold on. If he was not, that would have been his only other option.
No.
Diaz as the false nine.
Diaz as a false nine against Harry Maguire and Eric Bailly, who are two monsters physically. Yeah, right. A midget against two monsters.
Castillo was the best option for in the position he was.
Salamakers
As a
started
false nine.
on the right.
Okay, yeah.
That's what I said. Salamakers started on the right. Krunic on the left.
So the best if we were gonna play this formation, Castillo would not be playing there. If we were playing the same formation, Jesus Christ, yeah. I would not. First of all, I wouldn't play a 4-2-3-1. Fuck it.
What formation would have you played?
The best formation, honestly, would have been a 4-3-3.
Hold on.
And who would have played as a striker in a 4-3-3?
This is not.
Then you can play Diaz as a false nine, and then instead of Krunic, you would have Hauge.
But Nathan, you have to understand that at that point, Diaz did not have the personality nor the character
or the physicality.
Samu offers nothing. Literally,
he did good in that game.
He doesn't provide a goal-scoring threat.
Actually, I say Castillo plays the false nine better than Leao because he doesn't lose the ball when the ball's on his feet.
Even Leao was injured that game.
But the thing is, too, when Leao plays as that top striker, we send too many long balls like beyond him from the run into space.
That's because
we do play a lot. We do play long balls.
That's because Leao has the pace and the height to run behind the defenders. But again, in a 4-3-3, in a 4-3-3, what would have been different?
In a 4-3-3, you'd have players who can actually.
And who would have played the number 8? I mean, the number 8 role, the Paqueta role, LCM or whatever you call it.
You said the which role?
The Paqueta role.
This is my team. The back line stays the same. Your CDM would be Kessie.
Okay.
Your other midfielder would be. You have Diaz here. You can use Diaz, and you still have Tonali, who would be better in a more advanced role.
Tonali was injured that game.
You can have Tonali and
Tonali
Kessie.
was injured.
No, Tonali's actually on the bench. He's on the bench.
He's on the bench because he was injured. He would have started otherwise.
Okay, so you still have Diaz, and you would have still had Hauge.
So you said Diaz
In fact,
should have started as a
I'm sorry.
false nine.
I forgot we had Hakan. So you have
Yeah, that was your only other option. Either Hakan or Diaz in that false 9 row.
And how do you propose Diaz as a false 9 against
no. So
physical
the
centre
team
back?
would be you would have Mite, Kessie, Hakan, and you would have Salamakers, Diaz, and Hauge. And you would play
Again, it comes down to the details. Again, you're just criticizing purely for not playing Hauge.
Hey, I'm putting in 2 players. You asked me what I would do, and I'm putting in 2 players.
You cannot change your 23-man squad in January, dude.
But it's the coach's fault for not
The
picking.
coach selected Krunic because he can play as a defensive midfielder as well. And we were
Krunic
having a
played on
lot
the
of
left
injuries
wing.
during that
Krunic
time.
played on the left wing. We just talked about playing players.
He played on the left wing because there was nobody else to play on the left wing.
So
Hauge was not selected.
Nathan, you know why I think there's a flaw in what you're saying? Because you're assuming that during the week, during training, all these other players that you're talking about are kicking ass. But
actually, I'm not. I'm not assuming that. In fact,
so then how can you say that how can you say that Hauge is better than Krunic and Castillo during training?
I can't say they are during training, but I could say during the game.
So then that proves my point.
No, it doesn't. Because you have players. If you have a player who didn't play good in training, but he scores goals in games, did you play him?
He did not score goals against Juventus, Cagliari, and
who has more goals, Hauge or Krunic?
Now you're getting on to different points.
I'm going to give you a few questions. Who has more goals, Hauge or Krunic?
Come on, guys. This is about PR. Is it about
Hauge has more goals.
Who has more goals? Who has more goals, Hauge or Castillo?
So let me rebut that. Who has more goals against?
Question: Who has more goals, Hauge or Castillo?
Who has more goals against Serie C teams?
No. Listen. Who has more goals, Hauge or Castillo?
So why can't Hauge play against a Serie C?
Oh, you're not answering me again. Who has more goals?
You're just nitpicking a particular stat to prove your point.
I'm picking a stat because it's an offensive position.
And one question. I
will agree with Nathan on this.
How many times did Krunic actually play as an offensive player? If you're going to compare him and Hauge.
He's played left wing and he's played cam on multiple occasions. What do you mean?
He's played as defensive midfielder as well. He's come on at the 77th minute to close down games.
We don't need to fucking close down games when the game is 0.
Oh yeah, then we should have just subbed off all of our four defenders and brought in 4 attackers when we're chasing a 2. We're defending a 2-1 lead.
We are not chasing the game. If the game was the tie was
the Roma game. That is that we were winning a 2-1. You wanted Pioli to bring on Krunic, or you wanted Pioli to bring on Hauge at 2-1, and Roma was threatening us with Sharawi and
we are winning. We are winning. We didn't get a goal.
So what's the point? Okay. So as per your logic, we should not defend at all. We should just play attack.
When did I say that? I'm talking about the Manchester United game.
I want to agree with you on something, Nathan. I want to agree with you on something. In hindsight, not putting Hauge in that list was a big mistake. In hindsight,
even during the time, Roy, even when the selection was first came out, it was ridiculously stupid. In fact, I don't know if it was Rebic or Leao, but someone was already injured for a good minute, and he still didn't pick Leao. Or not Leao, sorry. He still didn't pick Hauge. It was stupid from that very moment.
No, I disagree with that.
Hauge did not prove himself in January. Go watch those matches, please. He was shit against Cagliari. He was shit against Torino.
Oh my God. What part of who provides the better goal threat do you not get when the game?
And one more thing. You told me that a coach's job is to play the player in his best position, right?
Yeah.
And Hauge's position is left wing.
He can play left wing or cam.
For Bodo Glimt, and Bodo Glimt is a different league. It is not Serie A.
Who cares? Krunic is not a left winger. Krunic's not a left winger.
Krunic has played as a left winger for Bosnia. Krunic has played as a left winger for Bosnia, sir.
He isn't. It doesn't matter. Guess what? I can play
Okay,
goalie.
now
but
it doesn't matter.
I can play goalie, but that doesn't make me a goalie.
You're not a
Krunic-
professional player. You're not a professional player.
It does. Roy, you can attest to
What?
this. You
What?
can attest to this.
What?
You can stick a player anywhere, but that does not mean that's their position.
You're just contradicting yourself.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
If you would do that out of necessity.
And the only reason why it was a necessity is because the coach didn't take the right players.
Well, in
The coach
hindsight,
didn't pick Hauge. That's it. That's why you don't like him.
It just proves my point that he's a fucking idiot. You have Krunic on the left wing. That is not his position.
But Nathan, but you are nitpicking purely over one game in this
No, I'm
current
not.
moment.
This is multiple times when he's not done the right thing.
He's not subbed Hauge, and that's all his problem.
Okay, you know what? If you would rather play Krunic and Castillejo when we're losing or tied, okay, fine, go ahead. But I prefer to actually win the game.
You know, I actually do not understand this inferiority complex of Krunic and comparing Hauge to Krunic and Castillo.
Because
all three players need to go. All three players are shit, but the coach can only work with what he has, and he will select the best players out of that. And if you're just going to nitpick, if you're going to just nitpick 2 games and say Hauge is great, then why can't he prove himself in training? That's my question.
Come on, you cannot be serious.
But that's true. The training is what we don't see. So obviously, training where Pioli is seeing something that we're not seeing.
And I understand that. But who provides the greater offensive threat? Krunic, Castillejo, or Hauge? And Hauge is the freaking answer. If we are losing or tied, you don't put Castillejo and you don't put Krunic when you have Hauge. He is more of an offensive threat. No. If we are losing or tied and we are trying to win, because remember, we were dropping points like flies, you do not put in Krunic and you don't put in Castillejo when we need to score a goal. That's stupid. Hauge has shown it doesn't matter if the teams you think he scored against are chumps, or why he couldn't score this time, or why he couldn't score that time. The fact is, Krunic and Castillejo don't ever score, except for once in every blue moon. You can't sit here and tell me that those players provide more of a goal threat. You can't sit here and try and tell me that. That's wrong. You're completely fucking wrong.
I don't know. I would like to say something else. Nathan would say I'm nitpicking, but if Hauge is the goal threat, he got a good fair 20 minutes against Udinese when we were 1-0 down. Why couldn't he score? Just give me the answer. Why couldn't he score?
Because players don't score all the fucking time.
Okay, then why couldn't he score against Napoli?
Bruh, I just said players don't score like that all the time. Even I've seen Messi.
So doesn't it contradict? Doesn't it? Oh, please stop comparing Messi, please. Doesn't it contradict your fact that Hauge is the goal threat when he can't score a goal?
It doesn't. Oh my god! Because he lacked the consistency. I literally said that again. If a player does not get consistent game time, it doesn't matter.
Does consistent game time make a player better? If that's the case, why is in that case, why isn't Castillejo playing like Mohamed Salah right now? He's got a lot of play time.
Has always been garbage. He can't improve. He plateaued a long time ago. That's why.
So what makes you think Hauge is better than Castillejo?
Because Hauge is only 20.
So you're judging him after seeing him for 3 or 4 games? Well,
that's a very big Pioli, guys. Stay on Pioli.
I am staying on Pioli. I'm saying Pioli actually watches this guy train 7 days a week, and this guy is just judging him on 3 games.
I'm not judging him on 3 games. I'm judging him over the course of the entire year. He makes questionable substitutions, and he makes them at questionable times. And it's not just me that says this. The announcers even say it. So I guess I don't know anything, even though the announcers
Oh,
who know more than you
the
and me say the same thing.
the announcers have been quite publicly said to be biased towards Juventus and Inter. But what do I know?
No, I'm talking
And
about during the game, they say, I don't understand why Pioli is making this decision right now. I
because
don't understand.
for one thing, the announcer is not a UEFA approved coach, and for second thing, Pioli is a UEFA approved
I'm not
coach.
gonna buy that. I'm not gonna listen. Like,
Oh come on, dude.
I'm not gonna.
You have to write an exam to pass it.
I will criticize any coach who makes questionable decisions, and that includes Pioli, plain and simple. And
But
I
Pioli's
understand
decisions overall have been successful.
his decisions.
He's going to say we scraped past. And
Look.
so we got second place, so we don't deserve it.
Like
We defeated
overall,
Juventus
Nathan.
3-0, but we don't deserve it.
If y'all look at the context and how we got to second place, y'all act like we just
That doesn't
breezed
matter.
into
That
it.
doesn't matter. That does not matter.
Okay.
Dude, it's not like we paid the ref and got to second place.
Bruh, we got second place. A lot of it is with luck, plain and simple. Are
you telling me
That's
that
fine.
3-0 game was luck?
We had a lot of luck, and to say we didn't is
No,
Guys,
The
I
last-
have to head out.
sorry, hold on. The last 5 games were not luck.
No,
that was pure.
I'm
That was
talking about-
purely. Hold on, Nathan, hold on. That was purely making the perfect tactical moves to beat a team like Juventus, which is even with Pirlo at the helm, is almost very difficult to beat, and then destroy Torino, get that tie against Cagliari, very difficult game against Cagliari, and then win maybe the most difficult game of the season against Atalanta. Pioli made all the right. In that last game, Nathan, Pioli didn't have Rebic, he didn't have Ibra, and he had to change the whole setup. So you have to give him credit. That
the
makes
last
him
5 games, he had to
great.
change. He had to make drastic changes in the last 5 games. Those changes should have came at least 10 games earlier. And on top of that, the luck I'm talking about, and before, and yeah, let me finish where I'm saying this. A lot of the penalties we got are luck. Now listen, you create your own luck. And all the penalties that we got, except for like maybe one, have been deserved penalties because they were legitimate. However, you cannot count on those decisions or those situations every time. How many games did we get bailed out because of penalties? Not because we scored during the game, but because of penalties.
But you earned the penalty.
No, we
You
deserve
earned
those
the
penalties. We deserve those penalties because our players pushed for the win. So we deserved it. But if you take away some of those penalties, the situation
that's not that's you
that
do
is
not,
true. That is true.
But that's not a way you got to judge it.
Yes, it is.
You judge
It is.
based on what happened. You got those penalties.
But what if it doesn't happen?
Okay, but I can look at it this way. You got those penalties because Pioli put an offensive team that was playing a lot in the box of the opposition,
Yes.
causing.
Yes. You're
So
right.
maybe we could say that the reason why we got all those penalties is because our Pioli set up the team.
No, you're right. And that's all I'm saying. Like, we got those penalties because we pushed to get the goal. But you cannot count. What if even though we were pushing, what if that penalty situation did not happen? What if those did not happen? Let's say at least 5 of those situations that got us the win did not happen. Let's just say they defended differently.
But that's ifs, because I mean, ifs, that is not an argument. Maybe.
It is an argument because then it comes down
only argument is what actually happened. That is the only argument.
Okay. And if it doesn't happen, then what?
But that doesn't matter.
How does it not matter?
That's
it
a
comes down to
speculation.
whether or not we can score goals in open play. And if we didn't get penalties, we would have scored from open play.
But that doesn't matter because
how does that not matter? That comes down to the coaching.
What matters is how many points you finish at the end. That's what matters is how you cross that finish line. Are you on the podium? Yes or no? That's the only thing that matters. Whether
Look,
you did it.
Pioli almost had the exact same result as Gattuso, and Gattuso had a far inferior team than
Gattuso
what
was
Pioli
unlucky.
has. What?
Gattuso was unlucky.
Yes, and that's what I'm saying.
And Gattuso is a great coach.
Him.
Gattuso is also a great coach.
Luck was not with him. Luck was with us this time. That's just how it goes.
No, Gattuso was very unlucky.
Yes,
I mean, how many times does a goalkeeper score on you on a corner kick?
But that's just how it goes. It is what it is. You cannot control that. Luck is on there. Sometimes you need the luck of the draw. But
you make your own luck. You know what?
Exactly.
In
1999,
when Zaccheroni won the Scudetto, his thing, he said it. He said it was a very lucky win because it was some of those games that Milan won, in particular against Sampdoria. That was a crazy game. But it's the mentality of a team, that positive mentality that you propose. You create your own luck, and Pioli is the one that is putting that team together. So Pioli deserves the credit. You're trying to take it away from him.
The team picks itself, though. That team literally picks itself for the most part.
Which one?
Our team, even when there's injuries, if there's an injury. But
still, you got to train the team. You still have to put the team together. You have to give the team an idea. You have to create a group.
Look at how we play. It won't. In those games, we were literally doing nothing. Our offense is so predictable. It's laughable.
I don't think so.
It is. What do you mean? Our offense is get the ball. Our offense is long ball to Zlatan, get the ball out left to Leao and Rebic and Theo, and cross it into Zlatan. That is our game plan.
Well, why wouldn't you do that?
No,
that's the best game. That's the best game plan.
When it's working, it's fantastic. But when it doesn't work, we have nothing. And that comes down to the coach not having any other tactical ability outside of cross the ball to Zlatan.
If Ibra is on the pitch, you play for him.
Okay, but
you'd be crazy not to. You'd be crazy not to.
Roy, if he's not on, even if he's on the pitch, and that tactic is not working, what is your next tactic?
With Ibra on the pitch?
With Ibra on the pitch, and your first tactic, which is cross the Zlatan, is not working.
Well, cross is not. First of all, it wasn't like that. That's wrong. Because when Ibra, no, because first of all, Milan most of the time builds from the back. So they build, and then Zlatan comes back. He acts almost like a number 10, and then he acts as a regista offensivo, so a forward kind of.
Where does the ball end up going, though? To the left, right? And then what happens? We cross the ball into Zlatan. That's
okay, but if we score goals like that, so who cares?
And I'm cool. And I said that's perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine. I'm asking you, what was Pioli's secondary tactic if option A isn't working?
If option A is no, what?
Yes.
Oh, you mean with Ibra on the pitch?
Yes.
Yeah. If you can't score goals with Ibra on the pitch, it means that the defense you're playing is out muscling you, and you don't.
So
you have to.
So basically, there's no creativity.
No. You just keep on fighting. That's got nothing to do with Pioli. Pioli is not the one. Pioli is not the one on the field making the plays. I mean, what can Pioli do? Okay. Leao pass the ball. He doesn't have a remote control telling how the players to play.
Yes, but the players struggle to make any sort of like through ball pass. The stats I've seen.
No, that's not true.
No, it is true. I've seen the stats. I've seen the stats. The majority of the stats literally show that all we do is play down the wing in the center of the box.
Not true.
Yes, it is. True. And it is in the center of the field, and particularly in the box. The number of through balls into that position is horrible.
I think you hate Pioli. That's
No,
the problem.
I'm telling you,
You just hate it.
what the stats shows. And it's not just one. I've seen multiple stats showing it. The coach's job should be able to get us to be able to play multiple ways.
But because that's how the team is set up. On the right, you had the balancer, which is Salamakers. He balanced the game with his work rate. Salamakers was not an offensive winger. He was more like just a winger, a midfield winger, or like a wing back almost. So your offensive wingers are on the. I mean, listen, Nathan. Even when we played with Ancelotti, most of the offense came from the left because on the right you had Gattuso. Gattuso is not going to be the creator. You did have the fullback Cafu though, and when Cafu was there, but that's normal. You depends on the team you. No, but depends on the team you have. You want to maybe because of the players you have, you decide that you're going to have your more offensive players on the left. So therefore, naturally, most of the plays are going to happen there, and then the more balancing players on the right.
So why can't the coach make the other plays better? Why can't the coach make the other players have better vision? Why can't the coach teach players how to make overlapping runs when another player checks in? And I'll tell you,
they were doing that brilliantly.
I'll tell you this: the players, when they're given the freedom, they can do it because I didn't get to mention it when in the other podcasts, but in the game, and you guys didn't talk about it as far as I remember. But at one point, when Samo was on the right and Diaz was in the middle, at one point, those two players would switch and come back. And at one point, Samu would check in, which dragged that left back defender, and it allowed, I think Conte was there, it allowed Conte to overlap, and they played a through ball into wide open space because
but that's not how Pioli played during the season.
But it worked.
But hold on. He did. No. It worked because it was a friendly and there was no stake.
That's how.
Hold on.
Teams do it all the time. That's how.
Yes. Okay. All right. But Pioli had to change that during the season because we're getting a lot of counterattacks. We're getting killed. That's why he decided at that Juventus game to say, all right, Calabria, you're not going to attack anymore. I'm sorry, but you're going to double up as a third. So now when we are in an offensive posture, we're going to be covered on the right, in the center, on the left, and we're going to avoid the counterattacks. He stopped playing those line-to-line fullbacks. Why against Valencia, you had a Conte, which cannot double up as a center back. His game is line-to-line. Paulo Torre is line-to-line.
But why are we getting counterattacked?
Because when you lose a ball, if you lose a ball and you're not covered in the right positions, you're gonna get killed.
But if we're getting counterattacked so often, like you said, why isn't Pioli?
Well, not so often.
But you said we were getting counterattacked.
He did fix it.
So then why is it that once it's fixed that Salamakers and them can't do what was done in that game?
No, once it was fixed, we destroyed Juventus, embarrassing them. We destroyed Torino, making them feel like a Serie F team. We destroyed Atalanta, and now we're in the Champions League, and we're going to destroy PSG with Messi.
But these changes happen.
But we struggle against Cagliari, if you remember.
Yeah, that game was a difficult game. There, I agree with you. Pioli did not give the team the right mentality. But when it came to the tactics were the right ones. Cagliari did not score, so we didn't score. So, but that was because of mentality. The team was scared.
Basically, what I'm saying is,
can I just ask you, if we were scared of Cagliari, why weren't we scared of Atalanta too? Atalanta is much better team than Cagliari.
Because it's a very Italian thing that when your back is on the wall, you perform. When you still have breathing room, you tend to choke.
I understand what you mean there.
I'm saying it's a very Italian thing, almost like genetic. Let's put it that way. That when your back is on the wall, when you're forced into a corner, the Italian teams usually come out, right? And they get the result. But when an Italian team still has a little bit of breathing room, they tend to choke.
So that's down to the coach.
It's down to the country, I think. It's a mentality thing.
No, that's down to the coach.
That's like Italy is the same. Italy is the
The
same.
coach should have the players mentally prepared.
I think if Conte was the coach, he would have won that game.
If Conte was our coach, we would have won. We would have won the league.
Yeah, maybe. Not with those players, though.
No, I think we would have won the league.
I think Inter has a more complete roster than Milan.
We were ahead of Inter for a long time.
Yeah,
And
but it was
hopefully-
just a matter of time. It was a
Okay.
matter of time.
Yeah, but we were losing and tying against teams that we were destroyed in the beginning of the season.
It was going to be a matter of time.
No, losing against the top teams is one thing, but losing and tying against these teams that we had just destroyed, no, that's not acceptable. That's not acceptable. And even when we beat Juventus, and all we had to do was I can't remember who it was. All we had to do was win one more game to clinch Champions League.
Yeah,
and we
kind of.
fucked it up again.
It's kind of.
That's down to the coach. Breathing room? There was no breathing room.
Yeah,
That
there
a
was
must-win
breathing room.
game. No, that's
It
a
wasn't.
must-win game.
It was a must-win game, but there was also, okay, if we don't win this game, we can still win the next one and go that way. That is so Italy. That is so Italy.
I mean, I guess we'll just have to wait and see what happens. Like, I want Pioli to prove me wrong, but from what I've seen from Pioli's tactics, he's way too rigid.
I'll tell you exactly what's going to happen this season, all right? Guys, today is August 7th, 2021, 2:17 a.m. Pacific time. Roy says that Pioli will finish third in the league and semifinal in the Champions League. And next year,
That's a third. No, that's a downgrade.
because the Champions League is going to take a lot off of the team. And next year, Pioli is going to win the Champions League.
No. That I if we don't reinforce
I don't
this
think
team-
it's gonna happen.
Why
It's
not?
more as a dream. These are
Why?
more a fairy tale.
Why not? Why?
Winning the Champions League.
Next year, why
See,
not?
Right.
Look,
Right. Even last
Can I
year.
ask you-
Oh, hold on.
Which-
What's your name again?
Jared.
Jared.
I'll be right back. I gotta go to the restroom.
Which star player have we signed this season? And we are in Champions
Like his
League.
star players. We are creative. Calabria is our star player.
Okay, we don't have a right wing, and we don't have a
Salamakers is going to be a star player.
Salamakers, please.
Next
He
year.
cannot even score
Salamakers is
3
21.
goals.
Salamakers is 21. Tell me, Jared, how many 21-year-olds do you know that just come to the Serie A and in 1 year become first-team players at AC Milan? And a team like AC Milan. Give me some names. How many 21-year-olds in the Serie A?
Like team
what?
like in Syria or out of Syria?
In Serie A. In the team in Serie A. Give me how many? I bet you can't give me more than 5 names. Come on, let's go.
I don't think I can give you some names because I don't
Because there
actually
aren't.
follow so much in other Syria teams. I just follow AC Milan.
Well, let me tell you. the amount of players at that young age that play like that just come in, play confidence, and they beat teams like Juventus, or they're part of teams like that, it's almost zero. It's literally less than 5. How many can you think of in Milan? How many can you think of in Milan? Milan in these last 30 years has had maybe, I don't know, 1,000 players maybe, or 500 players. Out of 500 players, how many can you think at 21 in these last 30 years that came into AC Milan that took, just played?
El Shaarawy.
Okay, that's one.
El Shaarawy was good. Suzu come very young to AC Milan. He was 20 years old when he came to Milan.
No, Suso came to Milan, but then he didn't break through. They sent him to Genoa. Then young players that came to AC Milan that quickly had an impact. Suso when he first came to Milan, he barely saw the pitch. They sent him off to Genoa to grow some muscles. Then he came back. So Suso is not a player.
Okay. Do you count Mauro Balotelli? He was 22, I think, when he came to the club.
Balotelli?
Yeah. No?
No,
Okay,
Balotelli, yeah.
Pato.
Okay, Pato 2. I'll give you 2. Pato 2, yeah.
How would you rate Niang?
No way.
Niang was terrible, bro. He had some, I think it was good 6 months. Then he get
Okay,
that,
the other one is Kaká. Kaká is 3. Kaká is 3.
Kaká wasn't he 24?
When he joined Milan?
Yes, because he won the World Cup when he was 23 years old.
All right, so then Kaká is
and
not
that was
even
in
there. Okay.
2022.
All right, so now whatever
because he had
21
so
year
bad
olds.
area.
No, I think Kaká was younger than 24, but that's fine. So you see you're struggling to think of many players at this age that can have this kind of impact. This means
that come through Milan, yes, but because Milan had a bad year, bad decade, if you know.
But this means that Salamakers is on his way to becoming a top player. Guys, we have tick size. I don't think we've ever had tick size on the stream before.
Can I ask
What's up, tick size?
He just have scored 5 goals in 1.5 year. 5 goals, that's not much for
No, but that's
right wing.
not what it's. Salamakers didn't come to Milan to become a goal scorer. Salamakers came to Milan to become.
What we need our wingers to do is get goals and assists, and he doesn't do that.
But Nathan, that's not how Pioli set up the team.
Oh, but again,
because you also have to. But Nathan, you also have to think about not conceding.
So he doesn't
goals.
fit the system.
Well, he made him fit the system really well.
But he's not doing what's needed to be done.
That's not true.
It is true because we need our wingers to get goals and assists, and he doesn't do that.
That's not true. That's not true.
Why do you need your?
You don't
gets
need
goals and assists.
You can decide. You can decide what kind of winger you want to play. You can decide. You can decide.
In Pioli's system, they need to do more. If we want Salamakers to not be burdened,
there's no rule that says that.
That is how that's Pioli's play.
There's no rule that says that. Now, you can argue that he should maybe contribute more as far as goals and up his tactics, but there's no rule that says that you need to have what you can decide. You can look at all.
Salamakers does not get goals or assists because he's not athletic enough to join the attack from defense like Rebic can.
It's more of a skill thing. But listen.
No. Because
in football, when you put together a team, the most important thing when you put a football team on the pitch is balance. That is the most important thing. And Salamakers offered that balance, which meant sacrificing maybe goals also, Come on, guys. Are you kidding me? Salamakers is a Ballon d'Or winner. In a few months, Salamakers will win the Ballon d'Or.
But Roy, you talking about balance. Rebic gets up, down, scores goals, and assists, and he does this.
But Rebic is a striker. That's what he does.
But
Salamakers came to Milan as a left wing back.
so why are we not getting an actual winger when there are wingers out there? If we get someone like Tete, he will bench Salamakers.
Maybe.
He will bench
Maybe.
Salamakers because he's more beneficial.
Maybe.
We're a team that has the ball for the most part.
But you gotta
when we
win it
play,
back. You gotta win it back.
For the most part, the teams that we play against, we have more ball possession, and when
You
we
gotta
have
win it
ball
back, bro.
possession, you said what?
You gotta win it back, though.
Yeah, and Salamakers cannot high press and get back on defense if we get countered because he's not
That's not
athletically
true.
fast. He is not fast enough.
Salamakers plays line to line as a winger.
No, that's because he has stamina. It's not
Coaches
because he's fast.
love that. When I see my players play like that, I give him. I would give him my car.
Okay, but let me ask. But look, you say that, but when Salamakers comes up against someone who's, I'm not even talking about skill. I'm talking about just athletic ability.
Salamakers never loses the ball.
No, I'm not talking about skills. I'm talking about athletic ability. If you come up against someone who is more athletic than you, you are going to get destroyed. And then add on someone with skill on top of that.
No, that's not true.
That is true. So
No. In football, athleticism is relevant.
Salamakers has a better work rate than Chiesa, but you would definitely take Chiesa on that right wing over Salamakers.
Chiesa is going to be one of the best players in the history of football.
Why is he going to be one of the best players?
Because of his, I don't know,
speed and skill. Speed and skill.
Because of his, yeah.
Oh, okay, then
that's a different kind of player.
Point. Speed and skill. Salamakers has skill. He does not have speed, and he definitely doesn't have an eye for goal.
Because that's not his position. He never was a striker. He was a right back.
Okay,
when he came to Milan, he was a right back.
Chiesa is not a striker. He's a winger.
Yes, but Milan plays it with a 4-2-3-1, right? Okay. What does that mean? What does that mean? How many lines is 4-2-3-1?
As a right winger.
Hold on. Maybe. But what does 4-2-3-1? How many lines is that?
What is that? Four different lines.
And where is the in which line is the most vulnerable?
To what?
Which line out of those 4 lines, 4-2-3-1, which one is the most vulnerable?
To what? Counterattacks?
As far as conceding space.
The wingers.
No.
It is, because if you high press, then that whole space is completely open.
Okay. Well, no, the answer is the double pivots, because on their sides you literally have a lot of space.
Yeah, but you also have a lot of space behind those wingers.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. I guess we're both saying the same thing. Okay, so you're starting in an advanced position, but then you have to come back and defend all the way back. You need hard rate workers there.
Okay,
that's not a 4-3-3. That's a 4-3-3 is less work. So Chiesa does less work than Salamakers.
You're right. But if you're getting counterattacked, who would you rather have to get back on defense and get
Salamakers?
Yeah, but who's going to get there first, Salamakers or Chiesa?
Salamakers.
So you're telling me Salamakers is faster than Chiesa?
Salamakers is probably going to do a better job at defending than Chiesa.
No, I'm not talking about doing a better job at defending. I'm asking you, if we are getting
speed, the argument of speed is relative in football.
No, for a winger, it's imperative, because if you're getting counterattacked and you are too slow to get back, you are not helping your team. No matter how good of a defender you are, if you can't get back and defend, you're out of the equation.
When it comes to speed, more so important than speed is positioning and timing.
If you get
because speed,
you have to catch up. It doesn't matter.
In that case, why don't you just get all Usain Bolts on the field and then you would win every game, right? It's not just speed.
Because not every position requires you to be extremely fast, but certain positions on the field do require you to be fast. And wingers the wing position is a position that if you really want to be a successful team that plays a 4-2-3-1 like Bayern Munich and Manchester City, those teams have fast players on the wing.
So you're saying that
Milan
Salamakers is slow?
He is slow. I'm not saying he's. Look at Rebic. Rebic plays the left wing. Rebic will beat Salamakers in a sprint, going up and down the field every time until one of them gets tired. But in terms of getting up the field for a counterattack and getting back on defense for a counterattack,
Salamakers. Yeah, I see what you're saying, but Salamakers' work rate and his pressing is just peach, man.
But
it's peach.
But when he presses and they bypass him, he can't get back in time.
They barely bypass. He never
bypass him a lot.
I've never seen anybody
bypass him a lot.
Not even Ronaldo was able to bypass him.
They bypass him a lot. It's not, and you want to know why they bypass him a lot? It's really not his fault. It's because we have a forward who is too old and does not have the stamina or the athletic ability to press at the same rate. And we also had Hakan, who is too slow to press and press the space he's supposed to. And when you cannot press properly, you drag your teammates out of position.
Hakan is a phenomenal midfielder, first of all.
I'm not talking about skill or anything else. I'm talking about Hakan's athletic ability to press certain areas and be able to press as a team. And we have two offensive players who cannot press properly, and that's going to drag your wingers out of position. That is why he's getting bypassed. And when you get bypassed,
Milan.
Say that again.
I said I saw a brilliant AC Milan.
Roy, come on, Roy.
Nathan. Of course, there are better players out there. I'm not going to argue that. But the way these players were deployed was absolutely peach.
But they had to deploy them that way for a reason. If we had Tete, if we had Chiesa,
but you can't say if we had. You have to say, what do you do with what you have? That's the way you got.
And if we had Tete or Doku or Ikone, a player of that caliber, and you put them on the field, our right side is going to be just as effective as our left side in terms of getting goals and assists.
Not necessarily.
Yes, it will, because those players have more skill and have more speed than. Yes, they do. Roy, you're really going to sit here and tell me that
because if you're asking both,
are not better.
If you're asking both your wingers to play all the way down to the line, you're going to get caught no matter what. Doesn't matter if it's Doku or any of these guys. They're not going to catch up 10, 20 meters if they're caught all the way up the line. Salamakers does not. Salamakers does not go all the way down the line for a reason. Because he doesn't want to get caught. He's asked not to go.
He can't get down there. He's not. If we were on a counterattack,
but that's why they use it there.
Right. If we're on a counterattack, if we had a right winger who's at least just as fast as Rebic, you would see the productivity in goal assists from that right side. Okay, but that's what our problem was, getting goals from open play.
But you don't want to leave that. I see what I'm saying is I see why Pioli is doing what he does. It makes sense, and it paid off.
And I get what you're saying too. Like if Rebic is up higher, you don't have Salamakers at the same height as him. You have them back to create a balance.
Right.
But the thing is, there's no. It's lopsided. It's just
that's fine.
It is.
That's okay. That's okay. You don't need to. You don't need it to fluctuate. No, you don't need it to be.
No,
you don't need it to.
Roy,
that's not true. That is not true, Nathan. I know for a fact that is not true.
Roy, come on. At some point, Salamakers needs to be the more advanced one, and Rebic needs to be the one who's not as advanced.
That's not. It depends on the action, but that's not necessarily true.
It doesn't ever happen.
It doesn't. It's not a rule that it needs to be
It's
symmetrical.
not a rule, but it doesn't happen, and it doesn't help the team that there's no productivity from
But
the rest.
Nathan, you are arguing if we had, but
Are these not players that we're not linked with?
But it's more of the argument is, what did Pioli do with what he has? And he did an exceptional job with what he has, and Salamakers did an exceptional job at the role that he was asked to do. Exceptional. Maybe exceptional is not even a word good enough to describe. 21 years old, second in the Serie A. His hair.
Right. I understand the role that Salamakers plays.
Yeah, that's it.
If we get a better player, that role completely changes.
I'm not arguing that. I didn't argue that.
Rather have then Salamakers who provides nothing but maybe defensive balance, or a player.
But that's not fair, because Salamakers, you say Salamakers technically never loses the ball.
Yeah, but
and his decision making is excellent when it comes to possession.
It is
possession football.
It is fair, because if we're tied or losing, Salamakers offers nothing. If we're winning and you want to close out the game, then Salamakers makes sense. But if you're not winning, then you need a player who does more, and he doesn't do more.
Well, okay, but we're going to, that's the management and who they buy. That's a different argument. What Salamakers, how he was used, and what he did this season for a 20-year-old was absolutely exceptional.
Roy.
Who's this?
It's Tick Size.
Oh
I have a question for Nathan.
Yeah.
If he says Salamanca's does nothing, with the squad that we have right now, who would he deploy in that position?
You have Rebic, who can also play right, and you have Hauge, who can also play right. And I'm not saying if it doesn't work, then you can go back.
Okay, so you deploy those two players in that position. What would they give us defensively that Salamanca's gives us?
They defensively, they provide better coverage when we're getting counterattacked.
Salamanca's is not the greatest player. We all know this. We know he has his limitations, but he has done very well since he's been at Milan. And I think he contributes a hell of a lot when he's on his game.
But when we are tied
I agree with that.
or losing, what does he give the team? When we are tied or losing, I'll say this: when we need to score, what does he offer? You guys are only focusing.
I would admit he is not the greatest when it comes to crossing.
Okay.
And supplying that decisive pass forwards.
Exactly.
But he gives great balance to the team, and he struck up a great partnership with Calabria, which is very important to the team.
Yes, and I agree. But that balance only helps.
And you remember, he's only 21.
I'm not going to. I don't use age as an excuse.
So that side of his game, the offensive side of his game, still has time to improve. I agree. I would like an upgrade on that side. But right now, to say he gives nothing to Milan is unfair.
Well, I guess we'll just agree to disagree, because
I agree with Tick Size.
We can easily be playing Rebic and Leao, or Rebic and Hauge, or Hauge and Leao, or Hauge and Rebic.
But Rebic doesn't play as a right winger. He's never played as a right winger. He's never been deployed as a right winger.
Have we tried?
But his whole career, I'm pretty sure they have tried. That's why he doesn't do it. That's why probably they have found out that
I haven't seen anything about that.
but I'm sure the coaches that have coached him have.
Have the coaches told Pioli that?
He probably tried, right? He's probably tried.
I don't think so.
Like that now, you see, that's a speculation. That's.
I mean, if Pioli is willing to play Mite and Krunic as an attacking mid, then he should be willing to try Rebic, Leao, or Hauge on the right side. Yes,
that would be
Yeah.
dangerous. That'd be
How's
dangerous.
it's more dangerous than playing Mite as an attacking mid?
Well, that was a clear mistake. I'm not going to argue that. But
Okay, but if he had the
but
ball,
remember what we talked about just a minute ago? The 4 lines, that space. You want both Leao and Rebic to cover that space. That's dangerous.
or Hauge. It's up to the coach to get those players to do the right thing. So we're saying that Pioli all of a sudden now cannot train Leao.
That's an experiment that
But we experiment with Mite and Krunic.
Rohit is back.
Yeah, so I heard the Mate attacking mid experiment that was done to kind of counteract the physicality of Darun and
But
I think it was Freuler, and even Pescara. These 3 are very physical midfielders, but Mate does not have the technical skills. He only has the physicality.
So why would he even dream of putting him there?
I thought that was a terrible mistake.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm not going to argue there.
If he has
Who-
the courage to do something
Who
stupid
else
like
did
that,
we have? Who else did we have? Hakan was injured that game.
Okay, personally, what I would have done in that game, I would have put Mate and Kessie as a double pivot and put Tonali as the attacking mid.
even that makes more sense. So, and that's my point. If Pioli has the ridiculous audacity to play people out of position who definitely can't play there, why would he not do it with other people?
Because Tonali
that's
and Krunic has already played together, and they have a certain Krunic, Tonali and Kessie had already played together, and they had a certain chemistry, and you do not break a winning formula.
Okay, and that's fine. But why would you put Mite or Krunic as attacking mid?
Who else did he have as an option? Krunic was having Corona.
Yeah, well, there were no other options. I would have checked. I would have. Obviously, in hindsight,
the only option was Brahim Diaz, and he kept getting pushed onto the floor, and the referee was not giving any fouls either.
I'm not discussing who Pioli should have played there in that instance. I'm talking about if Pioli has the audacity to try other people in positions they are not capable of, why would you not do that with other players? That's my question.
I didn't get your question. Sorry.
Wait, say that again.
I didn't get your question.
Oh, I said if Pioli has the balls to play people who definitely do not play in an attacking position, why would he not try Rebic, Leao, or Hauge? Well, actually, he did try Leao for a little bit as an attacking mid, and he actually did a pretty decent job. But other than that, why would you not try those guys on the right?
Well, he did an experiment there, but
yes, actually, Leao did play on the right for 2 games, and it was a disaster against Verona in the 2-2 draw, and against Parma again in a 2-2 draw. Leao would start as a right winger, and then he would keep drifting to the left. So we would actually have 2 left wingers and no right winger. So that's why that experiment played.
So try Rebic or Hauge over there.
The same thing happened.
I want to respond to Kaplan here for a second.
Yeah, again, I don't understand how playing in a weaker league you can extrapolate that result to a defensive league and a much quality league in Serie A.
When you scout a player, and a lot of players that we scout come from weaker leagues, you ascertain what positions these players can play. It doesn't matter what league they're in. You look at what these players can play, and if a player can play as a cam and a left wing, or a cam or a right wing, or a cam and a forward, or a CDM and a regular center mid, That is in your scouting report.
And we actually signed Hauge as a left winger, not as a right winger, because we already had 2 right wingers.
I know that, but our two
Okay.
right wingers do not provide offensive threats when going forward. So if they
because our
Hey, guys,
system
let me.
yeah, 1 minute, right? Our system is
Yeah, go ahead.
designed to actually allow the fullback to overlap and put in crosses. The fullback is the creative force in our system. And why is Salamakers starting over Hauge? Because Salamakers is a system oriented player. He takes over the pressing duties of Ibrahimovic and Leao, and he runs a lot and in terms of work rate. So that's something that we need in our system.
His work rate, I'm not disputing his work rate. I'm not disputing his defensive qualities. I'm disputing when the game is tied or we are losing, his offensive qualities is not there. And he cannot transition from defense to offense fast enough to contribute anything unless we hold the ball up. That is the problem. If you were to get someone like Tete or someone like Ikone on the right side, along with Rebic on the left side, you have 2 players now that can bomb forward.
I'm not disputing this fact, Nathan. I'm not disputing this fact, but I simply have only one thing to say. I don't know if we have the money to buy Kone or Tete.
Oh no, I would just like just giving a general example, essentially. I'm not saying we have to get those players, but we need
But
players.
let me. Yeah,
Nathan,
1 minute, Roy. 1 minute, Roy. Let me just intervene. This is a very corona-affected pandemic economy. Except for the English clubs, very few teams have bought over 50 million worth of transfers this season. I mean, I was looking at the Spanish league. Only 2 teams have bought over 30 million. And the rest are all in one-digit figures like 6 million, 5 million.
Right.
So if there's a huge gap between income and expenditure going on right now. So if teams are selling their players, they would only take a cash option. So we do not have that cash. So it's actually becoming a bit a kind of a standoff between clubs. Let's take the example of Vlasic itself. CSK have 100 million loss this season, and they want to sell Vlasic to offset that loss. But we can only offer a loan with option.
I understand that. Like I completely understand that. I'm not saying to get those players I mentioned. I'm saying we need players with those qualities. We were looking at Adil, right?
That's not the discussion, though.
It is because
you're talking about like things that are not real.
How's it not real?
No, Roy, I agree with Nathan, but the point is, in the end, the finances is what dictates our transfer market.
But guys, sorry, but that question was Pioli and the team he has, not the ifs and whatnots.
Okay, I'll put it like this: if we got Ideal from Toulon or whatever the fuck you say that team's name, he can play as a cam and a right winger.
Who?
Adil, ADIL.
He doesn't want to come.
I know that. I know that. I'm saying if we got him, he can play 2 positions.
No, in the end, the player and the team dictates that. I agree that is the kind of profile we need, but if a player does not agree to a transfer,
no, that's not. No. You gotta let me finish. I'm not saying. I'm just giving you an example of a player who can play 2 positions, and if Pioli had that player, he would only play them in 1 position and wouldn't try them anywhere else. That's the type of coach he is.
He tried Leao in 2 positions, 3 positions.
Out of desperation, not because that was his great.
He tried Kalulu. He tried Kalulu in 2 positions.
Nathan.
That's because
another question: Why would you experiment when you have a full 11 who are doing well?
Our full 11 only does good on the left side, not the right.
But not true. That's so not
true. A winger's
Nathan,
job is to play defense and offense, right?
One second, guys. Nathan, how do you know he doesn't try this at training? How do you know many other coaches haven't tried that at training? and they have realized, okay, Leao plays better here. When you put him here, he doesn't produce.
Because training is not.
Tomori is better when you put him as a center back. This player is better if you like. This is what they've been doing for the past 20, 12, whatever years in their careers. Like coaches know usually what players do better in positions. Guys, 10 more minutes and then I have to close up.
I agree with that. I agree with that. But again, that same coach should also know what other options that player has.
I think you want to see Pioli's head on a pike.
No, I don't want Pioli. I already said that. But yes, Rebic, he definitely plays better on the left. But if we need to, can we play him on the right?
Probably.
Yeah. I would like to interject. He did say that Rebic does not like to play on the right.
Okay, and I understand that. But if we need to,
guys, someone is making a lot of noise. Can you please mute?
Like I understand that. I understand.
One second, Nathan. 1 second.
Yeah,
guys, someone here is making a lot of noise. Please mute. Guys, please mute. Hans.
The new person that came in.
Is that you, Hans?
Yeah. Okay, I understand that. I understand players have their preferred positions. But if we are losing or tied, you put in the players who have a better chance of getting you goals. And if that means putting, let's say subbing in Leao and subbing in Leao for Salamakers and moving Leao to the left and Rebic to the right, so that way we can have two players who can generate better goal opportunities.
I think I just said that Rebic just said that he does not playing on the right. Let me finish, please. There's something called as a comfort zone for a player. So what is the point of playing a player out of a comfort zone when you are in desperation and a desperate need of a goal, or you want to win the game?
If we want to win the game, you put in players who have the best chance of scoring a goal.
So my trait is, I'm weak with my right foot, and like for example, I'm weak with my let's say left foot. So if I'm playing as an inverted winger on a right wing, what's the point? I'm out of my comfort zone.
I'll tell you, I'm a right-footed player. I can play on both sides of the field. I play forward and I play wing whenever I have to. I can play on both sides of the field. And I'm not a professional player. A professional player should be able to play with both feet.
A professional player is also supposed to play to his strengths, not to his weaknesses.
But
that's not necessarily true.
But if we are losing or tied and we need to get a fucking goal, Salamakers is not going to get us that goal. Rebic and Leao will have a better chance of getting us that goal. Hauge,
if Rebic and Leao are not, are personally against this decision, so what should Pioli do?
Oh, I'm sorry, who's the coach and who's the player?
Hey guys,
the player. 1 minute, right? The coach is not. The coach is not somebody who should beat sense into a player every time. The player has his own opinion. You cannot just beat something into a player. He can even play, and the player can do badly.
You're not beating it into him. I'm talking about a situational moment. Any given situational moment that Milan needs to score because we are losing or tied.
Let me put this to you. We are 2-1 down. Would you sub off a center back and then put Leao into the team?
If we are losing?
Yes.
Yes.
But wouldn't that comprehend?
You should not play with 4 defenders.
So wouldn't that compromise the integrity of a defensive structure and give more gaps to the opposition to score?
Those 3 defenders that are left should be good enough to be able to cover that.
Well, it depends on what is on stake. What does that say? Hey guys, Let me answer Carlo, and then you guys finish, and then I have to close, guys. Carlo, the reason why I said that, if you're still here, is because Milan is going to focus a lot on the Champions League. Historically, when Milan focuses a lot on the Champions League, we're going to suffer in the Serie A. But finishing third next year is huge. Hey, I said we're going to finish third this year. Instead, we finished second. So, let's see. Hopefully, we finish second or first again. All right, guys, keep on going. I just had to answer that.
So let me ask you this. Again, this comes down directly to Pioli. Does he not practice in situations during practice if we're down and we need to score and he subs off a defender to put in an attacker?
Okay, I have a question.
No. And go ahead and answer that because we're talking about Pioli's tactics.
Okay.
And you're talking about will that compromise us?
Chalk out look.
Is Pioli not practicing that situation when we're losing and we need a goal? Why would he not practice that? He's supposed to be this great coach. Why is he not doing it?
We would have practiced. We would have practiced it, and it wouldn't have done well in training.
So he's not that good of a coach. So if we're losing, we're just gonna lose.
Dude. Again, I'm asking you a question. How can Pioli control the qualities of a player?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's the coach's job is to make those qualities
Okay,
better.
so why? Who's your favorite coach? Who's your favorite coach?
No, I'm not talking about our favorite coach. We're talking about how good Pioli is.
No, I'm asking your favorite coach. Who is your favorite coach?
Currently, right now?
Yeah, right now.
I'd probably have to go with Gasparini.
Okay, Gasparini. So tell me one thing. Yeah. So tell me one thing. Kulusevski was loaned out by Gasparini. Was he not good enough for Gasparini to train him and make him a better player?
He might not have fit that system.
Okay, so then why did they sign him in the first place?
For one person. If you have an entire system set up and 99% of your team plays that system, you cannot change that system for one player.
Okay. So then why did you kind of propose that Pioli changes his system just to chase for a goal?
Because you're losing.
By the way,
okay, then what systematic change did Gasparini bring in our last game against Atalanta? They were still playing 3-4-2-1. I did not see any systematic changes.
I can't remember.
He brought. I definitely do remember. Muriel came on for Malino. I think Muriel came on for Pescara, and they were still playing a 3-4-2-1.
That's an offensive change. What else?
Pescara is playing as a trequartista, and
but
Muriel was playing.
Threat, right? Is Muriel more of a goal? Okay, so that's a positive.
But he
change.
He still played a 3-4-2-1, and he was kind of acclimatized to that change. But if he was asked to play as a right wing back or a left wing back, where Gosens played, can Muriel play that role?
Say that again.
If Muriel was asked to play as a left wing back, would he have played that role?
If the coach told him to play that role, then that's what he's supposed to do. Because he's
the
coach.
The coach can tell the player, but there is a difference between playing in the right spot and playing him out of a position, and that's what even you said earlier about Pioli. A player needs to play in his right position.
If you sub out a defender, let's say we're playing a 4-2-3-1, okay, and let's say you sub out a defender so we can have a better offense. Let's say you put in Leao for Calabria. You put Leao up top. You don't put him on the wing. You see what I'm saying? He's not being put out of position. You wouldn't put Leao as a center defensive mid and put Kessie up top. So what you said was just a ridiculous situation.
Rafael Leao did play on the right wing and he was a flop. So what should Pioli do now?
If we are losing the
yes,
game.
We were losing that particular game against Verona. We equalized in the last minute. He played on the right. He was played on the right, and in the end, Diaz had to be brought on to play on the right because Leao was flopping.
Okay, that's still an offensive change. You put in a player who has ball
You can
control.
make offensive changes. But you cannot play a player out of his comfort zone. You cannot play a wing back as a striker, or you cannot play a left back
Okay,
as a left
but
winger.
Diaz, even though he's not a very good winger, can play there temporarily. So he's not technically out of his comfort zone. So
Diaz has
again,
played as a winger, by the way.
say that again.
Diaz did play as Diaz plays as a winger, by the way.
Okay, so he's not out of his comfort zone. So
He
again,
was not out of his comfort zone.
exactly. So if he's not out of his comfort zone, again, the point you just brought up is it means nothing.
And by the way, I think Diaz was a substitution for Leao, because Leao was already starting the game, and it was Rebic who came on as a left winger.
And at that time, was Salamakers or Castelleo available?
I think Salamaker started the game. Yes.
On the right side?
Yeah, Salamaker started the game on the right side.
And then why did they sub him off?
They subbed him off because they needed a goal.
Oh, thank you. They subbed him off because we needed a goal. You have just proved my point.
But your point is still unproven in the fact that Leao was the sub was Salamakers for Rebic. Rebic came on the left and Leao was pushed to the right. And since he was not fitting in, again Diaz came in for Leao. So you cannot play a player against his role, his comfort zone. So where is that point proven?
A player, if we are losing or tied and we need a goal,
Dude, we can throw on 100 players, but again, you need to play a player in his comfort zone.
Okay.
You cannot if, for example, if you throw in two left wingers, they're just going to come clash with each other. I remember Croatia throwing on three right wingers and all three wingers crashing against each other, chasing one ball, because Dalic, the coach of Croatia, he just wanted to attack, and he threw in right wingers, and three players were chasing for the one ball, and all three players were for the one team.
And what formation was he playing?
A 4-3-3, yes.
And he subbed in two left wingers, and
Two
where
right.
did he go?
All three. Sorry.
Oh, where were they placed?
I think he subbed in a midfielder for a right winger and a right winger for a right winger.
And you said both players were going to the same spot?
Yes.
You realize when we attacked down the left that Rebic and
Guys,
Theo are always in the
I'm
same spot?
leaving. Bye.
All right, all right.
Later, man.
You realize Theo and Rebic end up close to each other on the left side. So
That's to create something called as an overlap. Not they're not chasing for the same ball. Rebic pushes in and draws the defender out. This is a different situation. Rebic is actually pushing. Rebic is
going to the ball.
Rebic is pulling the defender out of position so that Theo can either cut in and cross, or he can get into the box and cut back in for Ibrahimovic. That's a rehearsed move. That is not three players chasing for the same ball.
Okay, so how do you know those two players chasing for the same ball? How do you know the one person wasn't there for support? You're just assuming that
for the Croatian game.
Yeah.
Because they all three ran to the same ball and they ended fouling each other. And I think England got the ball back.
Okay. Have you not? Do you watch other leagues besides Italy?
I do watch other leagues. Yes.
So you've never seen that happen before?
I've not seen such out of team chemistry kind of thing.
Okay. Well, I have seen it myself. So.
Since the topic is in context to Milan, I'm talking about our moves. So you cannot just play a player against his position. So that's why Pep Guardiola spends hundreds of millions getting players who can play in multiple positions. That's why he spent 100 million for Jack Grealish, because Jack Grealish can play in multiple positions. Phil
Okay,
Foden can play in multiple positions.
we don't
That's
need
why
to spend that much.
one player will cost 10 million and one player will cost 100 million.
And the players that we could have gotten that can do the same things were running for 25 to 30 million.
We don't have that kind of
At
money.
most 35.
We spent 30 million last 2021 season. We spent 30 million. That was what Manchester City spent on one player. That's the difference between Manchester City and AC Milan right now.
Okay, and what about the summer that we got Tonali? How much did we spend that summer?
That's the summer I'm talking about. 30 million. We spent 30 million that summer.
On who?
I think 10 million on Tonali, 7 million for Salamakers and Care, and a few millions for Diaz, Dalot, and Hauge.
And that came out to how much?
Pardon?
They came out to how much?
That was 30 million. All of those players cost 30 million.
Okay. 30 million is literally nothing. And I refuse to believe that AC Milan only had bits and pieces of 30 million. Because I keep being told, I keep hearing here that Milan does have the money to spend. So
we
what
do
is
have the money to spend. I'm telling you, we do have the money to spend, but we can't spend it because of FFP. We just got banned by we were banned by UEFA. We fought it in court, and we to have this slate wiped clean. We sat out of Europa League in the 2019-20 season. Now we are in like unofficial settlement agreement with the UEFA.
But weren't they being more lenient on teams buying because of COVID?
That is what that there is something like that, but I don't know how the calculation is being done even now. But even then we had a 200 million loss last season. 200 million loss.
Okay, I would
That's
like to
the
know.
second.
I would like to know what those terms were for the COVID.
They just said that the they said that the break-even calculation would be half.
Okay, and let's say we didn't have the money. Do we not have scouts?
And our scouts did find Hauge and Salamakers, but they're
Salamakers.
raw. They're raw. They are not going to start playing like. I mean, if you want, I mean, in today's world, if you want quality, you pay. Even Mohamed Darami from Danish league, he costs around 12 million.
So our scouts suck then.
Our scouts' job is to find players. The negotiations are done by the top management.
The players have been very good.
And there's also one more thing. There's a difference when you're signing for AC Milan, and there's a difference when you're signing for Atalanta. Because Atalanta's last trophy came in 1962. Our last.
I understand that.
We hear. I mean, you here are criticizing purely for scraping second place. So I think expectations are different. We cannot have players. I mean, let me say, we cannot have players just come in for 3.5 million, and we can't do a trial and error here always.
I understand that, but at the end of the day, our scouts have been getting players who do not perform. So what
is Theo Hernandez a bad player? Is Theo Hernandez a bad player?
We're talking about the youth revolution here.
The youth revolution, even for we don't have players for our first 11. How can we start signing players for the youth revolution?
By getting a coach that actually can train youth players.
And tell me what is the age of Tomori, Calabria, Donnarumma? I mean, Donnarumma's left now.
Those players have already been.
We have the youngest team in Europe. Are you telling me that Pioli is not giving chances to young players only because he doesn't play Hauge?
Pioli is a coach that needs players who are close to at least close to being average. If they're below. First of all, if they're below average, he can't train them. And if they're a rough diamond,
so you agree? So you agree Hauge was below average?
I said at least average. I believe.
So Theo Hernandez was average,
If you didn't know Theo Hernandez
and
before Milan, if you didn't know Theo Hernandez before
which
Milan, I
below
can't help
average player, which below
you. Theo
average
Hernandez
player did
wasn't active before coming to Milan.
which below average player did Conte coach and make him a world class player in Inter?
Wait, say that again.
Which average or below average player did
Conte
Conte's?
doesn't go for those types of players.
Okay, so why doesn't he do that?
Why would he do that? He gets young players and he can actually train them
No, why didn't he do that for Inter?
because Inter already had the team.
Oh, really? So why did Inter Milan spend three
And
hundred
Inter
million
had
in the
more,
last?
even though Inter had financial problems, they still had money to spend.
That's why they are selling. I mean, that's a different story. That's a different. My
It is.
question is, as a coach, why did Conte spend 300 million getting Lukaku, Barella, Bastoni,
And he
uh,
got the best out of
Hakimi?
those players.
When you are having good, I mean, Hakimi and Lukaku are already world class. Were already world class players.
Is
You were
Leao
having
good player?
Leao was a raw talent. He
And
was not a great.
Has Leao improved since his first year?
I can say he definitely improved, but he was played out of position after all those injuries to our player.
I mean, he cost 30 million. I expect him to be able to do better.
I mean,
He's not
I mean,
living
if
up
you're
to his
playing,
price tag
if
at
if
all.
if if you- if you are play, is price tag what defines a player? Forget it. I'm not going to that this thing.
I mean, but that's what
But
it is, though. It
I
should
mean,
be
I mean, there were
that.
in his first season at Inter, Conte was playing Ashley Young as his right wing back. Why did he sign Hakimi?
Because that's the player he wanted.
Why did he want that player? He's better. He's better than Ashley Young. So he got a better player and he performed better.
Okay, but we
Every
can
coach
go
need
out and
better
get better
players.
players than Salamakers, but we just don't do
We
it.
need. I totally agree with you. We need a better player than Salamakers. But do we have the money? We do not. What can we do? We can scout players who are of the range of 3 to 5 million. But again, there is a whole process like what Hauga and Salamakers has to go through. We have to constantly keep giving them chances, even if they are average.
But
But
they're
that's
not.
something we do not
The
do.
coach isn't giving chances to players like Hauge.
Because the coach is not there to babysit players. His main job is to win, and because
His job is
if,
to coach,
if his job is to coach the players and win. Because let's say, for example, if
and
if Hauga was playing,
Hauge is not
if
giving any
Hauga
chances.
if how you said Hauga was inconsistent. So let's say Pioli gave chances to Hauga throughout the season until Christmas, and we were eighth by that time. Will you say at least Pioli gave a chance to Hauga, or will you say Pioli needs to leave because he's an average coach because of our table position?
I already said Pioli need to leave because he's not a coach that can develop players like Hauge. I already said that, regardless of the position that we were in.
He developed Kessie and Benasir.
Kessie and Benassa were already good. They just needed small tweaks. Leao and Hogway and Salamakers need more than just small tweaks.
Every player has a ceiling. Every player has a ceiling. Not every 3.5 million player is going to be world class.
Okay, you're right. You're
That's
right. But
that's
Leao,
that's
we can say the exact same thing of Leao.
Leao
Why are we
is
giving
not
Leao
played up to
3
his.
seasons and
Leao is and there is also another thing that you're discounting. The player has actual subjective feelings and a brain. So if let's say Balotelli worked under Mancini, Mourinho, Allegri, did he improve? He has whole loads of potential. Did he improve, or is Allegri, Mourinho, Mancini all bad coaches?
Balotelli was already good. His mentality was his problem.
There you go. There you go. Best example.
Balotelli, if Balotelli,
Balotelli is a great player, but he never reached his potential. He could have been as great as what Lewandowski is
okay, but
right now, but
Balotelli was just mentally unstable. He just couldn't grow up as a man.
that's
It
that's
had nothing
that's
to do
what
with his
that's my
technical
exact
skill.
point. That is my exact point.
But was he given chances? Was he
Being
given
mentally
Was he given more than just one season at each club?
at Manchester City, are you? I mean, he
Was he
had two
given
seasons.
more than one season at each club?
He was given. I mean, he was given. And
Okay,
one more question.
exactly. So why is it that Leao gets 3 seasons for average performances and Hagway only gets 1 season?
because the question is any team coming up with our quotation price of 30 million? And if we do sell Leao right now, okay, who are we
But we
going to
don't need
replace
to
him with?
sell.
I mean, we can sell anybody. I mean, if tomorrow a team came for Kessie with 100 million, we could sell. But the question is, who are we going to fish for a replacement?
But the
We
thing is,
need a replacement.
we don't need to sell.
Why? You just asked why isn't Leao being sold?
Yeah, I'm asking you, why is it that Leao's given 3 years and Hauge's only given 1?
Because okay, first season fine, that it was unstable. Second season I agree. Third season I have reportedly seen a lot of reports saying that Leao is not indispensable, but no team came forward with a bid of 30 million to satisfy us. It's not like we can just throw him into a dumpster and get the 13 million for him. A team has to come forward with
So
a
Pioli
offer to
wasn't
buy.
good enough to get the best out of him?
Pardon?
Pioli wasn't good enough to get the best out of him?
Are you telling me that Gasparini is a bad coach because he
I'm
couldn't get
just
the best out
asking
of
if
Petagna?
Pioli was good enough to get the best out of him.
You're just. I mean, I'm asking you, isn't Gasparini good enough to get the best out of Petagna? Petagna was an Atlanta player. They sold him to Spal. So wasn't he good enough?
Patani actually did a pretty decent job.
He did a decent job. Leao was also doing a decent job.
Yeah, Patani didn't cost 30 million either.
But for them, for Atlanta's scale of operations, they got him for a sizable amount. For us, 30 million is a big amount. For them, whatever they got him for is a big amount.
I mean,
For
30 million
Atlanta
for us
getting
is an astronomical amount.
Atlanta got him for, let's see, even if they got him for 5 million, that's a big amount for them. They make very less money. They make like 100 million.
So basically, Atalanta have to get young players and develop them, right?
Yes.
AC Milan, since we don't have
And
the money to get
and by the way,
established players,
there is not a single young player in Atlanta except maybe Gosens.
yeah, now, but when they were young, they had to be developed, right?
They
So,
were developed in other clubs, not in Atalanta. Zapata was 27 when he signed for Atalanta.
and he became a extremely better.
He became better than what he was, but he was not developed from a semi-average player like how you were asking. He was good at Sampdoria. I think it was under Giampaolo or whoever was before him.
So Gasparini was able to make Zapata, who wasn't as good, better, but Leao,
Okay.
who's supposed to be the next Ronaldo, Pioli.
Okay. Just so why are you not speaking about Theo Hernandez being better, or why Kessie is being better, or why Benacer is being better, or why
Theo
Calabria is
Hernandez
being better?
has marginally got better at defending. He's always been good at going forward. In terms
I
of
mean that is his.
defense,
I mean that is his trait. That is his trait, and that is
so
what the
that means
system
Pioli
asks
needs
him
to do
to
it
do.
better at coaching his defensive side. And if he can't do it, then
So
Pioli's
Is Zidane a bad coach because he couldn't coach defending into
Zidane won
Marcelo?
Champions League, so we're not going to use Zidane.
Okay, but still, Zidane is a Champions League winning great coach. I'm asking why couldn't he drill defending into Marcelo?
Zidane got Marcelo to play better.
Because he has a better team around him. He's being guarded by Sergio Ramos, who is one of the best defenders in the world.
Yeah, but Zidane,
And he's surrounded by Toni Kroos, and his crosses are being met by Cristiano Ronaldo,
bro,
not by Salamakers or Samu Kaslevo.
there are some coaches, even if they're new, they're just going to be, they have an innate ability to already be a better coach than someone who's already been coaching. Rafa Benitez has coached longer than Zidane, and Rafa Benitez was garbage at Real Madrid.
But Rafa Benitez was
And
successful at Liverpool and other teams.
Okay, but that's not Real Madrid. Real Madrid dwarfs those other teams. So why did he
He
fail
got
when he had Galacticos
he
players?
was not a failure. He was not a
He
failure at
was a
other
failure.
teams. He won a Champions League with a much
I'm not
less
talking.
challenger side.
I'm talking about Real Madrid. Some
Sometimes
some coaches are simply have a better knack when it comes to their thought process and how they do things.
So are you telling me Mourinho is a bad coach because
If
he
you put
flopped at
Pioli over there, he
so
wouldn't do a good job.
if you put if like Mourinho failed with Tottenham, so is he a bad coach?
Tottenham is not a Tottenham's not a team that is meant for Mourinho.
And why is that?
But you said, why is that?
Yeah, why is that? Why is
Because
Tottenham not meant for Mourinho?
Mourinho is a defensive-minded coach.
Okay.
Tottenham is not a defensive-minded team.
So an attack-minded Theo Hernandez is a problem. Is the problem of Pioli?
That's one player, though. I'm talking about the mentality of you're talking about the mentality of the entire team, not of one player.
I'm just giving you an example. I mean, just giving you an example, man.
And
I mean,
I answered that.
you're saying that Gasparini improved Zapata. So why isn't I mean, like literally Theo Hernandez was third choice at Real Madrid, and Kessie and Benacer were not good enough for AC Milan. But look at the astronomical growth in those players. Why is it that you're only talking about Hauge and Leao?
Because those are the players that need development the most.
Is it the job of the coach to always keep developing the player, or he should play for the results as well?
Say that again.
Is it the job of the coach to always keep developing the player, or should he even play for the result?
I mean, it's a two-part thing. You know, the player plays his part and the coach does too. But if the coach's job is to get the player to that point, if it's a question of hard work and not working hard, then that's one thing. But if the coach can't get through to that player, that's the coach's fault for not being able to get through. That's unfortunately how it is.
So you're telling me that Mourinho, Mancini, all are flop coaches because they couldn't get through to Balotelli and help him with his mental issues?
Balotelli's mental issues is something that they cannot cure.
So what makes you think that Leao and Hauge didn't have mentality issues?
Because you can tell by their demeanor.
Oh, okay. I'm not a language expert. How do you know about a player when you only watch them for 2 hours in a week?
Because when you watch Leao play, you can see
Pioli watches these players. Pioli watches these players 7 days a week. So how can you say you know better than him, or even I know better than him?
That's nice to know. Is Leao or Hauge in the news for crazy shit? No, but Balotelli was always in the news for crazy stuff.
Okay. Then talk to me about Bojan Krkic or even Halilovic. They were said to be the next Messi and stuff like that. So why aren't they? I mean, why aren't they even in the picture right now? Couldn't the coaches? I mean, couldn't Pep Guardiola get the best out of Bojan Krkic? Is he a flop coach?
But Pioli hasn't coached them.
I'm talking about Pep Guardiola and Bojan Krkic, not about Pioli.
Bojan Krkic, when he was first starting at Barcelona, he was playing very well.
Okay, so what happened to him?
I actually cannot remember off the top of my head.
Okay, then what happened to Halilovic? What happened to Halilovic?
When he actually came to the team, he wasn't ever good or ever showed anything to me. Personally, for me, he did not show anything from the moment. Even from highlights, I didn't think much of him.
So you're saying that Guardiola is a shit coach because he can't develop Bojan Krkic?
He got who?
I mean, he couldn't. I mean, Guardiola couldn't develop Bojan Krkic, and there were players like Isaac Cuenca and even Christian Tello as well. They were all players who came under Guardiola from La Masia.
You do understand that Bojan was playing on a super Barcelona team, so gaining game time was always going to be a difficult situation.
So it's up to the coach. It's up to the coach to develop him, right? So why couldn't he develop him? Why is Krkic? Why is Krkic still playing in some Stoke cities in a B team level, in a B league?
because where he went to after Barcelona didn't work out. So if it didn't work out, then they went to another team.
So
Go where they can
why
get money.
couldn't Pep Guardiola develop Nolito at Manchester City?
He said, why couldn't he what?
No, there's a player called Nolito, Nolito, Nolito. He played for Manchester City for one season, and Guardiola threw him out after one season. So why couldn't Guardiola develop him at
Because
Manchester City?
Manchester City has a super team, and if he doesn't get game time, he's just going to leave.
Exactly. So all the players who are in our current system are better than what Hauge was. Simple.
If you really sit here and say that Castillejo and Krunic were better than Hauge, you have a problem.
Castillejo is a right winger, and Hauge does not play a right winger.
He can.
And you saw this in Transfer Market or some other stats site.
I've seen him live.
For Bodo Glimt, a Norwegian league.
Okay. Again,
So
when you go scout players, you scout them and you make it notes what position this player can
every
play.
team scouts players. Every team scouts players.
Exactly.
We only see the players. We only see the players that make it to the top level. We only see the tip of the iceberg. There are hundreds of players who are scouted and who come through the academy and flop. So what makes
Okay.
you think that? So what makes you think that whatever we scout can come out well?
Wait, Rohit, you're I think you're diverging from the topic.
Okay.
We're talking about Pioli and his coaching ability and his decision making.
And
If
I'm
Pioli
coming
receives,
to the point. I'm
if
coming to
Pioli,
the point. Yeah,
if
please go on.
if Pioli receives notes that a player can play in certain positions and he doesn't try them in any of the positions but one, that is not a good job.
He played in a different position in a weak league.
It doesn't.
The standards of defending is
So
different. It does
so
matter.
if Adil did end up coming, I know he's not coming, but if he
Adli,
did end up coming,
Adli. Yes.
yeah, if he did end up coming, he can play as a cam or a right wing, but it's an
Okay.
inferior league. So
Yes.
why would he not be tried in both positions?
I mean, even if Adli came and he did try in both positions, and if he was not good enough, he would be another Hauge, and we would try for somebody else. That's
But
how this
Pioli
is
wouldn't
here.
give him that chance. That's the point I'm making.
Pioli and his team of experts actually watch him in training, and they record their games on drones. This try is not how a top coach in a top team plays. This is
So
not a trial and error game.
So you talk about training. You're supposed
Yes.
to, when you play a game, you're supposed to play as you train, right?
Okay.
So when you put players on the field and they don't play as they train, what does that mean?
If that is your point, so just understand how bad Hauge is in training.
No,
He's not
this
good.
this is for the other players that got more play game time for not performing as how they do in practice. But meanwhile, Hauge, maybe he doesn't perform as well in practice, does do what needs to be done in games.
You know you know that you're not going to speak about the Juventus game, are you? I mean, he did get a chance against Juventus and Cagliari and Torino. I mean, 2 games against Torino, and he didn't do quite well. So
Okay, and in almost all the games, Leao, Krunic, and Castillejo, and even Salamakers in terms of attacking, also offer nothing.
but actually, only scoring goals is not the job of Salamakers. Salamakers' role is actually to press.
And when he presses and the
Yes.
ball gets beyond him, he is not
Yes.
athletic enough to help the defense. He
That's
has
why
to.
Pioli has subverted the right creativity to Calabria.
That's not how it's supposed to work.
That is exactly
Why
how
is it that
it's
Rebic?
supposed to work.
Why is it that Rebic can help out Theo, but Salamakers can't?
Salamakers can only do as much as he can. I mean,
Exactly.
his attacking
So if you
output
have
is not as
players,
great.
so if you have players who have more ability than Salamakers, you should play them over him.
And that ability is judged by 2 games against 2 less inferior league teams.
You can only play against the teams that are put in front of you. Sometimes you score, sometimes you don't. But one thing's for sure, Salamakers doesn't score.
So why didn't Hauge score against Juventus
Who has more goals, Hauge or Salamakers? And this includes both Europa and the league. Who has more goals?
I agree. Hauge has more goals.
Okay, so he's more productive where it matters.
Again, there in the team there is something called as offense and defense. You need to have players who can play both. So Salamakers can do that.
Hauge can play both.
Hauge doesn't even track back. Where was Hauge? Where was Hauge when? Where was Hauge when Chiesa was? Where was Hauge when Chiesa was ripping into Theo Hernandez versus Juventus?
Hauge does get back. It doesn't matter
He
how.
didn't.
Hauge does get back. If you're gonna make one instance, even Theo can't get back on defense depending on how high up he is.
I do agree. On that.
Okay,
Theo Hernandez.
Okay, so
Theo
you're bringing
Hernandez.
one instance, but who can get back on defense faster, Hauge or Salamakers?
That's why. I mean, that's why Pioli's left center back. I mean, Pioli's left-sided center back has to cover for Theo and for his own position, and that's why he needs a faster player than Romagnoli, which is why Tomori started playing games.
But I'm asking you, who can get back faster? Starting in the same position, who can get back faster, Hauge or Salamakers?
Definitely Salamakers.
So you're saying that Salamakers is faster than Hauge?
Salamakers is faster than Hauge. I actually have seen the stats. Hauge is not all that fast.
You think Salamakers is if you think Salamakers is faster than Hauge, then for your stance, then yes, you are correct.
And actually, I have seen the stats. I'm talking from the stats. Hauge is not quick. Even Tonali is quicker than Hauge, by the way. Tonali is actually quicker than a lot of other players as well.
Yeah,
Hauge is not all that quick.
Tonali
is even Ibrahimovic has smashed Hauge's top speed as well. So I don't actually think that Hauge is that quick. If you are actually looking for explosive wingers, he's not an explosive winger. And in terms of tracking back, I don't think there's another winger better than Salamakers.
Yeah, Salamakers can track back because he can't get forward all the way.
That is his job. To protect Calabria is his job. His job is not to provide goals all the time. That's the system. If Pioli gets a better player, if Pioli does get a better player who can offer attack as well as defense, he would obviously play him there.
He clearly won't. He clearly won't.
And you know this how?
Because he doesn't do it. He doesn't do it.
And you're just basing this off because you watch a player for 2 hours in a week. Sorry.
What we see in the game is what counts. And when we watch the game,
I'm actually very sorry. I mean, I think then from your statement, I should understand the fact that a coach is just jobless to have training sessions. Not just Pioli. Every coach is jobless to have training sessions.
Look. If we, again, I'm going to bring it up every time. Again, if we are losing or tied, who would you rather have on that right side to help you get
only
a goal?
In one instance. You're bringing in one instance.
That's the instance that matters because we need a goal to either
earlier you were accusing me of being only using one instance. So my point is
that's the only instances you need. If you are losing or you are tied and you need to win, you put in a player who is better suited to getting you goals.
Okay, so you're telling me we never took the lead in other games.
Say that again.
We never took the lead in other games. I mean, are you saying that we never took the lead in other games?
That's not what I'm saying. If we have the lead, Salamakers makes more sense. If we have the lead, if we don't have the lead, someone who can get us goals is what makes more sense. I don't care if you can be defensive if we're fucking losing. You're doing nothing. What they do, you play good defensively, but we
And
lost
and
the
and
game.
and who's going to protect our team against counterattacks?
You are losing the game. Let's say there's 5
You still
minutes
you
left in the
still
game.
let's say it's 2-1. Let's say it's 2-1 at the 65th minute. Okay, they're chasing the game. Who's going to protect our team counterattacks?
Hauge is easily able to do that. He's
He
easily able
he
to do that.
he can't. He doesn't track back. He doesn't
See,
track
this
back as much as
Hauge does
Salamakers
track
does.
back. Hauge does track back. Not only does he track
He
back,
doesn't.
but when he
He
gets
his
the thing, look,
he doesn't he doesn't track back. He doesn't track back even half as much as Salamakers does.
This is the thing. When Salamakers gets
And
the ball on offense,
also, you're just insinuating that Hauke can play in a right wing because he played in some weak ass league in Norway.
and you're insinuating that he can't do it because the league he played in was weaker. It goes both
Because
ways.
Serie A is very unkind. Serie A is very unkind to very young strikers.
That's
I mean,
nice.
how many young?
Hauge has
Yeah,
shown that he can score. So again,
even Paulo Dybala under Allegri could not change his positions. Even he was looking very weak.
again, when Salamakers gets the ball and he's in an advanced position, he does nothing.
Again,
He does
when Hauge is it
nothing.
again
He does
again
not
Hauge
dribble past
Hauge
players.
Hauge
He can't.
Hauge has not played in a right wing position in Serie A, and he does not show anything in training. So what should Pioli do?
Has
Should Pioli
Mite played attacking mid in Syria
he does play as a Mizala in a 3-5-2 for Torino.
as an attacking mid?
You think that you think that like it's not a position which defines, it's the role. Mete does play that kind of a role for Torino.
Mite's
If you
job was
didn't,
to create chances so that way we can score. That's the point of an attacking mid. And if he
his
can't
his his job in this particular match was to counteract the negativity of Deroux and Freuler.
counteract
That particular match.
As an attacking mid, you shouldn't be worried about counteracting the physical strength of a player. You should be worried about creating chances for your team to score.
And in the second half, when Diaz did come on, did he create some 100 chances? I didn't see anything.
Do you know how hard it is to get into a game cold?
So why do you have substitutions in football? Let's just cancel substitutions in football.
You have to look at how the game was going when he's getting subbed in. How is the balance of the game?
I think Atalanta were 1-0 up.
So he's coming into an extremely difficult balance of the game against a team who always has more ball possession, who presses the fuck out of us, who passes better than us.
You just said presses us. That Mete was actually stopped from. Mete was actually played to stop the pressing. Pressing. That's the key word right there. Pressing.
And did we? And
Diaz is not. Diaz is a midget who actually cannot play against very good pressing teams because he gets pushed out of the ball.
How do you beat the press?
You need the kind of players to beat the press.
No,
you need that exact.
How do you beat the press?
You need that kind of players to beat the press. You need players to beat the press. Kevin De Bruyne is a press-resistant player.
What type of? I'm asking you, what types of players do you need to beat the press? Like, what does the player need to be able to do to beat the press?
Be physically resistant, good in tight spaces.
No. If you want to beat a high press, you play one-touch soccer. That is what you do.
To play one-touch soccer, You need 11. You need at least players who are good
You
at
don't
one-touch
need to
soccer.
be physical to play one touch. That's the
Are
point.
you actually saying that Diaz is not getting pushed out of the ball?
I never said that. I said you need to be able to play one
Okay, you
touch.
never. So you didn't say that. So then how can you even say that Diaz
Okay.
is not
It's
physically getting dominated? Was not getting physically dominated?
because the balance of the game was not in our favor. We had no rhythm. Do you understand that? Like, have you played against a team that plays?
Was the balance balance of rhythm in our favor when we were 2-1 down to Verona or 2-0 down to Parma?
No, because that team was controlling us defensively.
Okay,
Like,
I can give even more examples as well. I'm just thinking about it.
look, at the end of the day, when you're losing, you need to make changes that will help you get a goal. And in Milan's case, if
You
you're
need you need players. You need players who have the experience of changing the situations. You cannot just get some inconsistent player who played
okay,
well for like in the Norwegian league.
okay, so you're trying to tell me Salamakers, who played on Anderlecht, has
And Belgium actually Anderlecht plays in the Champions League as well. And Belgium league is much better than Norwegian league.
did Anderlecht get past the first round?
Anderlecht does not have that kind of resources as
Oh,
well.
okay. So they did nothing. Got it.
Did Bodo Glimt play in the Champions League? Did they win the Champions League last season? Did they even get into the Europa League
Did they win
rounds?
the Champions League last season? No.
Did they even get into the Europa League last season? They couldn't
Does
even beat our team.
does Salamakers have experience scoring goals and and setting up multiple chances for assists? No,
I mean, he
that's
does.
not.
He
That's not.
actually does enough. He does much more. But you're just insinuating that Hauge can do it because he just did
Look,
it in 2 games.
you're focused on the defensive side of Salamakers, and that is it. But when it gets to the offensive side, you and a lot of other
You know,
people
I,
know
I do remember Alex Fergus saying that defense does win you titles.
that's
So
nice
you
to
know,
know.
always at
That's nice to know. But what happens if for whatever reason the other team gets a lucky deflection? Then what? And your
okay,
offense,
okay. I have a situation for you. I
but you
don't
didn't get
remember
through. I
who
just
it. I don't wait. Let me just come to this. I don't remember for who Hauge was substituted for. He was thrown. I mean, he was your great attacking goal threat. He was thrown into the game at 1-0 into 1-0 or 0-0 for Udinese. He didn't get a goal. Did he?
that's fine.
Even
That's fine. The point is you're not gonna even if you throw in someone.
that's fine. That's fine for a fan like you, but for Pioli, whose job is on the line, he cannot always say it's fine.
Pioli, when he threw him in, he threw in a player that can at least has the opportunity to create better chances than what was already there.
And what makes you think that Salamakers cannot create in the chance? Where
Because
do you
he
think
actually because we watch him all year and he doesn't do it.
you watch him just for 2 hours in a week and you judge him? But there's somebody who's watching him for 7 days a week and then judging all of these
Again,
players.
again.
Again,
you're-
I just have a simple question. Why do you think that Pioli doesn't like Hauge?
because he has favorites.
Why does he have favorites?
Because he's not that great of a
Hauge,
coach.
are you telling me that Conte is an average coach because he preferred Gagliardini over Ericsson?
The players that Conte plays gets the job done on the field. Those starting
So
players get the job done.
that's the kind of standards we have. Whatever standards of your player is the
But
result that you get.
our right side, mainly. I'll say this. I won't even say our right side. Salamakers himself, because Calabria can give good crosses. Salamakers
Cala-
does not get the job done like how Rebic gets the job done. And
They
Rebic,
are different
we've
players.
said,
They are
is
different
not good
players.
enough. Rebic, we already decided that Rebic isn't good enough, and he still gets the job done better than Salamakers.
They're different players.
Okay, but we need, so if they're different players, then why do we need an upgrade for the right wing?
Because we
Why-
want
why
an
do we-
upgrade to what we have.
No, why do we need an upgrade?
We want better players in our team. We want better players for our system.
No, yeah, getting better players means getting an upgrade. But how come we just can't get a backup for Salamakers who's not as good? He's just a backup.
Because Salamakers isn't good enough.
Why is he not good enough? He plays great defensively. He provides great balance. So why is he not good enough all of a sudden?
Okay, I agree to that point. We want a better
Okay.
attacking player.
Okay, then, exactly. We need a player who, when we are losing or tied, can generate better opportunities to score. They might not always score, but they have a better chance of generating a better opportunity.
Yes, but that player is actually better and has proven it and not played in the Norwegian league.
Hauge has more goals. That's the only proof that matters.
Dude, you're crying over the same thing. I mean, Hauge just played against 2 farmer league teams, man.
Hey, he also scored in Syria.
He scored in the he scored 1 goal when we were 2-1
How
up.
did
Again, that
how did Hauge get his goals?
he scored 1 goal when we were 2-1 up. Okay.
No. I'm not talking about win. I'm talking about the type of goals he scored. How were they?
So why couldn't he score? Why couldn't he score against Napoli when we were 1-0 down?
Why couldn't Zlatan score against teams that are lower than us? Because
Zlatan has scored.
It just didn't
Zlatan
happen
has
that
scored
day.
enough goals.
But no,
Zlatan has,
it just
and,
didn't
and,
happen.
and I'm not debating the quality of Zlatan here. I'm debating the quality of
No,
Hauge.
but it just happens. That's what it is.
It's not something that just happens. It's something that is in control of those players. Hauge's control is not within. I mean, he's not having any control over himself. If he did have control, then I don't think that Rebic would have started. I mean, Hauge would be a starter.
Hauge was not given the same time or consistency as Rebic and Leao, so you can't say that.
Rebic is a better player than Hauge. Can you actually say that he isn't better?
Rebic is only good for half a season, and he's still got more game time than Hauge. We cannot sit here and say if Hauge got the same chances, he would still be inferior to Rebic. We don't know that because he wasn't given the same game time.
You were lining up stats earlier. So who has more goals, Rebic or Hauge?
Rebic, because he has more game time.
Oh, why? And getting more game time, he scores more goals. And why didn't Hauge score when he got a chance?
Because you need consistency, and if you don't have
you need consistency. Yes,
consistency
you need
in
consistency.
game time. And
Rebic earned his game time.
I'm not saying that the players haven't earned their right to play, but plain and simple, Hauge, when he was playing good, was not given the same opportunity. Oh, Roy is gone. Roy or Tick, are you guys still here? Oh, I think they might have gone to sleep. But look, guys, I understand.
I'm still here.
Oh, okay. Like, I mean, you can, if you have different thoughts about it, that's cool.
Well, I've really expressed my thoughts on the matter. You hold your thoughts, I hold mine. We're different, and you've talked about it a good long time, so yeah. I really don't see much else to add.
But does it not make sense that a player needs consistent game time to get the best out of them?
I totally agree. Yes,
and I understand that, if a player scores, usually that coach plays that player the next game. Maybe not starting, but the coach usually at least subs him in. Without Hauge's goal that tied up the game, we wouldn't even have made the top 4.
Yeah. The way I look at it,
why would he not be given more chances after?
I have no idea why he hasn't been given more opportunities. It's disappointing to me he hasn't been given more chances, but I have no idea. Pioli sees him 24/7. There's something there that we do not know about. Maybe he has his favorites. maybe something else is going on. But
Mustafa has a good point. It could have been a language barrier. How many players has come in to a new league and instantly caught fire at a young age? They usually take at least 2 years. Benasser took 2 years. Kessie took 2 years, and those two players, for an overall rating, is better than Hauge when he first came. But they still needed time to adapt, and they know the language. So how is it that a player who obviously has skill is giving almost no time and no extra chances?
We are not the coaches, Nathan. You're trying to get an answer for me that we cannot answer because we're not the coaches. We cannot understand what Pioli's thinking. He's clearly made his decision about this guy.
Yeah, he definitely made his decision. It's just
it must be from what he sees on a day-to-day basis. I agree. On the short time that he played for us, his end product was good.
But that's what worries me, is what happens if we get a player like Adil, who, we all had good things to say about him. Like, what if the same thing happens? Like, that's the problem. That's the point I'm getting at, is if we're really doing a youth revolution, we should have a coach that can actually develop young players. And Pioli does not have a track record of developing young players, young raw talent.
Pioli has a difficult balancing job to do. He has to bring on players, but ultimately he has to get results. He's judged by his results. Right. And I'm not a Pioli fan. I think he's a limited coach, but we cannot argue in the time with us we have finished second. For the first, when we qualified for the Champions League for the first time in 7 years, he has to be given credit for that.
Yeah, but that's my point. We don't. If Pioli needs players that he can rely on to get the job done, why are we still continuing with youth if those players cannot be relied on to get the job done?
Because of our financial situation.
Exactly. So if we have this financial situation, we should have gone with a coach who has a history, an actual good coaching history, but can also develop young players.
But the circumstances in which Pioli came to the club, we didn't have an off-season to scout for a coach.
Yes.
We just lost our manager and we had to make an appointment, and he was available.
Right. And that's fine. Right?
And in his time, even there's been ups and downs. Overall, he's done well. As I said, I'm not his greatest fan, but overall, he's done well. And for the first time in 2 years, we qualified for the Champions League. On that basis, he's been a success so far.
Well, I hope that Pioli can prove me wrong. Like, I really, really hope he proves
I really fear that in the Champions League, when we go against the top teams, we are going to get exposed by, not because of the lack of the players that we have, but because of the lack of his technical know-how. That's what I fear.
Yeah,
I think coaches like Pep will give him a teaching lesson, but until that happens, and that hasn't happened yet, we have to support him and go with him.
And that's one of the points I was getting at, is in practice, we need to be practicing in situations like going down 1-0 or 2-1. Like when I watch other teams play, the other teams, their movement, the movement off the ball and the overlapping runs are blatant to see. And when I watch Milan play, it's very static. There's not much movement outside of like a long ball. There's no 1-2 passes, then an overlap and thing. But the few times that we do it, we destroy the team we play against. And that's what is killing me. It's the times that the players are given the freedom to do it, they do it. But I don't know if it's Pioli's tactics or what, but the players, they seem very restricted on what they can do and where they're allowed to go on the field.
I think it's a little harsh because I think we are, as it's been pointed out, we're a very young team, and I think under another coach, this team could have easily crumbled and finished mid-table or even in the relegation zone. You know, because of the age of the team, of the players involved and development. You know, we have to give him credit for that. You know, what I want to see for the upcoming season is for us to consolidate, finish in the top 4, because that is most important. Yeah. I'm not expecting great things in the Champions League, to be honest with you.
No,
if we do well in the Champions League, good. But for me, the most important thing is to finish top 4 again, because that brings better finances to the club and we can bring better players to the club.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Hopefully, man, I don't know, because we're gonna be stuck. Because I feel like the majority of our money is going towards the continuing of lowering our debt, and I feel like it's going to be it's going to take a long time.
Yeah.
What are we, like 200 million or so in debt?
Possibly. This is not going to be solved in one season. This is a 4 or 5 year project.
I think it's going to take longer than that. Well, because we
were out the Champions League for 7 years. Even when Berlusconi owned the club, and look how much money he had to continue sinking into the club for the club to remain in a preeminent position.
Yeah.
And once he stopped doing that, look what happened to us.
Well, the problem with Berlusconi is that after 2007, we didn't get younger players.
Yeah, but yes, I agree, we didn't get younger players, but they might not. The players that we did get were not good enough.
Well, yeah, because after 2007, that's when we started doing the whole getting free agents nonsense. And then, of course, we did step it up when we won the league. But like those previous years and the years after that, we were just getting free agents instead of getting players who were younger. And at that time, young players were not going for 45, 50 million. Those players were going for affordable prices until the market inflated, of course. And that's what is irritating me now, is that these players that we can't get now are going to increase by 15 to 20 million by next year, and we definitely won't be able to afford them. And that's what I'm afraid of.
I think by next year, if we finish top 4, we will see a better quality of player come to Milan. But this transfer window is not closed. I still expect great things to happen in this transfer window. I'm hoping that player from Chelsea will come. What was his name? Ziyech?
Yeah.
I'm hoping that he will arrive. I'm not keen on what's that boy of Rodriguez. To me, he's too old, too injury prone for my liking. But I still expect great things for this from the transfer window. We have important positions on the field to address, and I think if we get a good squad, we will do well. And I'll be happy if Lukaku gets sold from Inter, and then I think the top 4 for us will be guaranteed if that happens.
Yeah, let's hope so.
Yeah. Even under Pioli, I think we will do well next year.
Oh man!
It looks like Roy's disappeared.
Yeah, I think he passed out.
Yeah, must have gone. Yeah.
I'm about to go to sleep too. I've now been up for 26 hours. So
okay. Then I think we should leave it there. We should just leave, and we'll log up. We'll talk another time.
Yep. It was nice talking to you with your tick.
All right. Take care, Nathan.
See ya.
All right. Bye.